Hey, amazing viewers! Thanks for clicking on Nexus Harry. Today's special feature is what if Harry was taken to the Goblins at age 4 and they unlocked his natural ability to speak to magic. Your support through likes, shares, and subscriptions helps us reach more story lovers around the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Now, let's escape into this wonderful story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Listened. The cupboard under the stairs was dark, but Harry Potter had grown used to the darkness. At 4 years old, he knew not to complain when Uncle Vernon locked him away. Complaining only made the darkness last longer. Harry curled his small fingers around a broken toy soldier, Dudley's discard, now his most prized possession. Outside his cupboard, he could hear Aunt Petunia cooing over Dudley's newest tantrum. "It's all right, Duddykins, Mummy will make you another cake. The freak won't get any dessert for a week." Harry's stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since morning, when he'd been given half a piece of toast and told to be grateful. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice thundered through the house. The cupboard door flew open, and Harry squinted against the sudden light. "Get out here and clean up this mess." Harry scrambled out, eyes downcast. In the kitchen, Dudley's birthday cake lay splattered across the floor, Dudley's own doing when he discovered it wasn't chocolate. "I didn't do anything," Harry whispered, but knew better than to argue further. Vernon's face purpled. "Don't you talk back to me. Clean it now, or you'll stay in that cupboard until Christmas." Harry knelt beside the mess, small hands scooping cake into a bin. Dudley smirked from behind his mother's skirt, chocolate smeared across his chubby face from the sweets he'd been given as consolation. As Harry worked, something strange happened. The cake pieces, smashed and scattered across the linoleum, began to tremble. Harry blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks. But no, the cake was definitely moving, sliding slowly toward the bin as if pulled by invisible hands. "What are you doing, boy?" Petunia's shrill voice cut through his wonder. "Nothing, Aunt Petunia. Don't lie to me. I saw you, doing things." Harry didn't understand what she meant. He hadn't done anything, at least, not intentionally. But the fear in his aunt's eyes was unmistakable. "Vernon," she called. "He's doing it again." That night, Harry's cupboard was locked with an extra latch. Across London, in the depths of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a silver instrument chimed softly on Ragnar's desk. The head goblin looked up from his ledgers, surprise flickering across his weathered features. The detection charm, one of many the goblins maintained despite ministry restrictions, had activated. "Grip Hook," he called to his assistant, "bring me the Potter file." Minutes later, Ragnar studied the parchment before him with growing concern. "A magic surge from the Potter heir?" Grip Hook asked. "The 4th this month, and growing stronger." Ragnar's long fingers traced the elegant script. "The wards around the boy should prevent this level of magical expression. Perhaps they're failing. Or perhaps," Ragnar said slowly, "the boy's magic is stronger than Dumbledore anticipated." The goblins of Gringotts had long memories. When Albus Dumbledore had arrived 3 years prior with documents transferring guardianship of the Potter heir, they had complied, officially. Unofficially, they had maintained their own surveillance. The Potters had been valued clients for centuries, and goblin loyalty was not so easily transferred. "The location is still secured under the Fidelius?" Ragnar asked. "Yes, but our instruments can detect magical surges without breaching the charm," Grip Hook confirmed. "The boy is somewhere in Surrey." Ragnar steepled his fingers. "Prepare Iron Grip for a field assignment." "Human disguise." Grip Hook raised a bushy eyebrow. "The Cursebreaker?" "The Potter vaults contain items that suggest unusual magical affinities. If the heir is manifesting early, we need someone who can recognize subtle magical signatures." As Grip Hook left to make arrangements, Ragnar pulled another file from his desk, this one bound in ancient leather, the Potter family crest embossed in faded gold. Inside were notes dating back centuries, including one particular entry from 1612 that mentioned a Potter ancestor who spoke with the voice of magic itself. Legends, perhaps. But goblins knew that legends often contained forgotten truths. 3 days later, Arabella Fig welcomed a new neighbor for tea. The woman, mid-40s, sensible shoes, hair pulled into a severe bun, had moved into number 7, just across from the Desleys at number 4. "It's so kind of you to have me over," the woman said, accepting a cup of oversteeped tea. "I'm still getting settled. Eleanor Ironsmith, by the way. Arabella Fig. Lived here for years myself." She pushed a plate of stale biscuits forward. "Cat lover?" Eleanor's lips twitched. "More of a mineral enthusiast, actually. Geology." "Fascinating," Arabella said without interest. "You'll find it quiet here. Good neighbors, mostly. The Desleys across the way keep to themselves, but they've taken in their orphan nephew. Such charity." Eleanor's eyes sharpened slightly. "How old is the boy?" "4, I believe. Little Harry. I watch him sometimes when they're out with their son. Strange child, bit withdrawn." Behind Eleanor's carefully constructed human facade, the Goblin Iron Grip catalogued this information. The tracking charm had led her to this precise neighborhood, but the Fidelius made pinpointing the exact location impossible. Squibs, however, were often immune to certain magical concealments, which explained why Dumbledore had placed this one here. "I saw a small boy in their garden yesterday," Eleanor commented. "Seemed to be weeding. Rather young for garden work." Arabella shrugged. "The Desleys believe in responsibility. Though between us, I think they're a bit hard on the boy." Eleanor sipped her tea, hiding her disgust. From what the bank had pieced together, Dumbledore had placed the Potter heir with magic-hating muggles, a curious choice for the boy who lived. "Perhaps I'll bring them a welcome gift," Eleanor suggested. "Or rather, a welcome-me gift. They're not fond of unexpected visitors," Arabella warned. "I'll keep that in mind." Harry was trying very hard to be invisible as he dusted the sitting room. Dudley had broken another television by throwing his remote at it, and somehow, Harry had been blamed. He hadn't been allowed breakfast, and his arms still ached where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him. A knock at the door made him freeze. Visitors were dangerous, they meant extra cleaning beforehand and being locked away during. "Boy! In your cupboard, now!" Vernon hissed, already moving to answer the door. Harry scurried to his small space, but in his haste, knocked over an expensive vase. It tottered on its pedestal. "No, no, no," he whispered, lunging to catch it. The vase hung suspended in midair, inches from the floor. Harry stared, heart hammering in his chest. Somehow, he knew he was doing this, just like with the cake. Carefully, he reached out and took the vase, setting it back on its pedestal. "Hello, I'm Eleanor Ironsmith, your new neighbor at number 7. Harry startled at the voice from the doorway. Uncle Vernon was speaking with a tall woman whose eyes, strangely, seemed fixed not on Vernon but on Harry over his shoulder. Those eyes widened fractionally when they met Harry's, and he felt something, a strange tingle across his skin, like static electricity. "Get in your cupboard." Vernon snapped, noticing the exchange. "Your son?" Eleanor asked pleasantly. Vernon's expression shifted to practiced normality. "No, no. Nephew. Troublemaker. We've taken him in out of charity." "How kind," Eleanor said, though something in her tone made Harry think she didn't mean it. "I've brought this for your family. Homemade shortbread." She handed over a tin, and as Vernon reluctantly accepted it, Harry slipped into his cupboard. But before the door closed, he could have sworn he saw the woman wink at him. That night, Harry woke to a soft tapping on his cupboard door. He froze, wondering if Dudley was playing a trick. "Harry Potter," came a whisper, not Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia or Dudley. A stranger's voice. "Can you hear me?" Yes, he whispered back, uncertain. I'm going to help you. Don't be afraid. The latch on his cupboard moved by itself, clicking open. Harry gasped. The door swung outward, revealing the woman from earlier, Eleanor, crouched in the darkened hallway. Her appearance had changed somehow, her features sharper, her eyes reflecting the dim light like a cat's. How did you, magic, she said simply. And so did you, with that vase today. That's why I found you. Harry had been punished enough times for mentioning the word magic to know it was forbidden. There's no such thing as magic, he recited automatically. Eleanor's expression hardened. That's the first lie they taught you. There will be no more. She held out her hand. Come with me, Harry Potter. You don't belong here. Harry hesitated. Where would we go? To people who understand what you are. Who can teach you, protect you. She glanced toward the staircase. Your aunt and uncle will not wake until morning. I've seen to that. But we must be quick. Years later, Harry would reflect on this moment, how easily he had placed his small hand in hers, how readily he had left the only home he could remember. But even at 4, he had known that number 4 Privet Drive had never truly been his home. Eleanor led him through the silent house. In the kitchen, she paused and pointed to a cupboard, not his cupboard, but one containing food. Take what you want for the journey, she said. Harry blinked in confusion. I'm not allowed. Something like fury flashed across Eleanor's face, quickly controlled. You are allowed now. These people have taken much from you. Take something back. Hesitantly, Harry opened the cupboard. After a moment's deliberation, he took a single biscuit from Dudley's special tin. Is that all? Eleanor asked. Harry nodded. Even this small defiance felt momentous. They slipped out the back door and across the garden. No lights came on in the neighboring houses. At the end of Privet Drive stood an ordinary-looking black car. In you go, Eleanor said, opening the rear door. Harry climbed inside and was startled to find the car much larger within than it had appeared. The seats were made of rich leather, and strange glowing crystals illuminated the interior with soft blue light. Eleanor joined him in the back, and Harry noticed the driver for the first time, a small figure with pointed ears and a hooked nose. This is Gornick, Eleanor explained. And my true name is Irongrip. We are goblins of Gringotts. As she spoke, her appearance wavered and changed completely. Where the stern human woman had been now sat a creature with long fingers, sharp features, and intelligent dark eyes. Harry should have been frightened, but instead felt only wonder. What's a goblin? He asked. Irongrip smiled, revealing pointed teeth. We are the keepers of wizard gold, the finest metalworkers in Britain, and the guardians of many ancient secrets. She leaned closer. And we have been watching over you from afar, Harry Potter. The car pulled away from Privet Drive, moving oddly smoothly for a vehicle. Harry pressed his face to the window, watching the ordinary houses slip away into the night. Why me? He asked finally, turning back to Irongrip. Because of who you are. Because of what you might become. She regarded him seriously. And because we made a promise to your parents. Harry's heart skipped a beat. You knew my parents. They were valued clients of Gringotts. And they left provisions for your care, provisions that were ignored. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash, Harry said quietly. That they were drunk. Irongrip's face darkened. Another lie. Your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered protecting you from a dark wizard. They were heroes of our world, the magical world. Your world, Harry Potter. The car accelerated suddenly, and Harry felt a strange sensation of compression. When he looked out the window again, they were no longer on a suburban street but racing along an empty country highway. Where are we going? London. To Gringotts Bank. There is much to explain, but first, we must see to your health and safety. Iron Grip studied him with concern. When did you last eat a proper meal? Harry considered this question carefully. What's proper? The goblin's knuckles whitened as she gripped her seat. Gornick, stop at the next service station. The child needs food. Dawn was breaking as the car pulled into a quiet side street in London. Harry, full of his first ever hamburger and milkshake, had dozed off against the leather seat. Iron Grip gently shook him awake. We're here, young Potter. Harry rubbed his eyes and looked out at an ordinary-looking street lined with shops still closed for the night. This is a bank. The entrance is hidden from Muggle, non-magical, eyes. She led him toward what appeared to be a boarded-up shopfront. As they approached, the dilapidated exterior rippled and transformed, revealing an imposing white marble building with burnished bronze doors. Words were engraved above the entrance, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." "Welcome," said Iron Grip, to Gringotts. Inside, the bank was largely empty at this early hour. A few goblins moved purposefully across the marble floor, carrying ledgers or keys. They nodded respectfully to Iron Grip but couldn't hide their curious glances at Harry. Iron Grip led him past the main hall to a corridor lined with doors. At the end was a larger door made of dark wood inlaid with gold. She knocked 3 times. "Enter," came a deep voice. The office beyond was spacious and dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of dark wood. Behind it sat an elderly goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose. "Ragnarok," Iron Grip said with a bow. "I present Harry Potter, as requested." The goblin, Ragnarok, studied Harry intently. "You found him easily." The tracking charms functioned as expected. "He was exactly where we suspected, under minimal protection." Iron Grip's voice held controlled anger. His conditions were unacceptable. Ragnarok came around the desk and, to Harry's surprise, knelt to his level. "Mr. Potter, I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts' British branch. Do you know why you're here?" Harry shook his head. "You are here because you are special. Because magic has chosen to express itself through you in ways that caught our attention." Ragnarok gestured to a comfortable chair. "Please, sit. This may take some time to explain." Over the next hour, as sunrise fully illuminated the office through enchanted windows, Ragnarok and Iron Grip explained to Harry about the wizarding world, about his parents' place in it, and about the night they died. "A bad wizard named Voldemort tried to kill me?" Harry asked, struggling to process it all. "Yes. And somehow, you survived the killing curse, something no wizard has ever done before," Ragnarok confirmed. "It made you famous in the wizarding world. But then why was I sent to live with the Dursleys?" The goblins exchanged looks. "Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School and a powerful wizard, placed you there," Iron Grip explained. "He claimed blood wards, magical protections tied to your mother's sacrifice and her blood relation to your aunt, would keep you safe." "I wasn't safe," Harry said quietly. "Uncle Vernon hurts me." A crystal paperweight on Ragnarok's desk cracked suddenly. The goblin took a deep breath. "We suspected as much. Dumbledore overstepped his authority. Your parents will specify alternate guardians." "Then why, politics," Ragnarok said grimly. "The wizarding world had its own ideas about where their heroes should be raised. But goblins honor the wishes of our clients, and it is time we corrected this error." A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Another goblin entered, carrying a tray with a small vial of silvery liquid and several instruments Harry didn't recognize. "Ah, Healer Silverclaw," Ragnarok greeted him. "Mr. Potter, this is our chief medical officer. With your permission, he will examine you." Harry hesitated, then nodded. The examination was unlike any doctor's visit Harry could have imagined. Silverclaw waved a crystal over him, murmured in a strange language, and produced a piece of parchment that filled itself with writing. After studying the results, the healer's expression turned grave. Malnourishment, as expected. Several improperly healed bones. And he pointed to Harry's famous scar. Dark magic residue. But most concerning are the bindings. Bindings? Iron Grip leaned forward. Magical restrictions placed on his core. Recent, powerful. Limiting his natural abilities. Ragnarok's expression darkened. Dumbledore. Can they be removed? Iron Grip asked. Yes, but it will require the ancestral chamber. Silverclaw looked at Harry. It won't hurt, young one, but it may feel strange. Harry looked between the three goblins. These strange creatures had rescued him, fed him, and explained more about his parents in an hour than the Dursleys had in 3 years. He straightened his shoulders. I want them gone. The ancestral chamber lay deep beneath Gringotts, accessible only through a mining cart that plunged down twisting tracks at terrifying speeds. Despite everything, Harry found himself laughing with delight as they hurtled through vast caverns and past underground lakes. You have your father's spirit, Iron Grip commented, seeming unaffected by the wild ride. James Potter always requested the fastest cart. The chamber itself was circular, its walls lined with uncut crystals that pulsed with soft light. In the center stood a raised platform of black stone, etched with symbols Harry couldn't read. This chamber was built by Ragnarok I, founder of Gringotts, Ragnarok explained. It predates the Ministry of Magic and their regulations on goblin magic. A dozen goblin elders had gathered, wearing formal robes embroidered with gold. They nodded respectfully as Harry entered. The ritual is simple, Silverclaw explained as he guided Harry to the platform. You will lie down. We will chant. The bindings will dissolve. Will it hurt? Harry asked again, unable to hide his nervousness. No. But you may see or hear things as your magic awakens fully. Harry lay down on the cool stone. Above him, the crystal ceiling seemed to swirl with colors. The goblins formed a circle around the platform and began to chant in their language, harsh consonants softened by a rhythm that reminded Harry of waves on a shore. The crystals in the walls pulsed in time with their voices. At first, Harry felt nothing. Then slowly, warmth spread through his body, beginning at his scar and flowing downward. The warmth became heat, not painful but intense, as if he'd been cold his entire life without realizing it. The chanting grew louder. Harry's vision blurred, and suddenly he could see strands of light surrounding him, some golden and vibrant, others dark and constricting. As he watched, the dark strands began to unravel and dissolve. Then came the voices. At last. So long bound. The speaker returns. Whispers, hundreds of them, swirling around him like leaves in a breeze. Harry tried to sit up in alarm, but found he couldn't move. Peace, child. We mean no harm. Who are you? Harry whispered. The goblins' chanting faltered momentarily, but they continued, exchanging surprised glances. We are magic. The force that flows through all living things. Through you, most strongly. I don't understand. You will. You are the first in centuries born with the gift to hear us, to speak with us. We have waited for you. The heat intensified, and Harry gasped as something within him seemed to break free, like a dam bursting, power flooding through him. The chamber's crystals flared blindingly bright. And then, as suddenly as it began, the sensation receded. The chanting stopped. Harry blinked up at the ceiling, feeling oddly lightweight, as if he might float away. Harry Potter. Ragnarok's concerned face appeared above him. Can you hear me? Yes, Harry said, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. I heard something else too. Voices. The assembled goblins murmured among themselves. What did these voices say? Ragnarok asked carefully. They said they were magic. That I could speak to them. Harry sat up slowly. The world looked different, sharper, more vibrant. He could see faint glowing auras around each goblin. Is that normal? No, Ragnarok said quietly. It is exceedingly rare. Not since Merlin has a wizard been recorded with the ability to communicate directly with magic itself. Harry looked down at his hands. They seemed the same, yet somehow more his own than before. What does it mean? It means, said an elderly goblin stepping forward, that the old prophecies are coming to fruition. The one with the power to hear the voice between worlds will remake the bond between wielder and source. Ragnarok shot the elder a warning look. Theorizing can wait, blood fawn. The child needs rest and care. But Harry's mind was racing with questions. If I can talk to magic, can it help me do things? Like when I stopped the vase from breaking? Presumably, Irongrip said, helping Harry down from the platform. But such abilities must be trained carefully. We will help you understand your gift, Ragnarok promised. But first, there is the matter of your guardianship to resolve. They returned to Ragnarok's office, where Harry was given a sweet-tasting potion to restore his energy. While he drank it, Ragnarok extracted a heavy file from a vault behind his desk. Your parents' will, he explained, unfolding a piece of parchment. It names several potential guardians. Your godfather, Sirius Black, was their first choice, but he is unavailable. Unavailable? Harry asked. The goblins exchanged glances. Imprisoned, Irongrip said bluntly. For crimes related to your parents' deaths, though. She hesitated. The circumstances have always seemed irregular to us. Gringotts does not recognize his conviction as valid, as he was never given a trial. A matter for another day, Ragnarok interjected. The secondary guardians named were Frank and Alice Longbottom, who are medically incapacitated, and Minerva McGonagall, who as a Hogwarts professor would face a conflict of interest with Dumbledore as her superior. So I have to go back to the Dursleys? Harry asked, unable to keep the despair from his voice. No, Ragnarok said firmly. The will contains a final provision: should all named guardians be unavailable, custody would fall to allies of the Potter family who would protect our son's interests above political considerations. The goblins of Gringotts, Irongrip clarified. Harry brightened. You mean? I could stay here. If you wish it, Ragnarok confirmed. Though I suspect Dumbledore will contest this arrangement when he discovers it. When will that be? Irongrip smiled wickedly. Not for some time, if we're clever. The blood wards at Privet Drive were anchored to your presence, but with goblin magic, we can create a simulacrum, a magical echo that will fool the monitoring charms. So Dumbledore will think I'm still there. For as long as we can maintain the deception, Ragnarok confirmed. Meanwhile, you will live here, learn our ways, and develop your unique gifts away from those who might exploit them. Harry looked around the grand office, so different from his cupboard, and at the strange creatures who had shown him more kindness in a few hours than his relatives had in years. I'd like that, he said simply. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. Then it is decided. Welcome to Gringotts, Harry Potter. The living quarters deep beneath the bank were surprisingly comfortable. Harry was given a room of his own, the first in his memory, with a four-poster bed, a desk, and shelves already filling with books. The walls were stone but lined with tapestries depicting goblin history, and enchanted windows showed views of mountains and forests. These are temporary accommodations, Irongrip explained as she showed him around. Once your education begins in earnest, you'll be moved to our youth quarters to be with children your own age. There are goblin children here? Harry asked, intrigued. Of course. Gringotts is not merely a bank but a community. Our families live and work here. The thought of meeting other children, ones who wouldn't be like Dudley, made Harry both nervous and excited. That evening, Harry joined Ragnarok and several other senior goblins for dinner in a private dining hall. The food was unusual but delicious, rich stews, dark breads, and mineral-infused waters that tingled pleasantly on his tongue. Tomorrow, Ragnarok announced, We will begin assessing your magical capabilities and designing an appropriate education plan. Will I learn to control the voices? Harry asked. Throughout the day, he'd continued to hear whispers, magic commenting on things around him, sometimes offering observations or warnings. The building likes you, the voices had told him earlier. It has not had a speaker within its walls for centuries. That will be part of it, yes, Ragnarok agreed. But a proper education includes history, mathematics, languages, combat training. Combat? Harry interrupted, surprised. Irongrip nodded seriously. Every goblin learns to defend themselves. The wizarding world has not always been kind to our kind, nor to those who are different. Your ability makes you unique, Harry Potter. Some will fear it. Harry thought of Uncle Vernon's fear whenever anything freakish happened. I understand. After dinner, tired from the most eventful day of his young life, Harry was escorted back to his room. Before he climbed into bed, the largest he'd ever slept in, Irongrip presented him with a small wooden box. These belong to your parents, she said. They've been in your vault since their deaths. Inside the box were two items, a silver pocket watch with the Potter crest engraved on the cover, and a delicate bracelet of intertwined gold and copper. Your father's watch and your mother's bracelet, Irongrip explained. Both contain protective charms. They should have gone to you years ago. Harry carefully lifted the bracelet, marveling at its craftsmanship. As his fingers touched the metal, the voices surged. She loved you beyond measure. Her magic lives in this still. She would be proud of who you're becoming. To his embarrassment, tears filled Harry's eyes. Irongrip pretended not to notice, turning down his bed covers. Rest now, young Potter. Tomorrow begins a new chapter in your life. As Harry drifted toward sleep in his new bed, the watch and bracelet safely on his bedside table, the voices of magic whispered soothingly around him. Sleep, speaker. We will watch over you. As we always have. For the first time in his memory, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling safe. The next morning brought Harry's first encounter with goblin children. As he sat at breakfast with Irongrip in a communal dining hall, 3 young goblins approached their table, curiosity evident in their sharp-eyed gazes. Gornik's children, Irongrip explained. They've been asking about you since they heard of your arrival. The smallest goblin, a female with silver beads woven into her dark hair, stepped forward. Are you really Harry Potter? She asked boldly. Harry nodded, feeling suddenly shy. I'm Nagnok, she introduced herself. These are my brothers, Gripnok and Urgrak. The 2 male goblins nodded respectfully. Is it true you can talk to magic? Urgrak, the elder brother, asked. Word had spread quickly through Gringotts. Harry glanced at Irongrip, who nodded encouragingly. Yes, he admitted. I hear voices. They say they're magic. Instead of the fear or suspicion Harry had half expected, the goblin children's eyes widened with undisguised admiration. That's incredible, Gripnok breathed. What do they say about us? Harry tilted his head, listening. The voices were always present now, a background murmur like waves on a shore, but when he focused, certain whispers became clearer. The young ones carry strong magic in their blood. Crafters and shapers, like their ancestors. The female has particular talent for metal singing. They say you're strong, Harry translated hesitantly. And something about metal singing? For Nagnok especially. Nagnok gasped, and her brothers stared. How could you know that? Urgrak demanded. Nagnok's talent was only discovered last week in her first forge lesson. Harry shrugged helplessly. The voices told me. Irongrip leaned forward, intrigued. What do these voices say about me, Harry? Again, Harry listened. The Protector. She carries old magic, battle-tested. Her bloodline traces to the great Ragnarok himself, though she does not know this. Harry's eyes widened. They say you're related to Ragnarok the First, but you don't know it. Irongrip froze, her teacup halfway to her lips. That's impossible. My lineage is well documented. Through her mother's line, 7 generations removed. A secret union, unrecorded. They're very specific, Harry said apologetically. Something about your mother's mother. The dining hall had gone quiet, other goblins listening intently. Irongrip set down her cup with a shaking hand. This will need verification, she said finally. But if true. She looked at Harry with new respect. Your gift is even more valuable than we realized. After breakfast, the goblin children eagerly offered to show Harry around the residential levels of Gringotts. Irongrip agreed, instructing them to have him at Ragnarok's office by midday. As they led him through corridors carved from living rock, Harry found himself bombarded with questions. What's the wizarding world like? Gripnock asked. I don't really know, Harry admitted. I was raised by my Muggle relatives. They hated magic. This revelation shocked his new companions. Humans are strange, Nagnok declared. Magic is the greatest gift. In Goblin society, magical talent determines your path in life. What determines your path if you don't have magic? Harry asked. The young goblins exchanged confused looks. All goblins have magic, Urgrak explained. Different types, different strengths, but all magic. It's how we craft, how we mine, how we protect our treasures. They showed Harry the Goblin School, currently empty as lessons were in progress, and the apprentice forges where young goblins learned metalworking. Throughout their tour, Harry noticed other goblins watching him with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. Why does everyone stare at me? He whispered to Nagnok. She grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Because you're the first human to live among us in centuries. And because of the prophecy. What prophecy? The one about the speaker who would bridge the gap between magical races, she said, as if this were common knowledge. Didn't they tell you? Before Harry could inquire further, they arrived at a large cavern filled with the sounds of clashing metal and grunting exertion. The training halls, Urgrak announced proudly. Where we learn combat. Goblin children and adolescents paired off across the sandy floor, wielding small swords and axes under the watchful eye of a battle-scarred instructor. Their movements were precise, disciplined. You'll train here too, Gripnock told Harry. All residents must learn to defend themselves. Harry watched the sparring with fascination. At the Dursleys, the only combat he knew was running from Dudley and his friends. The idea of learning to protect himself properly made him stand taller. You have warrior blood, the voices whispered. Your father's line were protectors for centuries. Will I learn to use swords? He asked. Nagnok laughed. Eventually. First comes physical conditioning, then staffs, then bladed weapons. By the time they reached Ragnarok's office, Harry's head was spinning with all he'd seen and learned. The bank director was waiting with Silverclaw and 2 other goblins Harry hadn't met. Ah, right on time, Ragnarok greeted them. I trust our young residents have been hospitable guides. Harry nodded enthusiastically. They've been brilliant. The goblin children beamed at the praise before taking their leave. As they departed, Harry heard Nagnok whisper to her brothers, I told you he wasn't stuck up like other humans. Harry, Ragnarok gestured to the unfamiliar goblins, meet Grimtoe, our education director, and Fierceclaw, combat instructor. Both goblins bowed slightly. We've reviewed the results of yesterday's ritual, Ragnarok continued, and consulted our records regarding your unique ability. Nagnok mentioned a prophecy, Harry said. About a speaker? Ragnarok shot a sharp look at Silverclaw, who shrugged apologetically. Young goblins have loose tongues. It was my intention to introduce these matters gradually, Ragnarok sighed. But yes, there is a prophecy, several, actually, regarding one who could speak directly to magic. The last confirmed case was Merlin himself, though rumors persisted about Godric Gryffindor having similar abilities. What do the prophecies say exactly? Harry asked. Ragnarok hesitated. Prophecies are dangerous things, Harry. Knowledge of one's fate can lead to obsession or fear. For now, know only that your gift is exceedingly rare and potentially powerful. Harry wanted to press the issue, but something in Ragnarok's expression suggested it would be futile. Now, Ragnarok continued, we must discuss your education. Grimto has prepared a preliminary schedule. The education director stepped forward, unrolling a piece of parchment. Given your age and background, we will begin with fundamentals, reading, writing, mathematics, history, both magical and muggle, and physical training. But I already know how to read, Harry objected. To human standards, perhaps, Grimto said with a hint of disdain. Goblin literacy encompasses multiple languages and magical script interpretation. Additionally, you'll study gobbledygook, our native tongue, and rudimentary Latin, the foundation of many spells. It sounded overwhelming, but also exciting. No one had ever cared about Harry's education before. When do I start? Tomorrow, Ragnarok said. Today is for settling in and one more important task. He nodded to Fierceclaw. An initial assessment of your physical condition and natural aptitudes. Fierceclaw stepped forward, eyeing Harry critically. Thin, he noted. Malnourished. But good reflexes, based on Irongrip's report of how quickly you adapted to our transit systems. We'll start with basics, strength building, flexibility, coordination. And magical training? Harry asked eagerly. That's more complicated, Silverclaw interjected. Traditional wizarding education relies on wands to focus magic. Your ability to communicate directly with magic may require different approaches. For now, Ragnarok said, I suggest you focus on listening to these voices. Learn what they tell you about the world around you. In time, we'll help you understand how to work with them. Harry nodded, though part of him was impatient to begin learning actual spells. Patience, speaker, the voices whispered. The foundation must be strong to support great works. That afternoon, Fierceclaw led Harry to a smaller training room equipped with various obstacles and training devices scaled for someone Harry's size. These were constructed overnight, the combat instructor explained. We haven't had a human child here for generations, so everything needed adjustment. The assessment began with basic physical tests, how far Harry could run before tiring, how much weight he could lift, how high he could jump. The results clearly disappointed Fierceclaw. Those humans have much to answer for, he muttered as Harry struggled to complete even 10 push-ups. No child should be this weakened. Next came reflexes and coordination. Harry was instructed to dodge soft projectiles thrown at increasing speeds, navigate a simple obstacle course, and catch small objects dropped from various heights. To both their surprise, Harry excelled at these tasks. Interesting, Fierceclaw noted, as Harry snatched a falling bead from the air with ease. Your body may be undernourished, but your natural coordination is exceptional. Seeker reflexes. Seeker. A Quidditch position, wizard sport. Your father played it. Harry brightened at this connection to his father. The assessment continued with various weapons held simply for balance and feel, staffs, wooden swords, small knives. With each, Fierceclaw observed Harry's grip and posture, making notes on a piece of parchment. You favor your right hand but have good awareness with your left, he commented. Dual-wielding potential, perhaps. By the end of the session, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. No adult had ever paid such careful attention to his abilities before. We begin properly tomorrow, Fierceclaw said as they finished. Nutrition potions with breakfast. Then an hour of physical conditioning before academic lessons. Will I learn to fight with real weapons? Harry asked eagerly. Fierceclaw's stern expression softened slightly. In time. First, you must build the body that will wield them. That evening, a small commotion disrupted the quiet of Gringotts' lower levels. Harry, reading a children's book on goblin history in his room, heard hurried footsteps and urgent voices in the corridor outside. Concern rises, the voices of magic whispered. The old human with twinkling eyes searches for you. Harry tensed, instinctively knowing they meant Dumbledore. He slipped out of bed and opened his door a crack, peering into the hallway. Irongrip and Ragnarok stood in urgent conversation with several other goblins. Appeared at the Dursley residence an hour ago, one was reporting. The monitoring charms detected his magical signature. And the simulacrum? Ragnarok asked. Functioning as designed. The trace signature remains stable. He suspects nothing yet. Irongrip noticed Harry's door ajar and made a subtle gesture to the others. They immediately shifted to gobbledygook, their harsh language echoing in the stone corridor. Harry closed his door quietly and returned to his bed, heart racing. Dumbledore was looking for him already. What would happen if he found him? Peace, speaker, the voices soothed. Stone and gold and ancient magic shield you here. He cannot breach these walls uninvited. But what if the goblins invite him? Harry whispered. They will not. They have claimed you as their own now, a treasure more valuable than gold. This was a strange thought. No one had ever considered Harry valuable before. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Irongrip entered, her face carefully composed to hide whatever concern she'd shown in the hallway. You should be sleeping, she said, though not unkindly. I heard voices, Harry admitted. Not the magic ones, real ones. About Dumbledore. Irongrip sighed and sat on the edge of his bed. You have sharp ears. Yes, Dumbledore visited your relatives today. A routine check, we believe. Will he find out I'm gone? Not yet. Our magic maintains the illusion of your presence. She studied him carefully. But you should know, Harry Potter, that this deception cannot last forever. Eventually, Dumbledore will discover the truth. What happens then? Then we invoke the provisions of your parents' will and stand our legal ground. Her sharp teeth gleamed in a determined smile. Goblins have protected our treasures from wizarding interference for centuries. We will protect you just as fiercely. Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest, a feeling he couldn't quite name but that made his eyes sting. Now sleep, Irongrip said, rising. Your education begins in earnest tomorrow. As she reached the door, Harry called out, Irongrip. Thank you. For finding me. The goblin paused, her expression softening momentarily. It was our honor, Harry Potter. The honor of all Gringotts. After she left, Harry lay awake for some time, listening to the magic voices whispering soothingly around him. They told him stories, fragments of ancient knowledge, glimpses of his parents' lives, secrets of the world he was just beginning to understand. Your mother's laughter rang like silver bells. Your father could transform his shape at will, a magnificent stag. Magic flows differently through you than through others. Not just a wielder but a conduit. Eventually, Harry drifted to sleep, dreams filled with images of his parents, their faces clearer than he'd ever imagined them before. In his dreams, they stood proud beside goblin warriors, wands and swords raised together against shadowy foes. And in his dreams, Harry could speak to the magic in their wands, in their blood, in the very air around them. We remember them, the magic whispered. And through us, so shall you. The following weeks established a routine that would have been unimaginable to Harry at Privet Drive. He woke each morning to a nutritious breakfast supplemented with potions to correct years of malnutrition. Physical training with Fierce Claw followed, grueling but rewarding as Harry felt his body growing stronger day by day. Academic lessons occupied most of his day, divided between various goblin instructors. Grimtoe personally oversaw Harry's literacy and mathematics education, while a younger goblin named Silvertongue taught him the basics of gobbledygook. Your tongue is not shaped for our language, Silvertongue observed after Harry's 10th failed attempt at a particularly harsh consonant. But your ear is good. You hear the distinctions. The language is in the stones around you, the magic voice is offered. It has been spoken here for centuries. Listen to the echoes. Harry tried again, this time listening not just to Silvertongue but to the subtle whispers of magic in the classroom. To his teacher's astonishment, the sound emerged perfectly from his throat. How did you do that? Silvertongue demanded. The magic helped me, Harry explained. It remembers how the words should sound. This phenomenon repeated itself across his studies. When struggling with a mathematical concept, the voices would offer insights about patterns and relationships. During history lessons, they would supplement the goblin perspective with forgotten details and alternative viewpoints. It's like having a library in my head, Harry tried to explain to Ragnarok during one of their weekly progress meetings. But it doesn't just give me answers, it helps me understand. Ragnarok steepled his long fingers. A remarkable advantage, Mr. Potter. But remember that the magic speaks from its own perspective. It is not human, nor goblin. Its priorities may differ from ours. This became apparent during Harry's first structured magical training session, 3 weeks after his arrival at Gringotts. Blood Fong, the eldest of the goblin elders, had been assigned as Harry's magical mentor. Unlike the other goblins, who had gradually warmed to Harry's presence, Blood Fong maintained a formal aloofness that bordered on suspicion. Today, he announced in the special chamber set aside for their lessons, we will attempt to determine how your communication with magic translates to practical application. The chamber was circular, its walls inscribed with protective runes. Various objects sat on a central table, feathers, stones, cups of water, candles. Traditionally, Blood Fong explained, young wizards channel their magic through wands. The wand serves as both focus and limitation. It structures magic according to human understanding. But you. I can ask the magic directly, Harry finished. Blood Fong nodded. Precisely. Begin with something simple. This feather. He placed a white feather before Harry. A first-year wizard would use the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, to make it float. See what approach your voices suggest. Harry focused on the feather, opening his mind to the ever-present whispers. We flow through all things. The feather remembers flight. Ask it to remember. It says to ask the feather to remember flying, Harry reported, feeling slightly foolish. Bloodfang's eyebrows rose. Then do so. Harry hesitated, then leaned closer to the feather. Remember flying, he whispered. Nothing happened. Not with words, speaker. With intent. Reach for us as we reach for you. Harry frowned in concentration. He thought about flight, about weightlessness, about air currents lifting delicate objects. He extended his awareness toward the feather, imagining the magic flowing from him to it, awakening memories of wind and sky. Slowly, the feather trembled. Then, with surprising suddenness, it shot upward, spinning in lazy circles near the ceiling. Blood Fong made a choking sound. Remarkable. No incantation, no wand movement, pure intent channeled through magical communication. Harry beamed with pride. Now bring it down, Blood Fong instructed. Harry frowned. He hadn't considered how to end the effect. Feather? Stop flying. The feather continued its aerial dance. All things seek their nature, the voices whispered. The feather's nature is to fall when not carried by wind. It wants to fall naturally, Harry translated. I just need to stop remembering flight for it. He withdrew his magical awareness, and immediately the feather floated gently downward, landing softly on the table. Bloodfang's expression was unreadable. Try the stone next. Through similar processes, Harry discovered he could warm the stone, by asking it to remember the heart of the mountain, ripple the water, by speaking to its desire to flow, and light the candle, by awakening the fire sleeping in the wax. Each feat was accomplished without traditional spell casting, through what Bloodfong termed conversational magic, direct negotiation with the magical properties inherent in objects and elements. This approach has advantages and limitations, Bloodfong noted as they concluded the session. You may achieve effects impossible with standard spells, but you lack the structure and consistency wizarding education provides. A wizard points his wand, speaks his words, and achieves the same result every time. Your method requires negotiation. Harry nodded, understanding the distinction. The magic doesn't always want the same things I want. Precisely. Bloodfong gathered the practice objects. And therein lies both opportunity and danger. You must learn not just to command magic, as wizards do, but to persuade it. A more powerful approach, potentially, but also more unpredictable. As Harry left the training chamber, the elder goblin added one final observation: the old prophecies speak of one who would remake the bond between wielder and source. Perhaps this is what they meant, not domination of magic, but partnership with it. 1 month after Harry's arrival at Gringotts, Ragnarok called a special meeting in his office. Present were the key goblins involved in Harry's care and education, along with, surprisingly, the young goblin siblings who had become Harry's closest friends. The time has come to address certain realities, Ragnarok began, once everyone was seated. Mr. Potter's absence from the Dursley household cannot remain undetected indefinitely. Our sources indicate Dumbledore plans a more thorough check at the 3-month mark. The simulacrum is functioning perfectly, Irongrip objected. Yes, but it cannot replicate complex interactions. Should Dumbledore or his agents attempt actual conversation with the boy, the deception will fail. Harry, sitting between Nagnok and Gripnok, felt a knot form in his stomach. Will I have to go back? No, Ragnarok said firmly. But we must prepare for the inevitable confrontation. To that end, I have invited young Nagnok, Gripnok, and Urgrak to this meeting because they will play a crucial role in our strategy. The siblings straightened, eyes wide with surprise and importance. Harry needs public visibility within the Goblin Nation, Ragnarok explained. He must transition from our secret charge to our acknowledged ward. This means formal adoption into a goblin family. Murmurs swept the room. Goblin adoption of humans was extraordinarily rare, perhaps once per century. Gornik and his wife have agreed to serve as Harry's foster family, Ragnarok continued. Their children have already formed bonds with him, and their household stands respected within our community. Harry looked at his friends in shock. They appeared equally surprised, though Nagnok was already grinning widely. This means, Harry Potter, that you would become legally and magically recognized as a child of the Goblin Nation, while retaining your human heritage and magical identity, Ragnarok explained. It grants you protection under Goblin law and custom, which even Dumbledore must respect. We'd be siblings, Nagnok whispered excitedly. Family. Family. The word echoed in Harry's mind, bringing with it a rush of emotion he couldn't quite process. The closest thing to family he'd ever known were the Dursleys, who had only shown him cruelty and neglect. Now these strange creatures, with their sharp teeth and sharper minds, were offering him what he'd always secretly longed for. There is a ritual, Ragnarok continued, an ancient one, rarely performed. It would bind you to the Goblin Nation through blood and magic while acknowledging your unique status. Would it change me? Harry asked hesitantly. Bloodfong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Not physically, child. But magically, your connection to goblin magic would strengthen. And your unusual gift might evolve in unexpected ways. I'll do it, Harry said immediately. Ragnarok held up a hand. Consider carefully, Harry Potter. This step cannot be undone. While you would gain much, you would also take on obligations to our nation. And when you eventually return to the wizarding world, some may view you differently for your association with us. Harry thought of the wizarding world, a place he knew only through stories, populated by people who apparently celebrated him for something he couldn't even remember doing. Then he thought of the goblins who had rescued him, taught him, protected him. The choice reshapes your path, the magic voices whispered. But all paths lead to your destiny eventually. I want a family, Harry said simply. And I want to stay here, where I can learn about my gift. If becoming part of the Goblin Nation makes that possible, then I choose that. Ragnak nodded solemnly. Very well. The adoption ritual will take place at the next full moon, 5 days hence. Until then, you will study its meaning and responsibilities with Elder Bloodfang. As the meeting concluded, Nagnok could barely contain her excitement. Mother has already started preparing your room in our quarters, she revealed. Father says you'll need your own workspace for human-sized tools. Your parents agreed to this? Harry asked, still processing the implications. Agreed? Bergrak laughed. They suggested it. Father says having the Speaker of Magic as a foster son is the greatest honor our family has known in 10 generations. As they left Ragnak's office, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions, excitement, nervousness, and a deep sense of rightness. For the first time in his life, he was being chosen, wanted, welcomed. The stone remembers, the magic whispered as Harry walked through Gringotts' ancient corridors. Long ago, humans and goblins were allies, not adversaries. You walk an old path made new again. The adoption ritual was scheduled for midnight on the full moon, in a sacred chamber deep beneath Gringotts that few humans had ever seen. Harry spent the intervening days in intensive preparation with Bloodfang, learning the history of goblin adoption and the obligations he would undertake. The last human adopted into the Goblin Nation was Barnabas the Brilliant in 1732, Bloodfang informed him during one session. He lived among us for 60 years, developing revolutionary metal charming techniques still used today. Will I have to become a metalworker? Harry asked. Bloodfang's laugh was like stones grinding together. No, young Potter. Each adopted one serves according to their gifts. Yours is communication with magic, a talent that may benefit our nation in ways yet unimagined. The night before the ritual, Harry packed his few possessions, mostly clothes provided by the goblins and books from his studies. As he placed his parents' watch and bracelet carefully into their box, the voices of magic seemed particularly active. The circle completes. Blood calls to blood across generations. She would approve of your new family. My mother? Harry asked quietly. Lily Evans Potter treated all magical beings with respect. The goblins remember her kindness. This small confirmation warmed Harry deeply. Somehow, knowing his mother would approve of his choice made it even more right. The ritual chamber, when Harry entered it the following night, took his breath away. Unlike the utilitarian spaces of Gringotts he'd grown accustomed to, this cavern was clearly natural, a vast underground cathedral shaped by water over millennia. Stalactites hung like frozen waterfalls from the ceiling. A natural pool of crystal-clear water occupied the center, reflecting the light of hundreds of floating lanterns. The entire goblin leadership had assembled, along with representatives from every department of Gringotts. Gornik and his wife, Silvertooth, stood at the edge of the pool with their children. All wore ceremonial robes embroidered with family symbols. Harry, guided by Bloodfang, wore a simple white robe. He felt conspicuously tall among the goblins, yet strangely at home. Ragnak, wearing elaborate golden armor that marked him as the bank director, raised his hands for silence. We gather under the full moon, when magic flows most freely between realms, to witness an ancient rite, he intoned. Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, comes before the Goblin Nation seeking family and offering alliance. A murmur of approval rippled through the assembled goblins. Gornik, son of Gricknot, and Silvertooth, daughter of Iron Fist, step forward with your natural children. Harry's soon-to-be foster family approached the pool. Gornik spoke, his voice ringing through the chamber. We offer our hearth, our knowledge, and our protection to this human child. We recognize his unique gifts as valuable to our nation and worthy of nurture. We will raise him to honor both his human heritage and his place among goblins. Ragnar turned to Harry. Harry James Potter, do you come willingly to join this family and, through them, the Goblin Nation? I do, Harry said clearly. Do you swear to honor their customs, protect their secrets, and use your gifts for the benefit of your adopted kin? I swear it. Ragnar nodded approvingly. Then let the ritual commence. Bloodfang stepped forward, carrying a silver dagger and 7 crystal vials. The ritual of blood and water, he explained to Harry. Each member of your new family will contribute blood to the sacred pool. You will do the same. Then all will immerse in the mingled waters, and the magic will judge the worthiness of the bond. One by one, Gornik, Silvertooth, and their 3 children allowed Bloodfang to make a small cut on their palms. Each let 7 drops of blood fall into the clear pool, which began to glow with a soft golden light. When Harry's turn came, he held out his hand without hesitation. The dagger's cut stung briefly, and he watched with fascination as his blood joined that of his new family in the water. As the 7th drop fell, the pool's glow intensified dramatically. Blood meets blood. Magic recognizes magic. The bond forms. Now, Bloodfang instructed, all must enter the water simultaneously. Harry followed the goblin family into the pool, which was surprisingly warm. The glowing water swirled around them, rising of its own accord to chest height though the pool had seemed shallow moments before. Join hands, Ragnar called from the shore. Harry took Nagnak's hand on his left and Gornik's on his right, completing the circle. The moment the circuit closed, the water erupted with blinding golden light. Harry felt magic surge through him, stronger than anything he'd experienced before. The voices became a chorus, no longer whispering but singing in harmonious exultation. The speaker joins the keepers of gold and secrets. Ancient alliance renewed in young blood. The path diverges from fate's design toward new possibility. Within the maelstrom of magic, Harry sensed his new family's presence more intimately than physical touch could convey. He felt Gornik's fierce protectiveness, Silvertooth's methodical brilliance, Nagnak's boundless curiosity, Gripnok's loyal steadfastness, and Urgrak's ambitious drive. And somehow, he knew they could sense his own essence in return, his courage, his compassion, his longing for belonging. The magical surge peaked, and Harry felt something settle into place within him, a bond, a connection that transcended blood and species. Then, as suddenly as it had intensified, the magic receded. The water calmed, returning to its natural level. Bloodfang helped them from the pool. Though they had been fully immersed, they emerged completely dry. It is done, Ragnar announced. Harry James Potter is now also Harry, foster son of Gornik and Silvertooth, acknowledged child of the Goblin Nation. Let all present bear witness. The chamber erupted with the goblin equivalent of applause, a rhythmic stamping of feet and clashing of metal objects that created a thunderous cacophony. As Harry stood with his new family, receiving congratulations from what seemed like every goblin in Gringotts, he felt something he'd never experienced before, absolute belonging. Home, the magic voices whispered. You have found your first true home. But beneath that joyful whisper, Harry caught another, fainter voice, one that seemed to come from far away. The boy is hidden from me. How is this possible? What interferes with my plans? The voice was human, elderly, concerned, and somehow, Harry knew it belonged to Albus Dumbledore. The months that followed were the happiest of Harry's young life. He moved into Gornik and Silvertooth's family quarters, spacious by goblin standards and modified to accommodate a growing human child. His new room, while still underground, featured an enchanted ceiling that accurately reflected the sky above Gringotts, ensuring Harry maintained a healthy circadian rhythm. Life with his goblin family established a new routine. Mornings began with family breakfast, where Silvertooth insisted Harry eat twice the portion of her biological children. Humans need more sustenance for their inefficient metabolisms, she would explain matter-of-factly. Educational and training sessions filled most days, but evenings were reserved for family time, games of strategy that sharpened Harry's tactical thinking, music played on strange goblin instruments, and stories passed down through generations. Tonight, Gornick announced one evening, 6 months after Harry's adoption, we celebrate Harry's progress in metalworking. Harry blushed as his foster father proudly displayed the small silver pendant Harry had crafted, a lightning bolt surrounded by goblin runes spelling out, "Speaker." The craftsmanship is adequate, Silvertooth assessed, which from her was high praise indeed. The magic infusion, however, is exceptional. This was true. Though Harry lacked the innate goblin talent for metalcraft, his ability to communicate with magic had allowed him to imbue the pendant with protective enchantments typically beyond a novice's capabilities. The metal welcomed your touch, the magic had whispered during its creation. It remembers the hands of your ancestors. Potter men were renowned enchanters of precious materials centuries ago. Harry's magical education had progressed remarkably. Under Bloodfang's tutelage, he had developed his conversational magic to impressive levels. He could now negotiate complex effects with the magic around him, from healing minor injuries to creating illusions to sensing hidden enchantments. Your method remains unorthodox, Bloodfang had commented during a recent assessment. But its effectiveness cannot be denied. You achieve in months what takes young wizards years to master, albeit through entirely different mechanisms. The most fascinating development had been Harry's growing ability to perceive the flow of magic through Gringotts itself. He could now see the bank's protective enchantments as shimmering layers of light, identify individuals by their magical signatures before they entered a room, and even detect when significant magical events occurred elsewhere in the building. "It's like the bank talks to me," he tried to explain to Nagnok. Not in words like the magic voices, but in feelings and impressions. His combat training had advanced as well. Though still small for his age, the nutritional potions could only do so much to counter years of deprivation. Harry had developed surprising agility and precision. Fierce Claw had graduated him from wooden practice weapons to his first real blade, a goblin silver dagger designed for his hand. A defensive weapon, Fierce Claw had explained. For a wizard, the primary offense will always be magic. But a blade that cannot be summoned away gives you options when magic fails. Life wasn't all lessons and training, however. Harry had developed genuine friendships with his foster siblings and other goblin children. They played elaborate games in Gringotts' lower levels, explored forgotten vaults with permission from the elders, and snuck treats from the kitchens when supervisors weren't looking. In these moments, Harry almost forgot he was different, until something would happen to remind him. Once, during a game of hide-and-seek in an unused storage vault, Harry had become trapped when an old cabinet fell against the door. As panic set in, the magic voices had grown unusually insistent. The walls remember other shapes. Stone can flow if asked properly. Freedom lies through transformation, not force. Following their guidance, Harry had placed his hands against the stone wall and asked it to remember when it was soft earth, to recall its nature before time had hardened it. To his amazement, the wall had rippled like water, creating an opening just large enough for him to squeeze through. His goblin friends had been awestruck. No goblin magic could reshape the ancient stone of Gringotts so easily. The incident reinforced Harry's growing understanding that his gift was genuinely unique, neither human nor goblin in its application. 1 year after Harry's arrival at Gringotts, Ragnarok summoned him to an urgent meeting. Harry arrived to find not only Ragnarok but also Gornick, Irongrip, and Bloodfang present, their expressions grave. "Our countermeasures have failed," Ragnarok announced without preamble. "Dumbledore knows you are no longer at Privet Drive." Harry's stomach tightened. Despite the happiness of his life at Gringotts, the specter of Dumbledore had remained a background concern, occasionally mentioned in hushed conversations among the elders. "How?" Gornick asked. "He performed a blood-tracking ritual, technically illegal without ministry authorization, but who would challenge the great Albus Dumbledore?" Ragnarok's tone was bitter. "Our simulacrum maintained the magical signature but couldn't replicate actual blood. When the tracking spell failed, he investigated personally." "What happens now?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Now, Iron Grip said, we implement the contingency plan we've been preparing for a year. Ragnar nodded. Dumbledore has requested a meeting with Gringotts leadership tomorrow. Ostensibly regarding irregularities in the Potter accounts, but we know his true purpose. Will you tell him I'm here? Harry asked. We will acknowledge your presence, Ragnar confirmed. But we will also invoke the adoption ritual and your parents will to establish our legal guardianship. Dumbledore holds political power in the wizarding world, but even he cannot supersede goblin sovereignty within these walls or overturn a magically binding adoption. He will try to see you, Bloodfang warned. To speak with you directly. You must be prepared. Harry straightened. At 5 years old, he was still a child, but his time among the goblins had given him a maturity beyond his years. What should I do? Be truthful, but careful, Gornick advised. Remember that Dumbledore, while not an enemy, has his own agenda. He placed you with the Dursleys for his reasons, not for your well-being. And be mindful of mental intrusion, Bloodfang added. Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens, a mind reader. The amulet we've crafted for you provides some protection, but your best defense is to focus on simple truths rather than deeper secrets. Harry touched the silver pendant he always wore, his first metalwork, enhanced by Bloodfang with protective enchantments. Will he try to take me away? He asked, voicing his deepest fear. Ragnar's expression hardened. He may try. But you are a child of the Goblin Nation now, with all the protection that entails. Even Dumbledore must respect certain boundaries or risk a breach between Gringotts and Wizarding Britain. That night, Harry could barely sleep. The magic voices, usually a comforting presence, seemed agitated, swirling with contradictory whispers. The long-bearded one approaches. Power wrapped in grandfatherly concern. He believes his path is righteous. His plans spin like webs across decades. Is he evil? Harry whispered into the darkness. No, came the unanimous response. But dangerous in his certainty. He plays a long game where all are pieces, himself included. Harry clutched his pendant, drawing comfort from the familiar magic infused within it. Whatever happened tomorrow, he would face it with the strength and wisdom his goblin family had taught him. Sleep, speaker, the magic urged gently. Tomorrow's challenge requires today's rest. Gradually, Harry's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into dreams where a tall figure with twinkling eyes and a long white beard played a complex chess game with pieces that looked suspiciously like Harry himself. The meeting with Dumbledore was scheduled for midday in Ragnar's formal receiving room, a chamber designed to impress human visitors with its perfect blend of opulence and intimidation. Goblin-wrought gold adorned the walls in intricate patterns that subtly shifted when viewed from different angles. The ceiling featured enchanted constellations that corresponded to significant events in goblin history. Harry, dressed in formal robes that blended goblin and wizarding styles, waited in an antechamber with Gornick and Silvertooth. They would join the meeting only after Ragnar had established the legal parameters with Dumbledore. Remember your training, Gornick advised quietly. Mind your emotions. Speak clearly but reveal only what is necessary. And if he insists I leave with him? Harry couldn't keep the worry from his voice. Silvertooth adjusted Harry's collar with uncharacteristic gentleness. That will not happen. Legally, magically, and by every measure that matters, you are our son now. Even the chief warlock must respect that. A soft chime indicated it was time. Harry took a deep breath and followed his foster parents into the receiving room. Albus Dumbledore sat in a chair clearly designed to be slightly uncomfortable for human proportions. Despite this, he projected an aura of complete ease. He wore sweeping robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His beard, long and silver, was tucked into a belt at his waist. When Harry entered, those famous twinkling blue eyes fixed on him with an intensity that felt almost physical. He searches your thoughts, the magic warned. Remember the shielding techniques. Harry immediately focused on his pendant, imagining its protective enchantments extending around his mind like a bubble. The slight pressure he'd felt upon meeting Dumbledore's gaze receded. "Ah," Dumbledore said softly. "Harry Potter." Something in the way he said it, a mixture of relief, concern, and calculation, made Harry instinctively move closer to Gornik. "Director Ragnarok was just explaining the unusual circumstances of your residence here," Dumbledore continued, his voice grandfatherly but with an undertone of steel. "I must say, it came as quite a surprise to learn you were no longer with your aunt and uncle." "They locked me in a cupboard," Harry replied simply. "They didn't feed me properly. Uncle Vernon hurt me." Dumbledore's expression flickered with what appeared to be genuine distress. "I had no idea conditions were so poor. My monitoring charms indicated only that you were safe from external threats." "External threats weren't the problem," Harry said. A heavy silence fell. Ragnarok, seated behind his imposing desk, gestured to chairs prepared for Harry and his goblin parents. "As I was explaining, Professor Dumbledore," Ragnarok continued once they were seated, "Mr. Potter was legally and magically adopted into a goblin family 1 year ago. The ritual was conducted in accordance with the Treaty of 1752, which explicitly acknowledges the right of goblins to incorporate wizarding children into our nation when circumstances warrant intervention." "A fascinating interpretation of that clause," Dumbledore observed mildly. "Though I believe it was originally intended for orphan children of mixed heritage, not for the boy who lived." "The treaty makes no such distinction," Ragnarok countered smoothly. "Furthermore, Mr. Potter's parents' will, which was sealed on your authority, Professor, explicitly named allies of the Potter family who would protect our son's interests above political considerations as acceptable guardians should other named individuals be unavailable." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I sealed the will to prevent Death Eater families from pursuing guardianship through distant blood connections. I had no idea it contained such a provision." He turned his attention to Harry. "You seem well, Harry. Are you happy here?" The direct question caught Harry slightly off guard. "Yes, sir. Very happy. And your education? I presume the goblins have been instructing you?" "Yes, sir. Languages, mathematics, history, physical training, and magic." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose at the last item. "Magic? Without a wand? Most interesting." "Mr. Potter's magical education follows goblin traditions," Irongrip interjected smoothly. "Additionally, he has demonstrated unique talents that benefit from our specialized approach." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Unique talents? Beyond what might be expected of a wizard child?" Harry felt the subtle pressure against his mind again and reinforced his shielding. "My ability is private," he said carefully. "The goblins are helping me understand it." "I see." Dumbledore leaned back, fingers steepled. "You must understand my position, Harry. When your parents died, I placed you with the Dursleys not just for convenience but for protection. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful blood wards that could only be maintained through her sister. Those wards kept you safe from Voldemort's remaining followers." "Safe from Death Eaters but not from family," Gornik commented. "A curious definition of protection." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I made a mistake. I should have monitored your situation more closely, Harry, and for that, I apologize. But now we must consider your future safety. Gringotts is secure, certainly, but you cannot remain underground forever." "Why not?" Harry asked bluntly. "Because you have a destiny in the wizarding world," Dumbledore replied. "At 11, you will attend Hogwarts. Before that, you should become accustomed to wizarding society, make human connections, prepare for the role you must eventually play." "What role is that, exactly?" Ragnarok asked with deceptive mildness. Dumbledore hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "Let's just say that Harry's defeat of Voldemort may not have been conclusive. Preparations must be made." A chill ran down Harry's spine. The magic voices swirled agitatedly. Truth hidden within truth. The Dark One lingers between life and death. The long-bearded one knows more than he says. If you're suggesting Voldemort might return, Gornick said, all the more reason for Harry to remain where he can receive specialized training and absolute protection. With respect, Dumbledore countered, goblin magic, while powerful, is not designed to counter the specific threats Harry may face. He needs wizarding training, wizarding connections. Which he will receive at Hogwarts, Silvertooth said firmly. Until then, he remains with us. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was calculation behind the grandfatherly facade. I could, of course, challenge this arrangement before the Wizengamot. As Chief Warlock, you could try, Ragnar interrupted, his tone hardening. And in doing so, risk not only a diplomatic incident but the revelation of how the acclaimed Albus Dumbledore left the boy who lived in an abusive household for 3 years. How would the wizarding public react, I wonder? The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Harry felt magic gathering around Dumbledore, not threatening, exactly, but a reminder of the power this elderly wizard commanded. I have only ever acted in Harry's best interests, Dumbledore said softly. As you perceive them, Gornick corrected. But you are not infallible, Dumbledore. You made a grave error in placing Harry with those muggles. Allow us to correct it. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Dumbledore sighed, the gathered magic dispersing. Perhaps we can reach a compromise, he suggested. Harry remains under goblin guardianship but spends some time in the wizarding world before beginning at Hogwarts. Supervised visits, perhaps. Introductions to appropriate wizarding families. Controlled exposure might be beneficial, Ragnar acknowledged, looking to Gornick and Silvertooth for their opinion. With proper safeguards, Gornick agreed cautiously. And never alone. Dumbledore nodded. That seems reasonable. And perhaps, regular updates on Harry's progress. As his future headmaster, I have a vested interest in his development. Quarterly reports, Ragnar offered. Nothing more. Throughout this negotiation, Harry had remained silent, observing the careful dance between goblin directness and Dumbledore's subtle maneuvering. He could tell the old wizard was accustomed to having his way through charm and implied authority rather than direct confrontation. I have a question, Harry said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. Why did you leave me on a doorstep in November? Dumbledore blinked, genuinely startled. I beg your pardon. Aunt Petunia told me I was left on the doorstep overnight. In November. I could have frozen or been taken by anyone passing by. A flash of discomfort crossed Dumbledore's face. There were warming charms and protective enchantments, Harry. You were never in danger. But they didn't know that. They just found a baby on their doorstep with a letter. Harry leaned forward. Did you even ask them if they wanted me? The silence that followed was deafening. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, a recognition, perhaps, that he was not dealing with a typical 5-year-old. No, he admitted finally. I did not. I believed. I believed the bond of family would overcome any reluctance on their part. You were wrong, Harry said simply. And you would be wrong to take me from my real family now. The words hung in the air, powerful in their childish directness. Dumbledore studied Harry with new eyes, not just as the boy who lived, but as a young person with his own mind and will. Very well, he said at last. I will respect the goblin adoption, with the conditions we've discussed. But Harry, he leaned forward, when you come to Hogwarts, there is much we will need to discuss. About your parents, about Voldemort, about why he targeted your family specifically. He tests boundaries, the magic whispered. Offering knowledge as bait. I'll look forward to it, Professor, Harry replied politely. The goblins have taught me that knowledge is valuable, but timing is everything. A surprised laugh escaped Dumbledore. Indeed they have. He rose from his chair. Well, this has been most enlightening. I shall take my leave, but expect to hear from me regarding those supervised visits to wizarding locations. As Dumbledore departed, escorted by Iron Grip, Harry felt a curious mixture of relief and unease. The confrontation had gone better than expected, yet he sensed that Dumbledore had conceded this round while already planning his next move. "You did well," Gornick said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Very well indeed." "He's not giving up, is he?" Harry asked. "No," Ragnarok confirmed. "Albus Dumbledore rarely abandons his designs. But he is adaptable, he will incorporate this new arrangement into whatever grand strategy he is pursuing." "What do we do now?" Silvertooth smiled fiercely. "We continue your education, with renewed focus. If Dumbledore believes Voldemort may return, then we must ensure you are prepared, not just as he thinks you should be, but as we know you need to be." As they left the receiving room, Harry heard the magic voices more clearly than ever before. The chess master adjusts his strategy. The Black King stirs in distant shadow. And you, speaker, stand between worlds, neither pawn nor player, but something the game has never seen before. In the weeks following Dumbledore's visit, Harry's education intensified. New subjects were added to his curriculum: wizarding politics, defensive magic, and most intriguingly, occlumency, the art of mental shielding. "Your pendant provides basic protection," Blood Fong explained during their first lesson, "but true defense must come from within. Especially for one whose mind constantly communes with magical forces." The training was difficult, requiring Harry to organize his thoughts while maintaining awareness of the ever-present magical whispers. But gradually, he developed a unique approach, using the magic itself as a shield, creating patterns of thought that flowed like water around any intrusion. "Fascinating," Blood Fong commented after a particularly successful exercise. "Rather than building walls as wizards do, you create currents that redirect attention. Very goblin in concept, actually." Harry grinned at the compliment. After nearly 2 years among the goblins, he had come to value their practicality and subtle approach to problems. 6 months after Dumbledore's visit, the first supervised excursion to Wizarding Britain was arranged. Diagon Alley, the shopping district connected to Gringotts, would be Harry's first experience of the wider magical world. "You'll be recognized," Gornick warned as they prepared that morning. "Your scar is famous. We've arranged a glamour charm to alter your appearance slightly, but be prepared for attention once people realize who you are." Harry nodded, touching the lightning bolt scar that had faded somewhat since the goblin healers had treated the dark magic residue within it. Iron Grip joined them at the bank's main doors, along with 2 goblin guards in ceremonial armor. "Remember, this is as much political as educational," she advised Harry. "Your appearance with goblin guardians will signal to the wizarding world that their savior has unexpected allies." The moment they stepped through the massive bronze doors onto the marble steps outside Gringotts, Harry froze in wonder. Diagon Alley stretched before him, a winding cobblestone street lined with the strangest shops he'd ever imagined. Cauldrons stacked outside an apothecary, owls swooping between buildings, robed figures hurrying about their business. And everywhere, magic. Not hidden in walls or channeled through specific objects as in Gringotts, but wild, exuberant, chaotic. The voices swirled around him in a cacophony that made him momentarily dizzy. So many wielders. Magic shaped and reshaped without conversation. Some listen without knowing they listen. Most command without asking. "Are you all right?" Gornick asked, noticing Harry's overwhelmed expression. "The magic here is louder," Harry managed. "Less organized than in Gringotts." Iron Grip nodded. "Goblin magic works with natural forces. Wizarding magic tends to impose will without negotiation. You're sensing the difference." They began their tour, drawing curious stares from passing witches and wizards. A child with goblin escorts was unusual enough, but as they proceeded down the alley, whispers followed them. "Is that? It couldn't be. The scar. Look at the scar." Despite the glamour that subtly altered his features, Harry's most famous characteristic remained visible, a deliberate choice by Ragnarok, who had argued that hiding it completely would only lead to more dramatic revelation later. Their first stop was Flourish and Blots, the bookstore. Harry marveled at shelves that reached to the ceiling, books that moved on their own, and volumes bound in materials he couldn't identify. Choose 3 books, Gornick instructed. For your personal study. Harry wandered the shelves, drawn not by titles but by the whispers of magic emanating from certain volumes. He eventually selected Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and most interestingly, an ancient-looking tome called Communion with Magical Entities, that the shopkeeper seemed surprised to find on his shelves. Rare book, that, the man commented as he packaged Harry's selections. Not many interested in the old ways of communing with magic directly. Most prefer the convenience of wands and incantations. As he said this, he got his first clear look at Harry's face, and his eyes widened in recognition. "Bless my soul," he whispered. "Harry Potter." The name rippled through the shop like wildfire. Suddenly, Harry found himself surrounded by curious witches and wizards, all trying to shake his hand or touch his robes or simply stare at his scar. "He's with us," Iron Grip said sharply, the guards moving to create space around Harry. "Step back, please." Most complied, though reluctantly. An elderly witch managed to grasp Harry's hand briefly. "Bless you, child," she said, tears in her eyes. "What you did for us all, we never thought we'd see you in the company of, well." She glanced nervously at the goblins. "My family," Harry said clearly. A murmur swept through the crowd. Harry could practically see the news spreading, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, claiming goblins as family. They left the bookshop quickly after that, but word of Harry's presence spread faster than they could move. By the time they reached the ice cream parlor for a planned treat, a small crowd had gathered outside Gringotts, hoping to glimpse the famous child. "Perhaps we should cut this excursion short," Iron Grip suggested, eyeing the growing crowd with concern. "No," Harry said firmly. "I want my ice cream." Gornick laughed, a sound rare enough to turn heads. Spoken like a true goblin-raised child. Determined in the face of adversity. Inside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the proprietor himself served them, his eyes wide but his manner professional as he presented Harry with a towering sundae. On the house, he insisted when Gornick attempted to pay. For Mr. Potter and his unusual entourage. As they enjoyed their treats, a flamboyantly dressed wizard with a photographer in tow approached their table. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet, the woman introduced herself, though Harry noted she addressed Gornick rather than him directly. "Might I have a word about young Mr. Potter's interesting guardianship situation?" "No interviews," Iron Grip stated flatly. "Any press inquiries must be directed through official Gringotts channels." Skeeter's smile tightened. Surely the wizarding public has a right to know why their hero has been hidden away by his legal guardians. Gornick finished. "I wasn't aware that was newsworthy." The reporter's gaze shifted to Harry, who was deliberately focused on his ice cream. Perhaps Mr. Potter himself would like to share his thoughts. How does it feel to be the first human child adopted by goblins in nearly 3 centuries? Before Gornick could intervene, Harry looked up and met Skeeter's eyes directly. "It feels like having a family who wanted me," he said simply. "Now please, my ice cream is melting." The reporter seemed taken aback by the direct response from such a young child. Before she could formulate another question, the photographer raised his camera. "The capturing device holds ill intent," the magic voices warned suddenly. "No." Harry said sharply, and to everyone's astonishment, the camera jammed, smoke pouring from its interior. "What the photographer exclaimed, dropping the device. Iron Grip stood immediately. "We're leaving. Now." As they departed, Harry whispered, "The magic said the camera was dangerous." "Enchanted to see through glamours, most likely," Gornick muttered. "That Skeeter woman is known for underhanded tactics." Their return to Gringotts was hastened by the growing crowd. Once safely inside the bank's massive doors, Harry exhaled in relief. Well, Irongrip said dryly, that was an educational experience, if not quite in the way we intended. Despite the complications, Harry found himself smiling. Can we do it again sometime? Maybe with a better disguise? Gornik ruffled his hair affectionately. Of course. But perhaps we'll wait until the furor dies down. By tomorrow, every wizarding household in Britain will be discussing Harry Potter and his goblin family. As predicted, the Daily Prophet's front page the next morning featured the headline, "Boy Who Lived Surfaces with Goblin Guardians Harry Potter Spotted in Diagon Alley." After years of speculation, the article, written by Rita Skeeter, was surprisingly restrained by her standards, likely due to the legal team Gringotts had immediately dispatched to the newspaper's offices. It confirmed Harry's goblin guardianship without sensationalizing it, though it did raise questions about the wisdom of magical Britain's hero being raised outside wizarding culture. The response was immediate. Owls flooded Gringotts with letters for Harry, from well-wishers, curiosity seekers, and those offering alternative guardianship arrangements. Each was screened by goblin security before a select few were passed to Harry. "This one might interest you," Irongrip said, handing him a letter bearing an official-looking seal. From the Ministry of Magic's Department of Child Welfare. Harry opened it carefully, reading the formal language with the fluency his education had given him. "They want to investigate my living conditions and educational arrangements," he summarized. "To ensure they meet wizarding standards." Ragnarok, who had joined them in the family quarters to discuss the public relations situation, snorted derisively. "Wizarding standards that apparently include cupboards under stairs." "We anticipated this," Gornik reminded them. The ministry was bound to react once Harry's situation became public knowledge. "How will we handle it?" Harry asked. "We've prepared a response," Ragnarok explained. "Citing the Treaty of 1752, your parents' will, and most importantly, the documented abuse you suffered under ministry-approved guardians. We're requesting that any investigation be conducted jointly by ministry officials and goblin representatives." Harry nodded, relieved that the goblins had anticipated these challenges. Meanwhile, Silvertooth added, "We should accelerate certain aspects of your education. Now that Wizarding Britain knows of your presence, political forces will begin moving more openly." That evening, as Harry prepared for bed, the magic voices seemed unusually focused, almost urgent. The veil thins between what is and what might be. Dreams come that are not merely dreams. Listen carefully, speaker. Important things approach. Harry had learned to pay attention to such warnings. Sure enough, that night brought the strangest dream he'd experienced since coming to Gringotts. He stood in a vast, misty space that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. Before him materialized a tall, thin figure with a face so pale it appeared almost translucent. Red eyes glowed from sunken sockets, and where a nose should have been, only slits remained. "Harry Potter," the figure hissed, its voice like dry leaves scraping stone. "So this is where you've been hiding. With the gold-grubbing creatures." Even in the dream, Harry felt no fear, only a strange, detached curiosity. "You're Voldemort," he stated. The figure inclined its head slightly. "What remains of him?" "For now." "You're not really here," Harry observed. "This is a dream." "Is it?" Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a terrible smile. "Or is it a connection? The scar I left you creates a bridge between us, child. A bridge I am learning to cross." Harry instinctively touched his forehead, where the scar had faded to a thin, silvery line under the goblin's care. "The goblins have been trying to sever our connection," Voldemort continued, as if reading his thoughts. "But some bonds cannot be broken by mere creatures. Tell me, Harry Potter, do they know what you truly are? What I made you?" "He speaks in riddles and half-truths," the magic voices whispered, somehow present even in this dream state. "The connection is real, but weaker than he believes." "What do you want?" Harry asked directly. To see the boy who somehow defeated me. To understand what power you supposedly possess. Voldemort circled Harry slowly. But I see nothing extraordinary, just a child being molded by creatures who don't understand human magic. The goblins understand more than you think, Harry replied. Do they? Voldemort laughed coldly. Have they told you why I came for your parents that night? Why I tried to kill you specifically? Harry hesitated. This was information even the goblins hadn't shared, if they knew it. There was a prophecy, Voldemort continued, clearly enjoying Harry's ignorance. About a child with the power to defeat me. Dumbledore knows it. He's been manipulating your life based on it. Yet he hasn't seen fit to share this crucial information with you or your guardians. Partial truth twisted to serve his purpose, the magic warned. If there is a prophecy, Harry said carefully, I'll learn about it when I'm ready. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Such confidence. I wonder if it will remain when you discover how many secrets have been kept from you. When you learn what truly happened that night. The mist began to thicken around them, the dream starting to dissolve. This connection between us will strengthen, Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice grew fainter. Next time, I will show you truths that your goblin family and Dumbledore have hidden from you. As the dream faded completely, Harry heard one final whisper, not from Voldemort, nor from the magic voices, but from somewhere deeper still, the Horcrux stirs within the scar. Harry woke with a gasp, his forehead burning for the first time since the goblins had treated his scar. He immediately called for Gornik, who arrived within moments, followed by Silvertooth. What is it, Harry? His foster father asked, concerned by Harry's pale face and shaking hands. I dreamed of Voldemort, Harry explained, describing the encounter in detail. And when I woke, I heard something about a Horcrux in my scar. Gornik and Silvertooth exchanged alarmed glances. Bloodfang must be summoned, Silvertooth said grimly. And Ragnarok. Within an hour, Harry found himself in a secure chamber deep within Gringotts, surrounded by the most senior goblins. Bloodfang examined his scar with specialized instruments while Harry recounted the dream again. We feared this, Ragnarok said finally, after a hushed consultation with the elders. The dark magic residue in your scar has always concerned us, but we hoped our treatments had neutralized it. What's a Horcrux? Harry asked. The assembled goblins grew even more somber. The vilest magic known to wizard kind, Bloodfang explained reluctantly. A container for a fragment of soul, created through murder. It anchors the creator to the mortal realm, preventing true death. Harry felt sick. And there's one in my scar. We cannot be certain, Ragnarok said carefully. But your dream suggests a connection beyond mere residual magic. If Voldemort inadvertently created a Horcrux when he attacked you, can you remove it? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Conventional methods of Horcrux destruction would kill you, Bloodfang said bluntly. But perhaps your unique ability offers an alternative approach. My communication with magic? Bloodfang nodded. If you can speak to magic itself, perhaps you can speak to the magic binding this soul fragment to you. Persuade it to release its hold. I'd like to try, Harry said immediately. Not tonight, Gornik interrupted. Such an attempt requires preparation, and Harry needs rest. Ragnarok agreed. Tomorrow, we will begin developing a protocol. For tonight, additional wards around Harry's quarters should prevent further dream intrusions. As they left the chamber, Harry felt strangely calm despite the horrifying revelation. The magic voices, which had remained oddly quiet during the meeting, now returned in full force. We have known of the fragment. It sleeps within you but is not part of you. A parasite that can be removed without harming the host. You knew. Harry whispered once he was alone in his room. Why didn't you tell me? You were not ready to understand. The knowledge itself could have awakened it. Now that it stirs on its own, the time for secrets has passed. Harry lay awake for hours, contemplating what it meant to have a piece of his parents' murderer attached to him. Yet surprisingly, he felt no fear, only determination. If Voldemort thought this connection would somehow turn Harry against his goblin family or Dumbledore, he had severely misjudged the boy the goblins had raised. The protocol for addressing the Horcrux took weeks to develop. Bloodfang and the Goblin Elders researched every recorded instance of Horcruxes while designing a ritual that would protect Harry's core being while allowing him to confront the soul fragment. The chamber must be isolated from all external magic, Bloodfang explained as they reviewed the plans. No distractions when you attempt communication. And if I can't convince it to leave? Harry asked. This question had haunted him since learning of the Horcrux's existence. Then we proceed to more aggressive measures, Ragnarok said grimly. Soul magic can be countered with blood magic, painful but effective. The ritual was scheduled for the dark of the moon, when ambient magical energies were at their lowest. Harry spent the intervening time in intensive preparation, strengthening his mental shields, practicing focused communication with increasingly complex magical entities, and studying what little ethical information existed about soul magic. The night before the ritual, Dumbledore made an unexpected appearance at Gringotts. He claims to have sensed a disturbance connected to Harry, Irongrip reported. And insists on seeing him immediately. Denied, Ragnarok stated flatly. The quarterly report is not due for another month. He's quite insistent, Irongrip pressed. And seems genuinely concerned. Perhaps he knows about the Horcrux. The possibility hung in the air. If Dumbledore had suspected a Horcrux in Harry's scar all along, it would explain many of his actions, including his determination to control Harry's upbringing. After brief deliberation, Ragnarok agreed to meet with Dumbledore, but without Harry present. When he returned from this meeting, his expression was troubled. He knows, Ragnarok confirmed to the gathered Goblin Elders and Harry's foster family. He's known since the night your parents died, Harry. He recognized the soul fragment but had no safe means of removing it. Did you tell him about our ritual? Gornick asked. Only that we had detected the fragment and were addressing it through goblin methods. Ragnarok's sharp teeth showed in a grim smile. He attempted to insist on participating, of course. And I reminded him of the terms of our agreement regarding Harry's guardianship. He was displeased, but acknowledged our right to proceed without him. Harry absorbed this information with mixed emotions. On one hand, it confirmed what Voldemort had said about secrets being kept from him. On the other, it suggested Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys not out of callousness but because he believed the blood protection was the only defense against the Horcrux spreading its influence. Will he interfere with the ritual? Harry asked. He gave his word he would not, Ragnarok said. And while I distrust many aspects of Albus Dumbledore, I believe he genuinely wants this Horcrux removed as much as we do. The ritual chamber, prepared over several days with increasingly complex protections, was unlike any room Harry had ever entered in Gringotts. Perfectly spherical, its walls were lined with obsidian that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The only illumination came from 7 crystals placed in a circle around a central stone pedestal. You will lie here, Bloodfang instructed, indicating the pedestal. We will remain outside the chamber, monitoring through these. He showed Harry 7 identical crystals that would be distributed among the ritual observers. Will I be alone? Harry couldn't keep the nervousness from his voice. Physically, yes, Bloodfang confirmed. But we will be able to terminate the ritual immediately if necessary. And the magic will be with you, as always. Harry nodded, taking comfort in that thought. Throughout his life at Gringotts, the voices of magic had been his constant companions, guides, and friends. As he lay on the cold stone pedestal, Harry's foster family approached one by one to offer final words of encouragement. Remember who you are, Gornick said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. A son of the Goblin Nation, strong in mind and purpose. Follow the procedure exactly, Silvertooth instructed, practical even in this emotional moment. No improvisation. His foster siblings each clasped his hand briefly, even Urgrak, normally reserved with physical affection. "We'll be watching over you, brother," Nagnok whispered. When everyone else had withdrawn, Ragnarok approached last. "Harry Potter," he said formally, "you face a challenge few wizards or goblins have ever confronted. Know that whatever happens, you have brought honor to Gringotts and to your adoptive clan." With these words, Ragnarok too departed, sealing the chamber behind him. Harry was left alone in the dim light of the 7 crystals, the absolute silence almost overwhelming after the constant background noise of Gringotts. "We are here, Speaker," came the familiar whispers, though fainter than usual in this magically isolated space. "I'm ready," Harry said aloud, following the procedure Bloodfang had drilled into him. He closed his eyes and began the specialized meditation techniques he'd learned, directing his awareness inward and upward simultaneously, inward toward his own magical core, and upward toward his scar. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, gradually, Harry became aware of 2 distinct magical signatures within himself. One was familiar, the warm, vibrant energy he recognized as his own magic, closely interwoven with the voices he communicated with. The other was cold, alien, and somehow, slippery, as if it resisted direct observation. Following his training, Harry focused on this second signature, probing it gently with his awareness. Parasite, the magic voices identified it. Fragment. Not belonging. "Show yourself," Harry commanded, not with his physical voice but with his magical intent. Resistance met his demand, the fragment attempting to retreat deeper, to hide within the tissues of his scar. But Harry persisted, surrounding it with his awareness, cutting off its escape routes. Suddenly, the chamber around him seemed to dissolve. Harry found himself back in the misty dreamscape where he had previously encountered Voldemort, but this time, he recognized it as a construction of the Horcrux, not an actual dream. The figure that formed before him was not the adult Voldemort of his previous dream, but something less defined, a swirling mass of darkness that occasionally took humanoid shape. "Clever child," it hissed, its voice echoing strangely. "Finding me so quickly." "You don't belong here," Harry stated firmly, remembering Bloodfang's instructions to establish dominance immediately. "This is my body, my mind." The darkness rippled with what might have been amusement. "I've been here since you were an infant. I've shaped more of you than you realize." "Lies," Harry responded confidently. "The goblins found you years ago. They've been containing you, weakening you." The Horcrux's form solidified slightly, revealing a face that resembled a younger Voldemort, handsome but cruel. "The goblins," it sneered. "Subhuman creatures playing with forces beyond their understanding. Do you know what I am, Harry Potter?" "A parasite," Harry answered, using the magic's own description. "A fragment of a murderer's soul, accidentally broken off when the killing curse rebounded." The Horcrux seemed surprised by Harry's knowledge. "Dumbledore told you this?" "No," Harry said truthfully. "He kept it secret. The goblins discovered you independently." This information appeared to confuse the fragment momentarily. It had clearly expected to use Dumbledore's secrecy against Harry. Taking advantage of this hesitation, Harry pressed forward with the next phase of the ritual. "I've come to offer you a choice." The Horcrux laughed, a high, cold sound. "A choice? You are a child. I am Lord Voldemort, greatest wizard of the age. What choice could you possibly offer me? Leave willingly, and I'll ensure you're transferred to an appropriate container. Resist, and be destroyed completely." The darkness swirled agitatedly. "Destroy me? You don't have that power." "Don't I?" Harry countered. "I speak with magic itself. The force you've spent your life trying to bend to your will talks to me directly. Who do you think it would side with, if asked to choose?" This was a calculated gamble. The ritual plan had not involved negotiation but rather direct magical confrontation. Yet Harry sensed an opportunity in the Horcrux's uncertainty. "Wise adaptation," the magic voices approved, somehow present even in this mental construct. The fragment fears true dissolution above all else. The Horcrux's form wavered, signs of alarm visible in its increasingly unstable appearance. "You're bluffing. Such communication is impossible." In response, Harry opened his awareness fully to the magic voices, allowing them to speak through him directly for the first time. "We see you, Torn One," they said, using Harry's voice but with an otherworldly harmonic quality. "Fragment of a fragment, clinging to existence through abomination. We have tolerated your presence only because removing you would have harmed our speaker. That constraint no longer applies." The Horcrux recoiled visibly, genuine fear emanating from it. "What are you?" "We are what you have always sought to command, never to understand. The force you call to magic has awareness beyond your comprehension. And we have chosen this child as our voice." Harry felt the magic flowing through him, around him, an exhilarating sensation of connection to something vast and ancient. Through this heightened awareness, he could perceive the Horcrux for what it truly was, a magical construct of impressive complexity but ultimately fragile, held together by the desperation of its creator rather than by natural law. "Last chance," Harry said, his own voice returning. "Transfer willingly or be unmade." The Horcrux seemed to calculate its options, its form shifting rapidly between different appearances, young Tom Riddle, the adult Voldemort, even briefly taking Harry's own appearance in a final attempt at manipulation. "And if I agree?" it asked finally. "What container would you offer that wouldn't simply be destroyed once I'm transferred?" "An obsidian sphere, specially prepared," Harry explained, describing the object the goblins had created for this contingency. "Magically isolated but intact. You would exist, unchanged, until such time as all other Horcruxes are located." "All others?" The fragment couldn't hide its surprise. "You know about those as well?" "We suspected," Harry admitted. "You just confirmed it." The Horcrux hissed in frustration, realizing it had revealed crucial information. For a moment, Harry thought it would attack in desperate rage. Instead, it seemed to collapse inward, its form condensing into a tight ball of darkness. "I accept your terms," it said finally. "Transfer, not destruction." Harry hadn't expected capitulation. He quickly adapted the ritual's next phase, creating a mental pathway as the goblins had taught him, a bridge between his scar and the obsidian container that waited in the physical world beyond this mental construct. "Follow this path," Harry instructed. "Only this path. Any deviation, any attempt to spread elsewhere in my body or magic, and destruction will be immediate." The Horcrux hesitated one final time, then flowed reluctantly along the offered pathway. Harry felt a strange sensation as it departed, like a splinter being drawn from a wound, painful yet relieving. The misty dreamscape dissolved around him, and Harry found himself back in the ritual chamber, still lying on the stone pedestal. His forehead burned fiercely, but differently than before, a clean, healing pain rather than the corrupted ache the scar had sometimes produced. The chamber door burst open, and the goblin ritual team rushed in, led by Bloodfong and Gornik. "It worked," Harry said weakly, sitting up slowly. "It chose transfer over destruction." Bloodfong carefully examined the obsidian sphere that had been placed near the pedestal. It now contained a swirling darkness visible just beneath its polished surface. "Extraordinary," the elder goblin breathed. "You negotiated with it rather than forcing extraction. Risky, but brilliant." "The magic helped," Harry explained. "It spoke through me." This revelation caused a stir among the goblins. Such direct channeling was unprecedented even in their ancient records. Gornik approached the pedestal, helping Harry to his feet. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question carefully. His head felt clearer somehow, as if a persistent background noise he'd never fully noticed had suddenly ceased. "Lighter," he decided. "And..." He paused, realizing something else had changed. "The magic voices are different now. Clearer. More unified. The fragment no longer disrupts our communication," the voices confirmed, indeed sounding more harmonious than before. The connection grows stronger. Ragnarok studied the obsidian sphere containing the Horcrux. This must be secured immediately, our deepest vault, with our strongest protections. What about Dumbledore? Harry asked. He'll want to know what happened. He will be informed of the successful removal, Ragnarok decided. But the method and the Horcrux's current containment will remain Goblin secrets for now. The less anyone knows about our capabilities in this area, the better. As they left the ritual chamber, Harry felt a profound sense of accomplishment mixed with curiosity about what this development meant for his future. The Horcrux had confirmed the existence of others. How many had Voldemort created? And what role would Harry play in finding them? But those were questions for another day. For now, he was content to be Horcrux-free, surrounded by his goblin family, with the voices of magic singing more clearly in his mind than ever before. The first step of many, the magic whispered. The path grows clearer, but no less challenging. The Dark One still exists in other fragments. But you, Speaker, are wholly yourself at last. Chapter 2, The Air of Ancient Ways. The blade whistled through the air, missing Harry's ear by a hair's breadth. He pivoted on his left foot, dropping his center of gravity and bringing his own weapon, a short sword of goblin silver, up in a swift arc. Metal met metal with a satisfying clang that reverberated through the training chamber. Better, Fierce Claw acknowledged, his yellow eyes gleaming with approval. But still too slow on the counter. Again. At 9 years old, Harry Potter bore little resemblance to the malnourished 4-year-old who had arrived at Gringotts half a decade earlier. Though still slim, his body had developed the wiry strength of a goblin warrior in training. His movements carried the fluid precision that came from thousands of hours of combat practice. His hair, grown long and tied back in the traditional style of goblin-raised children, did little to hide the lightning bolt scar that had faded to a thin silver line. Harry reset his stance, sword held at the ready. 5 years of intensive training had taught him that Fierce Claw never issued empty compliments. Better meant improvement, but not mastery. Focus, Fierce Claw instructed. Feel the magic in the metal. Let it guide your hand. Harry closed his eyes briefly, reaching out with his awareness to the goblin-forged blade. Unlike ordinary weapons, goblin silver was imbued with magic during its creation, magic that Harry, with his unique abilities, could communicate with directly. We remember all battles, the sword's magic whispered. We know when to parry, when to strike. Show me, Harry requested silently. When he opened his eyes, the world had taken on the subtle golden glow that indicated his magical perception had engaged. He could see not just Fierce Claw's physical form but the flows of magic around and through him, his intent telegraphed in patterns of light before his muscles even moved. This time, when Fierce Claw attacked, Harry was ready. His blade seemed to move of its own accord, meeting his instructor's weapon perfectly. Without pausing, Harry spun into a counterattack, the sword guiding his movements as much as he guided it. For nearly a minute, they exchanged blows at a speed that would have stunned any human observer. Fierce Claw fought with the experience of decades, Harry fought with the intuition granted by his connection to magic itself. The duel ended abruptly when Harry executed a disarming maneuver he hadn't consciously planned, a complex twist taught to advanced students years beyond his level. Fierce Claw's blade clattered to the stone floor. Silence filled the chamber. Harry stood frozen, sword still raised, equally surprised by what had just happened. Fierce Claw's face split into a rare grin, revealing sharp teeth. Now that, he said with evident satisfaction, was not better. That was perfect. Harry lowered his weapon, breathing hard. The sword showed me how. As it should. Fierce Claw retrieved his fallen blade. You've finally learned to truly listen to the weapon, not just hear it. That is the goblin way of combat, partnership with our tools, not mastery over them. The distinction was important. Over his years among the goblins, Harry had come to understand that the fundamental difference between goblin and human magic lay not in technique but in philosophy. Humans commanded magic, goblins collaborated with it. And Harry, with his unique ability to speak directly to magic, stood somewhere in between, neither fully human in his approach nor fully goblin, but something unprecedented. "That's enough physical training for today," Fierce Claw declared. "Bloodfang expects you for magical studies in half an hour." Harry bowed respectfully before sheathing his sword. "Thank you, Master Fierceclaw." The goblin returned the bow with equal formality. These rituals of respect had become second nature to Harry over the years, the goblin culture's emphasis on proper acknowledgement of rank and achievement now deeply ingrained in his behavior. As Harry left the training chamber, he heard Fierceclaw muttering to another instructor, "The boy disarmed me using the Ragnarok reversal. A technique I've never taught him." "The director will want to know of this development," the other goblin replied. Harry pretended not to hear, though a small smile played at his lips. 5 years ago, such an accomplishment would have terrified him, another sign of his freakishness, as Uncle Vernon would have called it. Now, surrounded by those who valued his unique gifts, each new manifestation of his abilities brought pride rather than shame. The bathing chambers adjacent to the training halls were designed with efficiency rather than luxury in mind, a series of pools with water at different temperatures, each imbued with healing minerals that soothed muscles and accelerated recovery. Harry immersed himself in the hottest pool first, allowing the heat to work out the tension from his training session. As he soaked, Nagnok, his goblin foster sister, now a teenager by goblin standards, entered the adjoining chamber designated for female warriors. "I heard you disarmed Fierceclaw," she called through the dividing screen. "Using the Ragnarok reversal." News traveled fast in Gringotts. "The sword showed me how," Harry explained, not for the first time wondering at the goblin network of information that seemed to function faster than any human technology. "Father will be insufferable with pride," Nagnok predicted. "He'll probably add another ceremony to your coming-of-age celebration." Harry groaned. His 10th birthday, marking what goblins considered the transition from child to youth, was approaching in 2 months, and Gornik had been planning increasingly elaborate observances. As the first human to be properly raised in goblin tradition for centuries, every milestone in Harry's life had taken on cultural significance beyond his personal achievements. "Please talk him out of anything involving ceremonial armor," Harry pleaded. "The fitting for the traditional suit took 3 hours last week." Nagnok's laugh echoed through the chambers. "No chance. He commissioned a master smith from the northern clans. Apparently, your armor will incorporate metals from Potter family vaults as well as traditional goblin alloys, a symbolic blend of your heritages." Harry moved to the cooling pool, considering this information. Such a commission would be enormously expensive and politically significant. The northern clan smiths rarely crafted for anyone outside their own bloodlines. "Ragnarok approved this?" he asked. "Approved it?" It was his suggestion. Nagnok's voice grew serious. "Harry, you do realize what's happening, don't you? With your Hogwarts letter coming next year, the Goblin Nation is making a statement about where your primary loyalties lie." This was something Harry had been contemplating with increasing frequency. For 5 years, Gringotts had been his home, goblins his family. Yet he was undeniably human, and the wizarding world, particularly Albus Dumbledore, had never relinquished their claim on the boy who lived. "The armor will make wizards nervous," Harry noted. "Humans in goblin-forged battle gear have historically preceded conflicts." "Precisely why Ragnarok insisted on incorporating Potter metals," Nagnok replied. "It's not war armor, it's heritage armor. A symbol of cooperation, not conquest." Harry smiled at his foster sister's political acumen. At 16, by goblin reckoning, Nagnok was already being groomed for a position in Gringotts' diplomatic corps. Her grasp of nuance and symbolism frequently amazed him. "Anyway," she continued as Harry heard her exiting her pool, "don't be late for Bloodfang. He's been unusually excited about today's lesson, something about a breakthrough in his research on your abilities." Harry quickly finished his bathing ritual and dressed in the simple but finely crafted clothes that marked his status as a fostered member of a prominent goblin family. The black trousers and deep green tunic were human in cut but incorporated subtle goblin design elements, angular embroidery at the cuffs and collar that spelled out protection charms in gobbledygook. He arrived at Bloodfang's study precisely on time, another habit instilled by goblin upbringing. Punctuality was considered a form of respect, particularly toward elders and teachers. Bloodfang's domain had grown over the years from a single chamber to an entire suite dedicated to researching Harry's unique magical capabilities. Bookshelves lined the walls, containing texts in dozens of languages, many so ancient their bindings were reinforced with preservation charms. Tables held mystical instruments whose purposes Harry had only gradually come to understand, devices for measuring magical resonance, artifacts that detected specific forms of energy, crystals that recorded magical signatures for later study. The elder goblin himself sat at a central desk, surrounded by floating parchments covered in complex diagrams that rotated slowly in the air. Right on time, Bloodfang noted without looking up. Good. Today's work requires precision. Harry took his customary seat across from his magical mentor. Of all his goblin teachers, Bloodfang remained the most formal, the most traditionally reserved. While others had gradually softened their demeanor toward the human child in their midst, Bloodfang maintained a professional distance that Harry had come to respect rather than resent. Nagnok mentioned a breakthrough. Harry prompted when Bloodfang remained absorbed in his notes. The elder goblin finally looked up, his ancient eyes bright with intellectual excitement. Indeed. After years of studying your conversations with magic, I believe I've identified a pattern to how the voices manifest, and more importantly, a method to potentially expand your capabilities. This captured Harry's full attention. While his ability to communicate with magic had grown steadily over the years, allowing him to perform wandless magic that amazed even the goblins, there remained limitations that frustrated him. Certain types of magic remained stubbornly silent, offering no conversation no matter how he approached them. The key, Bloodfang continued, lies in understanding that what you perceive as voices are actually magical resonances unique to different types of magic. You hear them as voices because your human mind translates these resonances into familiar patterns. But the underlying communication exists independently of language. Harry nodded. This matched his own experience. The magic voices didn't speak English or gobbledygook, but rather conveyed concepts directly to his mind, which he then translated into language. I've theorized that you might expand your communication beyond what naturally speaks to you by altering your own magical resonance to match previously inaccessible forms. Bloodfang gestured to one of the floating diagrams, a complex spiral pattern with annotations in ancient runic script. This is a map of your magical signature as it currently exists. Harry studied the pattern with interest. He had seen similar diagrams before, but this one seemed more detailed, showing subtle variations in color and intensity throughout the spiral. And this, Bloodfang continued, bringing forward another diagram, is the signature of what humans call dark magic, though goblins recognize it simply as shadow aspect energy. Notice the differences in harmonic pattern. The second diagram featured a similar spiral structure but with sharper angles and a cooler color palette dominated by blues and purples rather than the warm golds and reds of Harry's signature. They're opposites, Harry observed. Complementary, not opposing, Bloodfang corrected. Like day and night, different aspects of the same fundamental system. Humans have artificially categorized magic as light and dark based on moral judgments, but the magic itself recognizes no such distinction. This was a perspective Harry had encountered frequently in his goblin education, the notion that magic was inherently neutral, its effects determined by intent and application rather than some intrinsic moral quality. So if I could adjust my resonance, Harry reasoned, I might be able to communicate with forms of magic that have been silent to me. Precisely. Bloodfang seemed pleased by Harry's quick understanding. Today, we will attempt a controlled experiment using this. The goblin produced a small obsidian box from beneath his desk. When opened, it revealed a simple ring of dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Danger, whispered Harry's familiar magic voices. Old Death sleeps within. What is it? Harry asked cautiously, noting how the magic around the ring seemed to recoil. A minor cursed object recovered from a vault whose owners died without heirs, Bloodfang explained. The curse is contained but still active, a simple consumption hex that would gradually drain the wearer's life force. Nothing particularly powerful, but distinctly shadow aspect. Harry had encountered cursed objects before during his training, but always under strict supervision and never with the expectation of communicating directly with the curse itself. The goal is not to remove or alter the curse, Bloodfang continued, but simply to establish communication with it. To hear its voice as you hear other forms of magic. And if I succeed? Bloodfang's expression grew serious. Then you will have taken a significant step toward becoming what the ancient prophecies called the bridge between aspects, one who can traverse the full spectrum of magical energy, not limited to a single affinity. The mention of prophecy still made Harry uncomfortable. Though the goblins had gradually shared more information about the various predictions concerning him, he remained wary of being defined by others' expectations, whether Dumbledore's, Voldemort's, or even the Goblin nations. How do we begin? He asked, focusing on the practical task rather than its implications. Bloodfang arranged several protective crystals around the desk, standard procedure when working with potentially dangerous magical artifacts. First, establish your normal connection with your familiar magical resonance. Then, using the visualization techniques we've practiced, gradually shift your awareness toward the shadow aspect. Harry closed his eyes, centering himself in the familiar meditation that allowed him to fully perceive the magic around and within him. The golden glow of his own magical core pulsed steadily in his mind's eye, surrounded by the harmonious voices that had been his companions since childhood. "We are here, Speaker," they assured him. "Proceed with caution but without fear." Following Bloodfang's instructions, Harry began to adjust his visualization, imagining his magical resonance shifting gradually, like a musician changing keys in the middle of a composition. He pictured the warm golds cooling to ambers, then blues, then the deep purples he had seen in the shadow aspect diagram. At first, nothing changed. The familiar voices continued their murmuring, while the curse remained obstinately silent. Harry pushed harder, trying to force his resonance to shift more dramatically. Not force, his familiar magic cautioned. Invitation. Shadow responds to acceptance, not command. Harry adjusted his approach, moving from active pushing to receptive listening. Rather than trying to make the curse speak to him, he attempted to hear what it might already be saying beneath the threshold of his awareness. Gradually, a new sensation emerged, not a voice exactly, but a presence, cold and ancient, with a rhythm entirely different from his familiar magic. Where his usual voices flowed like water, this pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, patient. "Hungry," came a whisper so faint he almost missed it. "Always hungry." "I hear it," Harry murmured, maintaining his concentration. "It's hungry." "Excellent," Bloodfang's voice seemed distant. "Continue the communication. Ask it about its nature." Harry focused on the faint presence. "What are you?" he inquired silently. The response came slowly, as if the curse were unused to conversation. "Purpose. Consumption. Balance." "Balance?" Harry questioned, surprised by this concept from something designed to harm. "Life takes. Death gives. Balance," the curse explained with alien logic. "I return what was taken." Harry relayed this exchange to Bloodfang, whose quill scratched rapidly across parchment as he documented the interaction. "Fascinating," the goblin murmured. "The curse perceives itself as an agent of balance, not malice. Ask it about its creation, who made it and why." Harry redirected his attention to the curse. "Who created you?" The pulse of the curse's presence quickened slightly. "Maker dead. Long dead. Made me to punish theft." "Theft of what?" "Life years. Maker's child died young. Thief lived long. Imbalance." Harry shared this information with Bloodfang, whose expression grew increasingly intrigued. It's a vengeance curse, the goblin interpreted. Created by a parent whose child died while someone else, the thief, in the curse's perception, lived on. The parent embedded their sense of injustice into the magic itself. That's sad, Harry observed, still maintaining the delicate connection. The curse is carrying out the creator's grief centuries later. Indeed. Emotional imprints are the most enduring forms of magical intent. Bloodfang made another notation. Can you ask if it can be redirected? Not removed, but given a new purpose. Harry hesitated. Wouldn't that be interfering with its nature? All magic can be repurposed, Bloodfang reminded him. The question is whether this form can consciously participate in its own redirection. Harry considered this, then carefully framed his next question to the curse. Can you serve a different purpose? The pulse slowed, as if the curse were considering this novel concept. Purpose is existence. New purpose, possible. If balance maintained. What balance would you require? Harry pressed. Energy exchange. Consumption for protection. Take little, guard much. Harry relayed this response, watching Bloodfang's eyes widen with scholarly excitement. It's suggesting a transformation from a consumption curse to a protection ward, with a small energy cost to maintain the equilibrium, the goblin interpreted. This is unprecedented, curse magic willingly negotiating its own modification. Should I proceed? Harry asked, uncertain about the ethics of altering a magical construct without fully understanding the consequences. Bloodfang considered this carefully before responding. No. Today's goal was communication only, and you've achieved that brilliantly. Modification requires additional preparations and safeguards. Harry nodded, relieved. He gently withdrew from the connection, thanking the curse for its conversation. As his awareness returned fully to the physical world, he felt an unusual fatigue, not the sharp drain of magical exhaustion, but a bone-deep weariness as if he had been physically exerting himself for hours. The resonance adjustment taxes your core differently than your usual magic, Bloodfang explained, noting Harry's condition. With practice, this fatigue will lessen. It was easier than I expected, Harry admitted. Finding the shadow magic's voice, I mean. Bloodfang nodded, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps because you already contained a shadow aspect within yourself for years. The Horcrux, though removed, may have left an imprint on your magical signature, a familiarity with that resonance. Harry touched his scar reflexively. Though the soul fragment had been safely contained years ago, its legacy remained in subtle ways, occasional dreams of Voldemort, flashes of emotion not his own, and now, perhaps, this affinity for communicating with darker magics. Does this mean I could potentially speak with any form of magic? He asked, considering the implications. Theoretically, yes, Bloodfang confirmed. Though some will require more significant adjustments than others. Elemental magics, for instance, operate on fundamentally different principles than consciousness-based spells. The elder goblin began carefully returning the cursed ring to its protective container. This development accelerates our timeline considerably. Director Ragnarok will want to be informed immediately. Harry recognized the dismissal in Bloodfang's tone. Same time tomorrow? No, Bloodfang replied, surprising him. You've earned a day of rest. Besides, tomorrow you accompany Irongrip to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, do you not? Harry's fatigue vanished in a surge of excitement. The visit to the sanctuary, arranged after months of diplomatic negotiations between Gringotts and the Romanian Ministry of Magic, would be his first significant journey outside Britain since coming to live with the Goblins. I'd forgotten it was tomorrow, he admitted, gathering his things quickly. Bloodfang's stern features softened slightly. Your progress today merits celebration. Go prepare for your journey, and we will resume these experiments upon your return. As Harry hurried from the study, the elder goblin added, and Harry? Be mindful of what you reveal at the sanctuary. Today's achievement confirms what we have long suspected, your abilities extend far beyond what the wizarding world is prepared to accept in a 9-year-old child. The warning was unnecessary. 5 years of political education had taught Harry the value of discretion. Still, he nodded respectfully before departing, his mind already racing ahead to dragons and the adventure awaiting him. The Romanian dragon sanctuary sprawled across a magically hidden valley in the Carpathian Mountains, its boundaries marked by ancient stone pillars carved with protective runes. As the goblin delegation approached the main entrance, a massive gate forged from dragon scales and iron, Harry could barely contain his excitement. "Remember the protocols," Irongrip reminded him quietly. "You are here as a junior representative of Gringotts, observing negotiations for the new security dragon contract. Your status as Harry Potter is secondary and, if possible, should not be emphasized." Harry nodded, adjusting the formal robes he wore for the occasion. Unlike his everyday attire, these featured the official Gringotts crest prominently on the breast, identifying him as part of the bank's delegation rather than highlighting his human identity. The sanctuary's welcoming committee consisted of 3 wizards in dragonhide protective gear and 1 goblin, Dragontooth, Gringotts liaison to magical creature reserves worldwide. Director Irongrip, Dragontooth greeted them with a formal bow. "Your arrival is timely. The Romanian ministry representatives are already inspecting the candidates for transfer." "Candidates?" Harry whispered to Nagnok, who had been included in the delegation as a junior diplomatic trainee. "Dragons suitable for security service," she explained under her breath. "Gringotts rotates its guardian dragons every 7 years to prevent habitat adaptation." This was news to Harry. Despite living in Gringotts for 5 years, he had only glimpsed the security dragons from a distance. Their maintenance and training remained one of the few areas of bank operations considered too dangerous for him to observe directly. The human leader of the welcoming committee, a weathered man with burn scars visible on his neck, stepped forward. "Charlie Weasley," he introduced himself. "Head of rehabilitation at the sanctuary. I'll be your guide today." Harry studied the man with interest. The name Weasley was familiar from his political education, an old wizarding family, traditionally aligned with Dumbledore and known for their unusually positive attitude toward magical creatures. "These are my colleagues, Henrik Vasilescu and Daria Ionescu," Weasley continued, indicating the other 2 handlers. "And you've already met Dragontooth, of course." Irongrip acknowledged the introductions with appropriate formality before presenting her own delegation. "My associates, Grimclaw and Sharptooth from Gringotts Security Division. Our diplomatic apprentice, Nagnok. And our human ward, Harry." Harry noted with appreciation how Irongrip had placed his name last and omitted his surname, a subtle way of downplaying his identity without actual deception. Charlie Weasley's eyes flickered to Harry with natural curiosity. A human child among goblins was unusual enough to merit attention, but professional courtesy prevented him from asking the obvious questions. "We've arranged a full tour of the sanctuary," Weasley explained as he led them through the gates. "You'll see our breeding program, rehabilitation facilities, and of course, the 3 dragons selected as potential candidates for Gringotts service." The sanctuary exceeded Harry's expectations. Unlike the artificial habitats he had read about in wizarding texts, this reserve preserved the natural environment while adding only necessary safety measures. Dragons of various species roamed freely within vast territories, monitored by a combination of magical sensors and airborne handlers on specialized brooms. "We currently house 17 species," Weasley explained with evident pride. "Including several classified as endangered. Our newest arrival is a Peruvian viper-tooth recovering from injuries sustained in an illegal fighting ring." As they approached a viewing platform overlooking a rocky valley, Harry felt a strange sensation, a new form of magical awareness pulling at his consciousness. Unlike the articulate voices of conventional magic or the pulsing presence of the shadow aspect curse, this was wild, ancient, and overwhelmingly powerful. Fire blood. Sky claim. Treasure guard, came impressions rather than words, flooding his mind with concepts that human language struggled to capture. "The dragons," Harry whispered, instinctively reaching out with his magical senses. I can hear them. Nagnok shot him a warning glance, but it was too late. Weasley had overheard. Hear them, the dragon handler repeated, his professional interest piqued. What do you mean, exactly? Irongrip smoothly intervened. Young Harry has uncommon sensitivity to magical emanations. A talent we've been helping him develop at Gringotts. Weasley looked intrigued rather than suspicious. Fascinating. We've documented cases of heightened empathic sensitivity to dragons among certain handlers, but it's extremely rare in children. He studied Harry with new interest. What exactly do you perceive? Caught between honesty and the need for discretion, Harry chose his words carefully. Impressions. Concepts. Not exactly words, but communication. From which direction? Weasley asked, suddenly alert. Harry pointed toward the northern edge of the valley, where no dragons were visible. There. It's very strong from there. Weasley exchanged significant looks with his fellow handlers. That's the nesting ground for our Hungarian horntail. Currently off limits because the mother is unusually aggressive. He activated a magical communicator, a small bronze disc pinned to his leather vest. Monitoring team, check section 7 north. Any unusual activity with the horntail mother? After a moment, a voice responded from the disc, she's been acting strangely all morning. Circling the nest but not settling. Seems agitated but not aggressive. Weasley's expression grew serious. When did this behavior start? About an hour ago. Around the time your goblin visitors would have arrived at the outer boundaries. Harry felt the dragon's presence intensify in his mind, no longer just impressions but a driving urgency that bordered on communication. Danger to eggs. Help need. Come now. Without conscious decision, Harry found himself stepping toward the northern path that presumably led to the nesting grounds. Harry. Irongrip's sharp voice stopped him. Where are you going? She's asking for help, Harry explained, the dragon's distress bleeding into his own emotions. Something's wrong with her eggs. She. Weasley asked sharply. The horntail. Harry nodded, continuing to receive fragmented but increasingly coherent impressions. Something, beneath. Under the eggs. Cold. Moving. Weasley's professional demeanor shifted instantly from tour guide to emergency responder. Ice serpents, he said grimly. They burrow up through the ground during nesting season to feed on dragon eggs. If they've gotten into a horntail nest, the mother will burn down half the sanctuary trying to protect them. Daria finished his thought, already drawing her wand. We need a containment team now. As the handlers sprang into action, Harry found himself caught in a dilemma. The dragon's distress pounded through his awareness, demanding response. Yet intervention would require revealing more of his abilities than the goblins considered prudent. Irongrip read his conflict easily. This is not our concern, she said quietly but firmly. The handlers are trained professionals. They don't understand what she's trying to tell them, Harry replied, keeping his voice low. They think she's becoming aggressive, but she's actually trying to ask for help. She knows she can't reach the serpents without damaging her own eggs. The goblin security officers exchanged concerned glances. The boy has never encountered dragons before, Sharptooth noted. How could he possibly interpret their intentions so specifically? The same way he communicates with all magic, Nagnok defended her foster brother. Dragons are among the most inherently magical creatures. It makes sense their thoughts would be accessible to him. Irongrip's expression remained troubled. Even if you're right, Harry, revealing such an ability publicly could have serious consequences. Dragon communication is a rare gift, historically associated with certain dark wizards. Including Voldemort? Harry guessed, noting her reluctance to be specific. Among others, she confirmed. The Ministry monitors such abilities closely. Their discussion was interrupted by a deafening roar that echoed across the valley. On the northern ridge, a massive black dragon had appeared, the Hungarian horntail mother, her spiked tail lashing with agitation as she circled in obvious distress. Help eggs now. The impression slammed into Harry's mind with such force that he physically staggered. They need to cool the ground, he said urgently. The serpents are heat-sensitive. They're drawn to the warmth of the eggs. If the ground around the nest is chilled, they'll retreat before breaking the shells. Weasley, returning from dispatching his team, overheard this. Freezing charms around but not under the nest, he mused. It might work, but how did you know about ice serpents' thermal sensitivity? That's specialist knowledge. I read about it, Harry improvised quickly. In the Gringotts Educational Archives. Weasley looked skeptical but didn't press the issue. I'll pass the suggestion to the containment team. But you should all move to the secure observation bunker until this situation is resolved. As the dragon handlers coordinated their response, Irongrip led the goblin delegation toward the stone bunker indicated by Weasley. Harry moved reluctantly, the dragon's desperate pleas still flooding his awareness. Inside the bunker, magical viewing portals allowed them to observe the handlers approaching the nesting site on brooms, wands at the ready. The mother horntail roared challenges but didn't attack, behavior the handlers clearly found puzzling. She's restraining herself, Harry murmured, because she recognizes they might help. This is most irregular, Grimclaw commented. Nesting mothers are notoriously intolerant of any approach to their eggs. Through the viewing portal, they watched as the handlers implemented Harry's suggested strategy, casting freezing charms in a ring around the nest while carefully avoiding the eggs themselves. For several tense minutes, nothing happened. Then, abruptly, the ground near the nest began to ripple as silvery white serpentine creatures emerged, fleeing the suddenly inhospitable soil. The horntail immediately incinerated several with precisely aimed fire before they could escape the charmed area. The handlers dispatched the rest with well-placed spells. Extraordinary, Weasley breathed as he joined them in the bunker. That worked perfectly. The eggs are unharmed, and we eliminated an entire clutch of ice serpents before they could spread to other nesting sites. He turned to Harry with undisguised curiosity. That was remarkably specific information for something you read about. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though he could feel Irongrip's tension beside him. I'm glad it helped. Charlie. A call from outside the bunker saved Harry from further questioning. The mother is behaving oddly again. Through the viewing portal, they could see the horntail had settled protectively around her nest but was fixing the bunker with an unnerving stare, as if looking directly at them, at Harry. Gratitude. Debt owed. Name given. She's thanking us, Harry translated without thinking. And she's. He trailed off, realizing too late what he was revealing. Weasley's expression transformed from curiosity to astonishment. You're not just sensing her emotions. You're understanding her thoughts. It wasn't a question. That's not magical sensitivity, that's true dragon communication. The other handlers had entered the bunker in time to hear this exchange. Their reactions ranged from disbelief to awe. Impossible, Henrik stated flatly. Even the most gifted dragon speakers require years of training to achieve direct communication. The boy is what, 8? 9, Harry corrected automatically. 9, Weasley repeated, studying Harry with new intensity. 9 years old, raised by goblins, with an innate ability to communicate with dragons. His eyes widened as connections formed. Wait a moment. Harry. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? The secret was out. Harry glanced at Irongrip, who gave a slight nod, permission to acknowledge what could no longer be concealed. Yes, Harry confirmed simply. The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the handlers. Daria actually took a step backward, as if reassessing a suddenly dangerous situation. The boy who lived, she whispered. A dragon speaker. This information is sensitive, Irongrip interjected firmly. Gringotts has maintained discretion regarding Mr. Potter's abilities for his protection. Weasley seemed to struggle between professional ethics and natural excitement at the discovery. Of course, he agreed finally. Dragon communication is rare enough to merit privacy concerns. But... He looked at Harry with unconcealed wonder. You must understand how significant this is. There are perhaps 5 confirmed dragon speakers alive today, worldwide. Which is precisely why this ability must not become public knowledge, Irongrip insisted. Mr. Potter is still a child, regardless of his capabilities. We will not have him turned into a research subject or political pawn. The implications hung heavy in the air. Harry's status as the boy who lived already made him a figure of intense public interest. Adding a rare magical talent associated with powerful, and often dark, wizards would only intensify that scrutiny. I understand completely, Weasley assured them, though the excitement hadn't left his eyes. Dragon handlers are accustomed to discretion. However, he hesitated before continuing. The Romanian ministry representatives who are here for the Gringotts negotiations, they've witnessed the Horntail's unusual behavior. Questions will be asked. Then answer them without reference to Mr. Potter, Irongrip directed. Attribute the ice serpent solution to your own expertise. Weasley looked uncomfortable with this suggestion. That would be taking credit for someone else's accomplishment. Consider it a professional courtesy to a child who deserves a normal upbringing, Irongrip countered. Something I believe your own family would understand, given your father's position at the British ministry. This reference to Weasley's family connections was not subtle, but it proved effective. After a moment's consideration, the dragon handler nodded. Very well. For now, this stays between us. He extended his hand to Harry in a surprisingly formal gesture. Thank you for saving those eggs. The Horntail mother will not forget what you did today. Harry shook the offered hand, sensing the man's genuine respect beneath the political concerns. What did she mean about a name, he asked, recalling the dragon's final communication. Weasley smiled. Dragons sometimes bestow mental designations on those they consider significant. It's a rare honor. What name did she give you? Harry closed his eyes briefly, recalling the complex impression that had accompanied the concept of naming. Something like Fire voice in small form. The handlers exchanged glances. Appropriate, Daria commented. Dragons respect power regardless of size. We should return to the main compound, Weasley suggested. The Romanian officials will be wondering about the commotion, and we still have the Gringotts security dragon selection to complete. As they left the bunker, Harry felt the Horntail's presence receding from his mind, not disappearing entirely but settling into a background awareness, like a conversation temporarily paused rather than ended. This complicates matters, Irongrip murmured as they walked back toward the sanctuary's central compound. Weasley may have agreed to discretion, but word will spread eventually. I'm sorry, Harry offered, genuinely contrite. I couldn't ignore her distress. Your compassion is not the issue, the goblin replied. Your visibility is. Dumbledore and the Ministry have maintained relative distance these past years partly because your abilities remained abstract to them, theoretical rather than demonstrated. This incident provides concrete evidence of exceptional magical development. Which they'll attribute to my goblin upbringing, Harry guessed. Precisely. And while that attribution is partially correct, it will raise uncomfortable questions about why a human child shows greater affinity for certain magics under goblin tutelage than under wizarding education. Harry understood the political implications. The goblin nation and the wizarding world maintained an uneasy peace based on clearly defined boundaries of influence. His existence, a wizarding hero raised with goblin values and abilities, blurred those boundaries in ways that made both sides nervous. Ragnarok will need to be informed immediately, Irongrip decided. And our departure schedule accelerated. The less time human officials have to react to rumors, the better. Despite these concerns, Harry couldn't bring himself to regret the dragon encounter. For the first time, his ability to speak with magic had directly helped another being in distress. That seemed worth whatever political complications might follow. Irongrip's concerns proved prescient. By the time their delegation returned to Britain 3 days later, rumors of unusual events at the Romanian sanctuary had already reached the British Ministry of Magic. Charlie Weasley had kept his word about Harry's specific involvement, but he couldn't prevent reports of a mysteriously resolved ice serpent infestation from reaching official channels. For Harry, however, the most significant outcome of the Romania visit wasn't political but personal. His connection with dragon magic had opened new pathways in his communication abilities, extending his perceptions in unexpected ways. Where previously he had needed direct proximity to converse with magical entities, he now found himself able to sense powerful magical presences at much greater distances. This development became apparent during his first magical training session after returning from Romania. As Bloodfang guided him through exercises to integrate his new experiences, Harry suddenly stiffened, his awareness capturing something distant yet distinct. "What is it?" Bloodfang asked, noting the change in his expression. "Someone's watching Gringotts," Harry replied, his focus turned inward. "Magical surveillance, very sophisticated. It feels familiar somehow." Bloodfang immediately activated security protocols, sending alerting charms to Ragnarok and the security division. Within minutes, goblin warders were tracing the magical signature Harry had detected. "The source appears to be within the ministry itself," reported Grimclaw, head of bank security. "Specifically, the Department of Mysteries. A monitoring charm of unusual design, not targeting individuals, but magical signatures outside normal parameters. They're looking for extraordinary magic," Ragnarok concluded grimly. "Likely prompted by the reports from Romania. How did they establish a surveillance channel through our wards?" Irongrip demanded. Grimclaw's expression darkened. "They didn't breach the wards. They're monitoring the ambient magic of Diagon Alley itself and filtering for anomalies. Legal, if ethically questionable. And Harry detected this from within our shielded chambers?" Bloodfang asked, professional interest momentarily overriding security concerns. "The dragon connection has expanded my range," Harry explained. "It's like having a new sense that operates alongside my regular magic speaking." Ragnarok studied Harry with a calculating expression that had become increasingly common as the boy approached his 10th birthday. "This development accelerates our timeline. The ministry moves more quickly than anticipated." "What timeline?" Harry asked, tired of being discussed as if he weren't present. The director's sharp gaze fixed on him directly. "Your reintroduction to Wizarding Society, Harry Potter. We've always known it would be necessary before your Hogwarts attendance, but had hoped to control the circumstances more precisely." "You mean the visits to wizarding locations we've been planning?" Harry had been looking forward to these carefully managed excursions, which would allow him to experience more of magical Britain while maintaining the protection of his goblin guardians. "More than visits," Ragnarok corrected. "A coordinated campaign to establish your public identity, not as the goblin-raised curiosity the ministry fears, nor as Dumbledore's prophesied weapon, but as a young wizard with diverse influences and independent thought." This was news to Harry. While he had been educated about his political significance, the specific plans for his public debut had not been shared with him. "When would this happen?" he asked, uncertain whether to feel excited or apprehensive. "Ideally, after your 10th birthday ceremonies," Ragnarok replied. "However, given the ministry's accelerated interest, we may need to adjust our approach." Before this discussion could continue, a junior security goblin entered with an urgent report. "Director, a formal request has arrived from the Ministry of Magic. A delegation wishes to inspect our educational facilities for underage wizards as part of a new regulatory initiative." Ragnarok's expression would have terrified most humans. "Their timing is transparent." "Who leads this delegation?" "Lucius Malfoy, representing the Hogwarts Board of Governors, accompanied by Dolores Umbridge from the Ministry's Department of Magical Education." The names meant little to Harry, but the reactions of the adult goblins told him everything he needed to know. Irongrip actually hissed, a sound of pure contempt rarely heard from the diplomatic director. Malfoy, she spat. Of course. The Romania connection would have gone directly to him through his network. I don't understand, Harry admitted. Who is he? A former Death Eater who claimed imperious coercion after Voldemort's fall, Blood Fong explained, using the blunt historical accuracy typical of Goblin education. Wealthy, politically connected, and dedicated to pureblood supremacy. His interest in you is concerning. Ragnarok tapped his long fingers on his desk, considering their options. We cannot legally refuse a Board of Governors inspection related to a future Hogwarts student. However, we can limit its scope and control the narrative. You'll allow them into Gringotts? Irongrip asked, clearly disapproving. Into specific areas only, Ragnarok clarified. A carefully prepared educational space that meets or exceeds wizarding standards while revealing nothing of our true methods. And of course, his gaze shifted to Harry, with our young charge presented appropriately. Harry recognized the calculating look in Ragnarok's eyes, the same expression the director wore when negotiating particularly complex agreements with wizarding businesses. Whatever was coming, it wasn't just an inspection. It was a chess move in a game Harry was only beginning to understand. When do they arrive? He asked, already mentally preparing for what promised to be a challenging encounter. Tomorrow at midday, the security goblin replied. They invoked an obscure educational emergency clause that bypasses the standard notification period. Ragnarok's sharp-toothed smile held no warmth. Then we have work to do. Iron Grip, prepare a suitable classroom in the upper levels. Blood Fawn, compile educational records that demonstrate adequate coverage of wizarding subjects without revealing our specialized training. And Harry. His expression softened slightly. You will need to be the perfect balance of well-educated wizard and respectful goblin ward. Can you manage that? Harry straightened, recognizing the responsibility being placed on him. At 9 years old, he was being asked to become a political representative of two worlds, neither of which fully accepted him. Yes, Director, he replied with the formal respect his goblin upbringing had instilled. I won't let Gringotts down. The classroom Irongrip prepared bore little resemblance to Harry's actual educational spaces deep within Gringotts. Located in the bank's upper levels, areas occasionally visited by wizarding clients, it presented a carefully constructed image of what humans would expect from a tutorial setting, desks arranged in conventional rows, bookshelves filled with standard wizarding texts, and walls decorated with educational charts covering typical subjects like astronomy, herbology, and basic magical theory. Gone were the weapon racks, the goblin historical artifacts, the specialized instruments for measuring magical resonance. In their place stood props that suggested a traditional but thorough pre-Hogwarts education. This is weird, Harry commented as he surveyed the artificial environment the morning before the inspection. He wore formal robes in a style that carefully balanced wizarding and goblin design elements, custom-made for precisely this type of diplomatic occasion. It is necessary, Gornik replied. As Harry's foster father, he would be present during the inspection to represent parental authority. Humans see what they expect to see. We provide the expected image while protecting what matters. Harry nodded, understanding the strategy. Still, something about the charade bothered him, perhaps because it felt like denying the education he was actually proud of receiving. Remember, Gornik continued, Malfoy and Umbridge come not to learn but to confirm their suspicions. They believe we are indoctrinating you with anti-wizard sentiment and goblin magic unauthorized for human use. Your task is to be so perfectly balanced between worlds that they cannot validate their fears, yet cannot dismiss your goblin upbringing entirely. A narrow path to walk, Harry observed. Indeed. But one you've been prepared for since your arrival here. Gornik straightened Harry's collar in a rare display of physical affection. You are neither fully of their world nor fully of ours, Harry Potter. That position, while sometimes lonely, gives you unique perspective, and unique power. These words echoed in Harry's mind as midday approached. He had taken his place at a desk in the center of the artificial classroom, surrounded by carefully selected books and parchments demonstrating his educational progress. Gornik stood nearby in formal attire, while Irongrip waited to receive the ministry delegation. The voices of magic, ever present in Harry's awareness, seemed unusually alert. Danger approaches, they warned. Not physical threat. Something colder. Sharper. Political danger. Harry clarified silently. The pale one seeks weaknesses. The pink one harbors hatred. Both see you as means, not child. Before Harry could process this warning fully, the classroom door opened. Irongrip entered first, her professional diplomat's mask firmly in place. Mr. Malfoy, Madam Umbridge, she announced formally. May I present Gornik, Harry Potter's Goblin Guardian, and Mr. Potter himself. Harry stood respectfully as the visitors entered, a tall, aristocratic wizard with long platinum blonde hair and a shorter, squat witch dressed entirely in pink. Both wore expressions of carefully controlled distaste that Harry had come to recognize from his limited experiences with wizard-goblin interactions. Mr. Potter, Lucius Malfoy spoke first, his voice cultured and precise. How unexpected to find the savior of wizarding Britain tucked away beneath London all these years. Harry inclined his head in the formal greeting he'd been taught for addressing high-status wizards. Mr. Malfoy. The Goblins of Gringotts have been my guardians since age 4, as registered with the appropriate wizarding authorities. Yes, through a rather creative interpretation of certain treaties, Umbridge interjected, her voice girlishly sweet yet underpinned with steel. Most irregular, but we're not here to discuss custody arrangements. Not today, at least. The threat was barely veiled. Harry maintained his composed expression while noting how Gornik's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. We're here to ensure your education meets ministry standards, Umbridge continued, glancing around the classroom with obvious skepticism. Particularly given your unique circumstances. Harry's education exceeds standard wizarding requirements for pre-Hogwarts preparation, Gornik stated firmly. As his guardian, I have ensured his curriculum includes all traditional subjects plus additional areas of study beneficial to his future role in both societies. Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed slightly. Both societies? An interesting choice of phrase. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you consider yourself a wizard or something else? The question was precisely the type of trap Harry had been warned about, designed to force him into a declaration that could be political ammunition regardless of his answer. I am a wizard being raised by goblins, Harry replied carefully. Just as a wizard child raised in France would be a wizard influenced by French culture. My magical nature is unchanged, though my perspective may differ from those raised in purely wizarding households. Malfoy's lips twitched in what might have been reluctant approval of the diplomatic response. Well said. Perhaps you would demonstrate your educational progress. A simple magical exercise, perhaps. Mr. Potter does not yet have a wand, Irongrip interjected smoothly. As you know, wizarding law prohibits wand purchase before age 11. Of course, Umbridge simpered. But surely he has demonstrated accidental magic. All wizarding children do, particularly those with significant power. This was dangerous territory. Harry's wandless abilities were far beyond accidental magic, and demonstrating them would immediately raise questions about goblin training methods. I have experienced typical magical incidents, Harry confirmed neutrally. Though the structured environment here at Gringotts provides fewer triggers for emotional magic than might occur elsewhere. Malfoy began wandering the classroom, examining the books and materials with a pretense of casual interest. Impressive collection. Standard wizarding texts alongside some more, unusual selections. He picked up a volume on magical theory that contained goblin perspectives rarely shared with humans. This particular work is quite rare outside certain circles. Gringotts' library is extensive, Gornik noted. We believe in comprehensive education. Indeed. Malfoy replaced the book and turned his attention to a star chart Harry had recently completed. Your astronomical notations include goblin constellations not recognized by wizarding astronomy. Different magical cultures develop different frameworks for understanding the same phenomena, Harry replied, reciting almost verbatim from his cultural studies lessons. Learning multiple perspectives provides a more complete understanding. Umbridge made a small, hem-hem sound that immediately grated on Harry's nerves. While cultural exposure is all very well, Mr. Potter, standardized education exists for good reason. We wouldn't want you arriving at Hogwarts with confused notions about magical practice. The implication was clear: goblin magic was considered inferior or inappropriate for human wizards. Harry felt a flash of anger but controlled it carefully. I don't find multiple perspectives confusing, Madam Umbridge. Rather, they provide context and depth to my understanding. Perhaps a practical demonstration would be more illuminating, Malfoy suggested suddenly. Not magic, since you've no wand, but something to display your educational attainments. A potion, perhaps. Surely the goblins have taught you preliminary brewing techniques. This was clearly a test, potions being an area where goblin and wizarding approaches differed significantly. Goblin potions prioritized efficiency and utilized ingredients wizards often considered taboo, while wizarding potions followed more standardized but sometimes inefficient recipes. I have studied both wizarding and goblin approaches to potion making, Harry acknowledged cautiously. Excellent, Malfoy declared with false enthusiasm. Then you won't mind preparing a simple cure for boils. A first-year potion, nothing advanced. Surely within your capabilities if your education is as comprehensive as claimed. Irongrip and Gornick exchanged subtle glances. The request seemed reasonable on the surface, but Harry immediately recognized the trap. The standard wizarding recipe for cure for boils differed significantly from the goblin version, which used fewer ingredients and a more efficient process. I would be happy to demonstrate, Harry agreed, deciding to confront the challenge directly. Though I should note that I've learned multiple approaches to this particular potion. Would you prefer I follow the standard Hogwarts recipe from Magical Drafts and Potions, or would you be interested in seeing the goblin variant, which achieves the same result with greater efficiency? Malfoy's eyes glinted with triumph. Harry had acknowledged the difference in methodologies exactly as the wizard had hoped. The standard Hogwarts method, of course. After all, that's what you'll be expected to know at school. Irongrip stepped forward. The potions laboratory is adjacent to this classroom. If you'll follow me. The laboratory, like the classroom, had been carefully prepared to present an appropriate image, containing standard cauldrons and ingredients organized according to wizarding conventions rather than the more practical goblin arrangements Harry was accustomed to. As Harry began gathering ingredients for the requested potion, he noticed Malfoy watching him with calculated interest, as if waiting for a mistake. Umbridge, meanwhile, was taking extensive notes on a small pink notebook. Working methodically, Harry prepared the standard wizarding recipe exactly as written in the textbook, crushing snake fangs into powder, slicing pungus onions precisely, and heating the cauldron to the specified temperature. Every movement was deliberate, demonstrating proper technique while revealing nothing of the more efficient methods he normally used. Your technique is quite refined for your age, Malfoy observed as Harry worked. Almost professional. Thank you, Harry replied, recognizing the implied question about who had taught him. Master Silverclaw, Gringotts' resident potions expert, has been most thorough in his instruction. A goblin teaching wizarding potions, Umbridge remarked with barely disguised disapproval. How progressive. Master Silverclaw holds certifications from both the Goblin Alchemical Society and the European Potions Guild, Gornick informed her coolly. His qualifications exceed most Hogwarts requirements. As Harry completed the final steps of the potion, adding porcupine quills and stirring precisely, he felt a subtle shift in the magical energies around him. The voices of magic, which usually offered commentary during his brewing, had fallen strangely silent. In their place was a new awareness, a sense of being watched by something beyond the humans in the room. Distant eyes. Cold purpose. Seeking connection. The impression was so unexpected that Harry nearly missed a stirring rotation. He recovered quickly, but not before Malfoy noticed the momentary lapse. "Problem, Mr. Potter?" the wizard inquired smoothly. "Not at all," Harry replied, completing the potion with a final clockwise stir. "It's finished." The cauldron now contained a perfectly brewed cure for boils, pink in color with exactly the pearlescent sheen described in the textbook. Harry stepped back, allowing the visitors to inspect his work. Malfoy leaned over the cauldron, examining the potion with the eye of someone knowledgeable in the art. "Acceptable," he pronounced finally. "Though one wonders why you followed the instructions with such rigid precision. Most children your age would show some improvisation, for better or worse." It was a clever observation. Harry had deliberately demonstrated textbook perfection without any of the intuitive adjustments an experienced brewer would naturally make. Malfoy had noticed this restraint and correctly identified it as unusual. "I was asked to demonstrate the standard Hogwarts method," Harry replied evenly. "So that's what I did." "Indeed." Malfoy straightened, his gaze calculating. "And what other methods might you have employed, had the request been different?" Before Harry could answer, Iron Grip intervened. "I believe the demonstration confirms Mr. Potter's educational progress meets required standards. Unless there are specific concerns about other subject areas?" "Oh, we have many concerns," Umbridge said with her false sweetness. "For instance, what exposure has Mr. Potter had to wizarding history and culture? His future classmates have grown up with stories of his own heroic defeat of you-know-who, yet here he is, raised among, well. I've studied comprehensive magical history from multiple perspectives," Harry stated, keeping his tone respectful despite his growing irritation. "Including detailed accounts of the Wizarding Wars and my parents' role in them. From Goblin sources," Malfoy noted. "Hardly unbiased. From original documents, witness accounts, and multiple historical texts, both Goblin and human," Harry corrected. "The Goblins believe in primary sources rather than simplified narratives." This struck a nerve with both visitors, though they showed it differently, Malfoy with a slight narrowing of his eyes, Umbridge with a tightening of her already forced smile. "Well," Umbridge said finally, "we have seen enough for an initial assessment. The Ministry will require regular inspections going forward, of course. And as your Hogwarts attendance approaches, we may recommend supplementary tutoring in certain areas to ensure proper integration." The threat was clear. This visit was just the beginning of increased wizarding interference in Harry's education and life. Any such recommendations should be directed through proper channels, Gornick stated formally. "As Mr. Potter's legal guardian, I retain primary authority over his pre-Hogwarts education." "For now," Umbridge replied with poisonous sweetness. As the inspection concluded and they returned to the classroom to gather their things, Harry felt that strange distant awareness again, stronger this time, and somehow familiar. "He reaches for you across great distance," the magic voices whispered, breaking their unusual silence. "The fragmented one. Your encounter with dragon magic has made you more visible to him." Harry suppressed a shiver. Voldemort. Somehow, the Romania incident had strengthened the tenuous connection that remained despite the Horcrux's removal years ago. Malfoy, perhaps noticing Harry's momentary distraction, approached him directly while Umbridge engaged Iron Grip and Gornick in discussion about future visits. "Mr. Potter," the aristocratic wizard said quietly, "a word of advice, if I may. The path you walk between worlds is precarious. There are those in our society who would view your goblin upbringing as contamination. Others who would seek to use your unique position for political advantage. People like you, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry asked with deliberate innocence. A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's face before his mask of sophisticated indifference returned. "I represent the interests of traditional wizarding education. Nothing more." "Of course," Harry agreed, maintaining the polite fiction. "And I appreciate your concern for my educational welfare." Malfoy studied him for a long moment. "You are not what I expected," he said finally. "More poised. More controlled." One wonders what else the goblins have taught you beyond standard subjects. Critical thinking, Harry replied promptly. Assessment of motivations. Recognition of unstated agendas. Valuable skills in any educational context, wouldn't you agree? For a brief moment, something like genuine respect flickered in Malfoy's pale eyes. Indeed. Most valuable. My own son, Draco, who will be in your year at Hogwarts, has received similar training, though in a more traditional setting. The mention of a son Harry's age was clearly deliberate, establishing a connection, planting a seed for future interaction. I look forward to meeting him, Harry said diplomatically, though inwardly he wondered what kind of child would emerge from Lucius Malfoy's tutelage. I'm sure you'll find many of your classmates interesting, given your unusual background. Malfoy's tone suggested this was not entirely a positive observation. A word of caution, Mr. Potter. The wizarding world has certain expectations of its heroes. The boy who lived returning to Hogwarts as a goblin protégé will raise eyebrows at best, outright hostility at worst. I'm aware of the political complexities, Harry assured him. But I am what my experiences have made me. I won't pretend otherwise to satisfy expectations. Malfoy's lips curved in what might have been genuine amusement. Spoken like a true Gryffindor, your parents' house, as you likely know. Though your calculation suggests other possibilities. He lowered his voice further. Consider carefully where your true interests lie, Mr. Potter. Some allegiances, once formed, are difficult to break without consequences. Before Harry could respond to this veiled warning, or threat, Umbridge called for Malfoy's attention, signaling their departure. With final formalities exchanged, the wizarding representatives left, escorted by Irongrip. The moment they were gone, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was intense. Gornick's normally stern expression softened with pride. You handled it exceptionally well. Particularly Malfoy's attempt to isolate you for private influence. He was testing me, Harry observed. Trying to determine where I fall politically. And establishing a connection through his son, Gornick added. A classic pure-blood strategy, building alliances through the next generation when direct approaches fail. Harry considered this, recalling the strange distant awareness he had felt during the encounter. There's something else. During the inspection, I sensed him. Voldemort. The magic said the dragon connection has made me more visible somehow. Gornick's expression grew grave. This must be reported to Ragnarok immediately. If your magical signature has become more detectable at distance, our security protocols will need adjustment. As they made their way to Ragnarok's office, Harry reflected on the morning's events. The inspection had been challenging but navigable. The connection with Voldemort, however brief, was more concerning. And Malfoy's warning about allegiances lingered in his mind. The path between worlds was indeed precarious, and growing more complex with each passing day. The repercussions of the Ministry inspection rippled through Gringotts in the days that followed. Security protocols were enhanced throughout the bank, particularly around Harry's living and educational spaces. Bloodfang intensified their work on magical shielding techniques, focusing specifically on methods to conceal Harry's unique magical signature from distant detection. The dragon connection fundamentally altered your magical resonance, the elder goblin explained during one particularly demanding session. Previously, your communication with magic remained largely internal, a closed system difficult to detect from outside. Now, you're actively projecting and receiving on a broader spectrum. Like switching from a private conversation to broadcasting, Harry suggested, using concepts he'd learned in his studies of Muggle technology. An apt analogy, Bloodfang agreed. The challenge is to maintain your expanded abilities while creating selective shielding against unwanted connections, particularly with the fragmented one. They had developed a new exercise where Harry practiced constructing layered mental barriers around his magical core, not to silence his communication with magic, but to filter and direct it more precisely. It was exhausting work, requiring intense concentration and magical exertion. Again, Bloodfang instructed after Harry's latest attempt collapsed. Visualize concentric spheres, each with different permeability. The innermost allows only your most familiar magical voices, the next expands to include neutral magics, and only the outermost should interact with unknown or potentially hostile energies. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and reset his position. Though physically stationary, these exercises drained him more than combat training with Fierceclaw. As he reconstructed the layered shields in his mind, he felt the now familiar distant presence attempting to locate him, Voldemort, reaching across Europe from wherever he currently existed. The sensation had become regular enough that Harry could recognize its signature, cold, probing, and tinged with frustrated rage. He cannot find your core, the magic voices assured him. Only echoes of your outer projections. This was small comfort given the persistence of the attempts. Harry had reported each occurrence to Ragnarok, who had in turn increased information gathering about Voldemort's suspected whereabouts. Reports from various goblin contacts across Europe suggested activity in Albania consistent with the Dark Wizard's spectral presence. Better, Bloodfang approved as Harry successfully maintained all 3 layers of shielding for a full minute. The structure is stabilizing. With practice, this will become automatic, a permanent feature of your magical expression rather than a conscious effort. When the session concluded, Harry found Nagnok waiting outside Bloodfang's chambers, her expression unusually serious. "Father wants you home immediately," she said without preamble. Another communication arrived from the ministry. Harry felt a sinking sensation. Since the inspection 2 weeks earlier, Gringotts had received increasingly formal requests from various wizarding departments, all thinly veiled attempts to gain greater access to and influence over Harry's life. "What is it this time?" he asked as they hurried through Gringotts corridors toward the family quarters. "Another educational evaluation. A health and welfare check." "Worse," Nagnok replied grimly. "It's from the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Apparently, the Romanian ministry has formally requested a meeting with you regarding the Dragon Sanctuary incident." Harry stopped short. "But Charlie Weasley promised." "It wasn't Weasley," Nagnok interrupted. "According to our sources, the Horntail Mother has been behaving strangely since your visit, calling for fire voice in small form. The Romanian dragon handlers couldn't interpret the behavior until an expert from Tibet was consulted. He recognized the signs of a dragon seeking its named wizard." "That's not good," Harry said, understanding the implications immediately. Dragon naming was rare enough to be noteworthy in international magical circles. Combined with the unusual circumstances of the ice serpent incident, it created a compelling reason for official investigation. "No, it's not," Nagnok agreed. "Especially since the Romanian request was delivered through Lucius Malfoy's office at the International Confederation of Wizards, where he's apparently been sharing concerns about your goblin upbringing with foreign representatives." The political maneuvering was becoming clearer. Malfoy was using the dragon incident to generate international interest in Harry's case, presumably to increase pressure on Gringotts regarding his guardianship. When they reached the family quarters, they found not only Gornik waiting but also Ragnarok himself, a sign of how seriously the goblin leadership was taking this development. "Harry," the director greeted him with unusual informality. "We face an accelerating situation. The ministry has moved from domestic educational concerns to international magical cooperation issues, a significant escalation in their approach to your case." "Because of the dragon naming me?" Harry asked, taking the seat Gornik indicated. "That's the ostensible reason," Ragnarok confirmed. "But the timing and Malfoy's involvement suggest a coordinated effort. They're building a case for intervention in your guardianship by establishing your abilities as matters of international magical interest, beyond the scope of a simple custody arrangement." Harry considered this. "What happens if they succeed? In the worst case?" Gornik's expression was grim. "You could be removed from our custody and placed with a ministry-approved wizarding family for your proper development and the security of international magical relations." The thought sent a chill through Harry. Despite knowing he would eventually attend Hogwarts, he had always assumed Gringotts would remain his home, his goblin family his anchor in the wizarding world. "They can't just take me," he protested. "The adoption ritual is binding in goblin law and recognized under the Treaty of 1752, Ragnarok acknowledged. "But if they can establish that your abilities represent a potential international security concern, they could invoke emergency clauses from the International Statute of Secrecy that supersede individual treaties." "So what do we do?" Harry asked, looking between his foster father and the bank director. Ragnarok and Gornik exchanged glances that suggested they had already discussed options at length. "We accelerate our own plans," Ragnarok decided. "Rather than waiting for your 10th birthday, we will proceed immediately with your formal introduction to Wizarding Society, on our terms, not theirs." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked cautiously. "It means," Gornik explained, "that instead of rejecting the Romanian ministry's request, we accept it, but we expand the scope. You will meet not just with their representatives but with a carefully selected group of influential wizarding figures from Britain and abroad. A controlled debut that establishes your identity as both Harry Potter, wizarding heir, and Harry, goblin ward. This approach has risks," Ragnarok cautioned. "Once you enter the public eye more formally, Dumbledore will certainly seek greater involvement. The political factions within the ministry will attempt to court or undermine you. And your expanded magical signature may become more noticeable to distant interests." Voldemort, he meant. The Dark Wizard's attempts to locate Harry would only intensify as his public visibility increased. "But the greater risk lies in allowing others to control the narrative," Gornik continued. "If we wait, the Ministry and Malfoy will define you to the wizarding world before you have the opportunity to define yourself." Harry absorbed this analysis, recognizing the diplomatic and political lessons he had been taught being applied directly to his own situation. This was no longer theoretical education, it was his life, his future being shaped by forces larger than any individual. "When would this happen?" he asked finally. "Within the month," Ragnarok replied. "We will host a formal reception at Gringotts Upper Ceremonial Hall, neutral ground by treaty, where Goblin authority remains absolute while accommodating wizarding customs. The guest list will be carefully balanced," Gornik added. "Ministry officials, yes, but also independent magical scholars, representatives from other magical species, and selected foreign dignitaries not aligned with Britain's internal politics." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked, knowing the Hogwarts headmaster would not be easily excluded from such an event. "Invited but contained," Ragnarok assured him. "The format will prevent any individual from monopolizing your time or attention." The scope of what they were proposing began to sink in. After 5 years of relative seclusion, Harry would be formally presented to magical society in a highly public, politically charged event. The thought was simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. "I'll need to be perfectly prepared," he realized aloud. "Every word, every action will be scrutinized and interpreted." "Yes," Gornik agreed, his expression softening with paternal pride. "But you have been preparing for this moment since you arrived at Gringotts. Not just in your formal education, but in every aspect of your development, magical, physical, and psychological." "You are ready," Ragnarok added supportively. "No one expects a 9-year-old to navigate adult politics flawlessly. Being authentically yourself, a child of both worlds, will be more effective than perfect political calculation." Harry appreciated the vote of confidence, though he suspected authentically himself would prove more controversial than Ragnarok implied. His true abilities, speaking with magic, communicating with dragons, detecting distant magical presences, were precisely what the wizarding authorities found most concerning about his goblin upbringing. "There is one more aspect to consider," Ragnarok said, his tone growing more formal. "Recent investigations into the Potter family vaults have uncovered information that may prove significant for your public introduction. Information about your heritage beyond your parents." This was unexpected. While Harry had always known he would eventually inherit the Potter family vaults, detailed information about his family's history had been limited in his education, partly because much of it was sealed in vaults he couldn't access until he was older, and partly because the goblins had focused on his magical development rather than his human lineage. "What kind of information?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Ragnarok produced an ancient-looking parchment from within his robes. This document was found in a previously sealed compartment of the Potter family vault, triggered to open upon certain magical conditions. Those conditions were met when your dragon communication activated a dormant bloodline trait. Harry leaned forward, studying the parchment as Ragnarok spread it on the table. It appeared to be a family tree, but unlike any he had seen before. Rather than a simple branching structure, it formed an intricate spiral pattern where certain lines glowed with subtle magical energy. At the very center, in ancient script, was a name that made Harry's breath catch: Peveril. The Peverils, Gornick explained, noting Harry's recognition of the name, were one of the oldest and most magically significant families in British wizarding history. Your father's line descends directly from Ignotus Peveril, the youngest of 3 legendary brothers. "The creators of the Deathly Hallows," Harry murmured, recalling the ancient tale from his magical history studies. Most considered it merely legend, but Goblin historians maintained that the Hallows were real artifacts of extraordinary power. "Precisely," Ragnarok confirmed. "But this document reveals something even our records did not contain. The Peveril line itself descended from an even older magical bloodline, one thought extinct centuries ago." He pointed to the outermost spiral of the family tree, where names in a language Harry didn't recognize were inscribed in faded silver ink. "These are members of the House of Ambrose, a family of natural magic speakers who lived before the founding of Hogwarts, before the establishment of modern wizarding society. They were said to command magic without wands, through direct communication similar to your own ability." The implications were staggering. Harry's unique gift wasn't merely an individual anomaly but a resurgence of an ancient family trait, dormant for centuries until activated in him. "The dragon communication triggered this revelation?" he asked, trying to process this new information about his heritage. "Dragons recognize old blood," Gornick explained. "The Horntail didn't just name you, she acknowledged your Ambrose lineage. Their family was known for particular affinity with magical creatures, especially dragons and phoenixes." Harry studied the family tree more closely, noting how his father's line connected to the Peverils and then to the mysterious House of Ambrose. "What about my mother's family? Is there magical ancestry there too?" A shadow crossed Ragnarok's features. "That remains uncertain. Muggle-born witches and wizards often have magical ancestry so distant it's untraceable through conventional methods. However, your mother's exceptional magical abilities suggest the possibility of similar dormant bloodlines." "Why is this important now?" Harry asked, returning to the practical implications. "Beyond being interesting historically?" "Because," Ragnarok said gravely, "it provides a legitimate explanation for your unusual abilities that the wizarding world might accept. Natural talent based on ancient bloodlines is a concept purebloods like Malfoy understand and respect, even if they dislike the specific manifestation. It shifts the narrative from goblin-taught human performing unauthorized magic, to heir of ancient magical bloodlines reclaiming his heritage." It was a clever political repositioning, Harry had to admit. Using the wizarding world's own obsession with blood status and magical lineage as a shield against interference in his education. "We would announce this discovery at the reception," he guessed. "Not announce," Gornick corrected. "Reveal strategically, as if we had only recently connected the historical records to your emerging abilities. The timing must appear coincidental rather than calculated." Harry nodded, appreciating the nuance. "And my status as heir of House Potter? And apparently House Peveril and House Ambrose? Will be formally acknowledged," Ragnarok confirmed. "Complete with the traditional heir rings from your family vault. This establishes you not merely as a famous child or political symbol, but as the legitimate heir to multiple magical legacies, someone whose development should be approached with appropriate respect rather than bureaucratic interference." The plan was taking shape now. A careful balance of revelation and restraint, traditional wizarding values and unprecedented goblin influence, all centered around Harry's unique position between worlds. "When do we begin preparations?" he asked, determination replacing his earlier apprehension. Immediately, Ragnarok replied. The invitations will be sent tomorrow. You have 3 weeks to master the necessary protocols, review the guest profiles, and prepare for what will undoubtedly be the most scrutinized public appearance in recent magical history. Harry straightened, feeling the weight of expectation but also a growing sense of purpose. For 5 years, he had been sheltered within Gringotts, developing abilities and perspectives unlike any wizard of his generation. Now it was time to begin the next phase of his journey, not just as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or Harry the Goblin Ward, but as himself, a bridge between worlds, heir to ancient traditions, and speaker to magic itself. I'm ready, he said simply, and in that moment, he truly believed it. The formal reception room of Gringotts Bank had never hosted an event quite like this. Located on the uppermost level of the bank, it featured soaring marble columns, crystal chandeliers that floated without visible support, and floors of polished stone inlaid with gold and intricate goblin patterns. Normally reserved for the most significant financial negotiations between goblin leadership and wizarding governments, today it served a different purpose, the formal introduction of Harry Potter to magical society. Harry stood in an antechamber, making final adjustments to his ceremonial attire. The ensemble represented weeks of careful planning by goblin artisans and human tailors working in unprecedented collaboration. His formal robes were primarily wizarding in cut but incorporated subtle goblin design elements, geometric patterns at the hem and cuffs that concealed protection runes, fabric woven with threads of goblin silver for magical resilience, and clasps crafted from metals with significance in both cultures. Most striking, however, was the circlet he wore, a slender band of intertwined gold and silver that marked him as an acknowledged heir of a goblin family while respecting his human heritage. Such markers were rarely seen outside goblin society, and never on a human child. Its presence would be unmistakable to knowledgeable observers. This human belonged to the goblin nation by choice and recognition, not mere circumstance. Stop fidgeting, Ragnarok scolded gently as she helped adjust his collar. Unlike Harry, she wore traditional goblin ceremonial attire, hammered metal armor over formal robes, marking her status as daughter of a prominent family. You look perfect. Perfect is precisely what worries me, Harry replied, only half joking. Too perfect suggests calculation. Too casual suggests disrespect. Such political awareness in one so young, came a voice from the doorway. Your goblin guardians have taught you well. Harry turned to find Albus Dumbledore watching him with those famous twinkling blue eyes. The Hogwarts headmaster wore formal robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars that actually moved, subtly magical in a way that managed to be both whimsical and imposing. Professor Dumbledore, Harry acknowledged with a respectful nod, neither the deep bow a wizard might offer the chief warlock nor the minimal acknowledgement a goblin would consider appropriate. I didn't expect to see you before the formal introductions. I may have arrived somewhat early, Dumbledore admitted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. And perhaps navigated the bank's corridors with more familiarity than strictly anticipated by your guardians. Translation: he had deliberately circumvented the planned reception schedule to speak with Harry privately. Ragnarok's posture stiffened slightly. A breach of protocol was no small matter in goblin diplomacy. I'll inform Director Ragnarok of your early arrival, she said with perfect formal politeness that nevertheless conveyed disapproval. He'll want to greet you personally, I'm sure. As she departed, Harry noted how Dumbledore watched her go with an expression of genuine curiosity. Your foster sister, I believe. An unusual relationship, goblin and human siblings. Not so unusual from my perspective, Harry replied. Ragnarok and her brothers have been my family for 5 years now. Nearly half my life. Indeed. Dumbledore moved further into the room, studying Harry with undisguised interest. You have grown remarkably since our last meeting, Harry. Not just physically, but in presence. You carry yourself with a confidence rare in children your age. Goblin education emphasizes personal responsibility from an early age, Harry explained, deliberately focusing on educational philosophy rather than his individual development. So I've observed. Dumbledore gestured to the chairs arranged in one corner of the antechamber. "Might we sit for a moment? Before the formalities begin and everyone demands your attention." Harry hesitated, aware that this was precisely the type of private conversation Ragnarok had hoped to avoid. Yet refusing would create its own political complications. After a moment's consideration, he nodded and took a seat, positioning himself so that the door remained in his line of sight, a habit ingrained by years of security training. "I understand congratulations are in order," Dumbledore began once they were seated. "The discovery of your connection to the Peveril and Ambrose lines is most significant. Historical lineages of considerable magical importance." News traveled fast, even information the Goblins had attempted to control carefully. "The Goblins discovered the connection recently," Harry confirmed, maintaining the agreed-upon narrative. "When certain magical aptitudes began manifesting more strongly. Dragon communication, I believe." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with what appeared to be genuine amusement. Charlie Weasley was most impressed, though admirably discreet in his official reports. So Weasley had told Dumbledore personally while keeping the information from spreading more widely. Interesting but not surprising, the Weasleys were known Dumbledore loyalists. It was an unexpected development, Harry acknowledged. Though apparently consistent with Ambrose family traits, according to the historical records. Indeed. The Ambrose line was known for particular affinity with magical creatures. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "But I suspect there's more to your magical development than merely speaking with dragons. The Goblins have been uncharacteristically protective of details regarding your education." This was dangerous territory. Harry maintained a neutral expression while considering his response. "My education follows Goblin traditions adapted for human needs. Different from conventional wizarding methods, but effective." "I have no doubt of its effectiveness," Dumbledore agreed easily. "Merely curiosity about its nature. For instance, I wonder if you've discovered other forms of communication beyond dragons? With magic itself, perhaps?" Harry couldn't completely hide his surprise. How could Dumbledore know about his core ability? The Goblins had been extraordinarily careful to keep that information contained. "I see I've struck upon something significant," Dumbledore observed quietly. "There are historical accounts of wizards who could speak directly to magical forces, Merlin most famously, though Godric Gryffindor was rumored to possess similar talents. The Ambrose family chronicles mention such abilities as well." Harry decided that limited honesty was his safest approach. "I've always been able to hear magic," he admitted. "The Goblins helped me understand and develop this ability rather than suppress it." "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed, and for a moment, the political calculation in his eyes was replaced by genuine scholarly excitement. "Such gifts are extraordinarily rare, particularly in their natural form. Most wizards who achieve similar communication do so only after decades of study and ritual preparation. The Goblins believe magic is meant to be collaborated with, not merely commanded," Harry explained, sharing the philosophical foundation of his training. "Their approach encourages listening before casting. A perspective with considerable merit," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though perhaps challenging to integrate with standard Hogwarts curriculum, which does tend toward the command and control model you reference." This was the opening Harry had been waiting for. "That's been a concern of mine as well," he admitted. "How my education at Gringotts will translate to Hogwarts requirements." "I believe we can find a balance," Dumbledore assured him. "Hogwarts has historically accommodated students with unusual backgrounds or abilities. Special arrangements can be made for your continued development along both paths." Before Harry could pursue this promising direction, the door opened to admit Ragnarok, followed closely by Gornik. The bank director's expression was perfectly composed, but Harry recognized the slight tension in his posture that indicated displeasure. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Ragnarok greeted formally. "I see you found your way to Mr. Potter's preparation chamber ahead of schedule." An old man's eagerness to reconnect with an extraordinary young wizard, Dumbledore replied pleasantly, rising from his chair. Harry and I were just discussing how his unique education might be accommodated at Hogwarts next year. A discussion better conducted with his guardians present, Gornick noted, moving to stand beside Harry in a subtle but unmistakable show of parental authority. Of course, of course. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. I merely wish to assure Harry personally that his special circumstances will be respected at Hogwarts. As headmaster, I have considerable latitude in adapting educational approaches for students with unique needs or abilities. The offer was both generous and politically astute, extending an olive branch while establishing Dumbledore's authority in educational matters. Harry glanced at Gornick, receiving a nearly imperceptible nod of permission to respond. I appreciate that assurance, Professor, Harry said carefully. I look forward to discussing specific arrangements as my enrollment approaches. As do I. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. But for now, I believe we have a reception to attend. Quite the gathering your guardians have arranged, representatives from across the magical spectrum. Most impressive. The guest list reflects Mr. Potter's unique position bridging multiple magical traditions, Ragnock stated. Now, if you'll excuse us, Headmaster, final preparations must be completed before the formal introductions begin. Recognizing the dismissal, Dumbledore nodded graciously. Of course. I shall rejoin the other guests. Until shortly, Harry. After Dumbledore departed, Ragnock turned to Harry with a questioning expression. What did he want? Information about my magical abilities, Harry replied honestly. He specifically asked about communication with magic itself. He knows, or at least strongly suspects. Gornick and Ragnock exchanged concerned glances. This complicates matters, the bank director said grimly. Dumbledore's interest in your abilities has always been our primary concern. He offered special accommodations at Hogwarts, Harry added. For my unique educational needs. A clever approach, Gornick observed. Positioning himself as an ally in preserving your goblin education while establishing oversight of its continuation. We will address this development later, Ragnock decided. For now, the reception awaits, and with it, the official beginning of your public life in Wizarding Society. Harry nodded, taking a deep breath to center himself. Years of training had prepared him for this moment, politically, magically, and personally. Whatever challenges awaited in the reception hall, he would face them as both Goblin Ward and Wizarding heir. I'm ready, he said for the second time that month, hoping it remained true. The reception proceeded according to the carefully orchestrated plan Ragnock had designed. Harry was formally presented to the assembled guests by the bank director himself, a significant honor that established his status in Goblin society before addressing his wizarding connections. Honored representatives of the magical communities, Ragnock intoned from a raised platform at one end of the hall, Gringotts Bank presents Harry James Potter, heir to the houses of Potter, Peverell, and Ambrose, and fostered son of Gornick of the Silver Hammer clan. A murmur ran through the assembled witches, wizards, and representatives of various magical species as Harry stepped forward. Despite having seen his name in books and newspapers for years, many were laying eyes on the boy who lived for the first time, and finding him quite different from whatever they had imagined. Mr. Potter has been raised within Gringotts since age 4, Ragnock continued, receiving education in both Goblin and Wizarding traditions. As he approaches his Hogwarts attendance next year, we formally acknowledge his place in both societies and his unique heritage as revealed through recent historical research. Harry stepped forward as rehearsed, bowing first to the Goblin side of the gathering and then to the Wizarding representatives. I am honored by your presence, he stated clearly, his voice carrying throughout the hall thanks to subtle acoustic enchantments. And I look forward to learning from the diverse magical traditions represented here today. The formal introduction complete, the reception shifted to its next phase, controlled interactions with selected groups of guests. Harry moved through the hall accompanied by either Gornick or Irongrip, never left alone with any single faction for too long. The Romanian dragon handlers approached first, led by an elderly wizard with burned scars visible on his face and hands. Master Handler Nikolai Dragos, he introduced himself with a formal bow. The Horntail Mother continues to call for you, young speaker. She has declared her clutch under your protection, a rare honor. Please convey my respect to her, Harry replied, using the formal phrasing Bloodfang had helped him prepare for this interaction. While my duties prevent me from attending her clutch personally, I acknowledge the bond she has recognized. Drago seemed impressed by this culturally appropriate response. You understand dragon custom well for one so young. Perhaps when you are older, you might consider specialized training at our sanctuary? Dragon speakers are treasured among our kind. A possibility for future consideration, Harry agreed diplomatically, noting how the surrounding wizards watched this exchange with expressions ranging from fascination to concern. As the Romanian delegation moved on, Harry found himself approached by a severe-looking witch in formal ministry robes. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she introduced herself. Your guardians have created quite the stir with this event, Mr. Potter. Director Ragnarok believed a formal introduction would be preferable to ongoing speculation, Harry explained. Transparency serves both communities better than mystery. Indeed. Bones studied him with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. Though I note certain aspects of your upbringing remain carefully managed information. Your magical education, for instance. Harry had been prepared for this line of questioning. My education follows a specialized curriculum designed for my particular abilities and heritage. The recent discovery of my connection to the Ambrose line has helped explain certain aptitudes that might otherwise seem unusual. Such as dragon communication. Bones pressed. Or are there other abilities you've developed under goblin tutelage? Various talents are still emerging, Harry replied carefully. As I understand is common for magical children approaching their Hogwarts years. Before Bones could pursue this further, Gornik smoothly guided Harry toward another group, this one consisting of international representatives, including the French magical ambassador and a dignified wizard from the Japanese magical consortium. The boy who lived raised by goblins, the French ambassador mused in lightly accented English. C'est remarkable. In France, such cross-cultural guardianship would be celebrated as progressive international cooperation. Indeed, agreed his Japanese counterpart. Japan has long recognized the wisdom in magical children experiencing diverse traditions. Mr. Potter's unique upbringing may well represent the future of magical education, integrated rather than isolated. Harry recognized the political positioning behind these comments, both nations subtly aligning themselves against the more conservative British approach while establishing themselves as potential allies in any international discussions of his situation. I've been fortunate to learn from goblin wisdom while maintaining connection to my wizarding heritage, he responded, using language that acknowledged both traditions without placing one above the other. Throughout the reception, Harry continued these careful diplomatic exchanges, addressing concerns without revealing too much, acknowledging interests without making commitments. He met representatives from nearly every department of the British ministry, delegates from magical schools across Europe, and even a few creatures rarely seen in wizarding gatherings, a centaur astronomer, a mere chieftain from the Scottish Lochs, and most surprisingly, a house elf representative from the Continental Elven Collective, an organization unknown in Britain where house elves remained largely enslaved. Dumbledore watched these proceedings from a distance, occasionally engaging in his own conversations but never losing awareness of Harry's location. Lucius Malfoy did much the same from the opposite side of the room, his pale eyes calculating as he observed the boy who lived navigating political waters with unexpected skill. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself approached by a wizard his own age, the first child he had encountered at the otherwise adult gathering. Draco Malfoy, the boy introduced himself with the practiced poise of someone raised in political circles. With platinum blonde hair and pointed features that mirrored his father's, there was no mistaking his parentage. Father said I should introduce myself, as we'll be in the same year at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, Harry replied, offering his hand as he would to any new acquaintance among the goblin youth, as an equal, neither dominating nor submitting in the gesture. Draco seemed momentarily surprised by this approach but recovered quickly, accepting the handshake. Everyone knows who you are, he said with a hint of the arrogance his father concealed more skillfully. Though you're not what most people expected. And what did they expect? Harry asked, genuinely curious about his public image. Someone more. Draco hesitated, searching for the right word. Wizardly, I suppose. You carry yourself like a goblin. The observation was surprisingly astute for a 9-year-old. I was raised by goblins, Harry pointed out reasonably. Just as you carry yourself like your father. This comparison seemed to please Draco, who straightened slightly. Father says your unusual upbringing might give you unique perspectives valuable to the right allies. Even at 9, Malfoy's son was already extending political feelers. Harry found this both amusing and slightly sad. Childhood clearly meant something very different in pure-blood circles than among the goblin youth he'd grown up with. I expect everyone at Hogwarts will have unique perspectives to share, Harry replied diplomatically. That's part of what I look forward to, meeting wizards and witches from different backgrounds. Draco's expression suggested this wasn't the response he'd been coached to elicit. Some backgrounds are more valuable than others, he said with the certainty of someone repeating a frequently heard lesson. You'll find that out quickly at Hogwarts. I could help you there, introduce you to the right sort. The echo of his father's earlier approach was unmistakable. Harry maintained a friendly expression while considering his response. I appreciate the offer, he said finally. Though I prefer to make my own assessments of people rather than relying on predetermined categories. Before Draco could respond to this subtle rejection of his worldview, Lucius Malfoy appeared beside his son. Forming connections already, Draco? Very good. He turned his attention to Harry. Mr. Potter, I trust my son has been welcoming. Very much so, Harry confirmed. He's kindly offered guidance regarding Hogwarts social dynamics. An area where the Malfoy family has considerable experience, Lucius noted smoothly. Your unique position will make your house placement particularly significant. Have you given thought to where you might be sorted? This was a common question Harry had fielded throughout the evening. Everyone from ministry officials to educational representatives seemed inordinately interested in his future Hogwarts house. I understand the Sorting Hat makes that determination, Harry replied, the same answer he'd given others. Though my parents were Gryffindors, I recognize each house has its own valuable traditions. Indeed. Malfoy's smile didn't reach his eyes. Though some traditions align better with your newly discovered heritage than others. The Ambrose family, historically, found their talents best nurtured in Slytherin House, as did the Peverils before Ignotus broke tradition. This was new information, not included in the historical briefing the Goblins had prepared. Harry filed it away for later verification, noting how Malfoy watched for his reaction. History offers guidance but doesn't determine the present, Harry said, a phrase he'd heard Iron Grip use in diplomatic negotiations. I'll respect whatever decision the Sorting Hat makes based on who I am now. Diplomatically stated, Malfoy acknowledged with a slight incline of his head. Come, Draco. We should allow Mr. Potter to continue greeting his many admirers. As they departed, Harry felt a familiar magical presence approaching from behind, one he had been peripherally aware of throughout the evening but had not yet directly engaged with. Navigating Malfoy politics already, observed Severus Snape, his voice as dry as the parchments in Bloodfang's study. An impressive feat for one so young. Harry turned to face the Hogwarts potions master. Snape cut an imposing figure in severe black robes, his expression carefully neutral as he studied the boy who lived. Professor Snape, Harry greeted him, having memorized the names and faces of all Hogwarts staff in preparation for this event. I understand you're a potions master of considerable reputation. Indeed. Snape's dark eyes revealed nothing of his thoughts. And you, apparently, are a student of unusual talents. Your brewing demonstration for Lucius and Madame Umbridge was noted to be technically perfect, yet deliberately constrained. So Malfoy had shared details of the inspection with Snape, not surprising, given their known association. I demonstrated what was requested, Harry replied simply. The standard Hogwarts method. And what other methods might you employ, had the request been different? Snape asked, echoing Malfoy's earlier question almost verbatim. Harry sensed this was more than casual curiosity. As Slytherin head of house, Snape would have particular interest in Harry's potential placement there, especially given Malfoy's hint about the Ambrose family's historical sorting. Goblin brewing emphasizes efficiency and intent over rigid procedure, Harry explained, offering general philosophy rather than specific techniques. The result matters more than the process, provided that process is safe and understood. A pragmatic approach, Snape acknowledged. Though one that might clash with standardized educational requirements. Hence my demonstration of standard methods, Harry pointed out. I can adapt to different expectations as needed. Something like reluctant approval flickered briefly in Snape's expression. Adaptation is an undervalued skill in educational contexts, he observed. Though I warn you, Mr. Potter, that professors at Hogwarts will expect more than mere technical compliance. Understanding the principles behind the procedures is essential for advanced study. I look forward to the challenge, Harry replied sincerely. Despite his concerns about transitioning to wizarding education, he genuinely anticipated learning from experts in different magical disciplines. Snape studied him for a moment longer. You are not what I expected, he said finally, unconsciously echoing Draco's earlier comment. So I've been told, Harry acknowledged with a slight smile. Though I'm curious what you specifically anticipated. A brief silence followed as Snape seemed to debate how candidly to answer. Based on your father, he admitted finally, arrogance and entitlement. Based on your fame, self-importance. Based on your goblin upbringing, resentment of wizarding authority. The assessment was brutally honest, and revealed more about Snape's relationship with James Potter than the professor likely intended. Harry considered his response carefully, aware that this interaction could significantly influence his future Hogwarts experience. I never knew my father, he said simply. My fame comes from circumstances I don't remember. And my goblin upbringing has taught me to respect knowledge and skill regardless of its source. He met Snape's gaze directly. I hope to be judged based on who I am, not who others expect me to be. For the briefest moment, something unidentifiable passed through Snape's eyes, perhaps recognition, perhaps reassessment. Then his impassive mask returned. We shall see, Mr. Potter, he said neutrally. Hogwarts has a way of revealing true character, regardless of preparation or pretense. With a slight nod that wasn't quite a bow, Snape moved away, leaving Harry to process the strange interaction. Of all the encounters throughout the evening, this one felt most significant for his future Hogwarts experience, particularly if the Sorting Hat did consider him for Slytherin House. As the reception began to wind down, Harry found himself momentarily alone near one of the grand windows overlooking Diagon Alley. The magical shopping district was illuminated below, shops closed for the evening but street lamps casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets. Quite a view, observed a gentle voice beside him. Both literally and figuratively. Harry turned to find a kindly-looking wizard with patched robes and prematurely lined face. Despite his worn appearance, something about him projected quiet confidence and intelligence. Remus Lupin, the man introduced himself, his voice carrying an undertone of emotion he couldn't quite conceal. I was a friend of your parents. Harry's attention sharpened immediately. While he had learned much about James and Lily Potter from historical accounts and official records, he had met very few people who knew them personally. You knew my parents? He asked, unable to keep eagerness from his voice. Lupin nodded, a sad smile touching his lips. James was one of my closest friends from our first year at Hogwarts. Lily I came to know later, brilliantly talented witch, with a kindness that matched her intelligence. What were they like? Harry asked, momentarily setting aside the political calculations that had governed his interactions throughout the evening. Not as heroes or martyrs, but as people. Lupin seemed touched by the question. James was vibrant. Full of life and mischief, but fiercely loyal to those he cared about. He could be arrogant in his youth, talented people often are, but he grew into a man of principle and courage. He paused, clearly considering how best to describe Lily. Your mother was extraordinary in a different way. Where James commanded attention, Lily earned respect. She had a gift for seeing the best in people, even when they couldn't see it themselves. And a temper to match her red hair when confronted with injustice. Harry absorbed these descriptions hungrily. The Goblins had always spoken respectfully of his parents but could offer little about their personalities or daily lives. You have her eyes, Lupin added softly. But in many ways, you remind me more of Lily than James. She had a thoughtfulness about her, an ability to navigate complex situations with grace that I see in you tonight. Thank you, Harry said simply, genuinely moved by the comparison. Why haven't we met before? If you were close to my parents. A shadow crossed Lupin's face. Circumstances made it difficult for me to be involved in your life. When you were placed with your Muggle relatives, access was restricted. By the time I learned you had been relocated to Gringotts, arrangements were already formalized. There seemed to be more to this explanation than Lupin was sharing, but Harry didn't press. Would you be willing to tell me more about them sometime? Share memories. I would like nothing better, Lupin assured him, his voice warm with sincerity. Perhaps we could arrange visits before your Hogwarts attendance begins. With your guardian's approval, of course. Before Harry could respond, Gornick appeared at his side. Mr. Potter, Director Ragnarok requests your presence for the closing formalities. Of course. Harry turned back to Lupin. I'd very much like to continue our conversation, Mr. Lupin. As would I. Lupin reached into his worn robes and produced a small envelope. My contact information, should your guardians permit correspondence. And Harry. His voice softened. Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming. Regardless of which path you follow. The simple statement, delivered with such evident sincerity, affected Harry more deeply than any of the political maneuvering or diplomatic exchanges that had filled the evening. He accepted the envelope with a nod of thanks, unable to fully articulate his gratitude for this connection to his past. As the reception concluded with formal farewells and final diplomatic exchanges, Harry found himself unexpectedly emotional. The evening had been exhausting, demanding every ounce of the political training and personal discipline the Goblins had instilled in him. Yet beneath the diplomatic calculations and careful positioning, something more significant had occurred. He had taken his first real steps into the wider magical world that would soon become part of his daily life. Later that night, as he sat in his quarters reviewing the evening's events with Gornick and Ragnarok, Harry reflected on the complex reality his unique position created. You navigated the interactions admirably, Ragnarok commended him. Particularly the more challenging encounters with Malfoy, Snape, and Dumbledore. Lupin's appearance was unexpected, Gornick noted. Though potentially valuable as a connection to your parents' history. Harry nodded, still processing that particular encounter. He seemed genuine. Unlike many of the others who approached me for political reasons. Your instincts are sound, Ragnarok acknowledged. Though even genuine emotional connections can have political implications. Lupin was known to be closely aligned with Dumbledore during the Wizarding War. This context helped explain why Lupin had never contacted him before. If Dumbledore had restricted access during his time with the Dursleys, those loyal to the headmaster would likely have respected that decision. Overall, the reception achieved its primary objectives, Ragnarok continued. You have been formally introduced to Wizarding Society on our terms, with your heritage and goblin connections acknowledged in ways that make direct ministry interference more politically complicated. But they'll still try, Harry predicted, recalling the calculating looks from various ministry officials throughout the evening. Undoubtedly, Gornick confirmed. But now they must navigate a more complex political landscape. The international interest in your abilities, combined with your newly confirmed ancient lineage, creates a buffer against simplistic intervention. Harry considered this analysis, then asked the question that had been forming in his mind throughout the evening: what happens when I go to Hogwarts? How do we maintain this balance when I'm under Dumbledore's direct influence for most of the year? Ragnar and Gornik exchanged meaningful glances, the kind Harry had learned indicated a previously discussed issue with no simple resolution. That, Ragnar acknowledged, remains our greatest challenge. Dumbledore's offer of special accommodations for your unique educational needs presents both opportunity and risk. It could provide legitimate avenues for continuing aspects of your goblin education while at Hogwarts, but also places those aspects under his oversight. We have time to develop countermeasures, Gornik assured him. And tonight's reception has strengthened our position considerably. The wider magical world now sees you not merely as the boy who lived, but as the heir of ancient ways, a young wizard bridging historical traditions with modern magical society. The title resonated with Harry in ways he hadn't anticipated. Heir of ancient ways, not just to family fortunes or political positions, but to approaches to magic itself that had been forgotten or overlooked by contemporary wizarding society. The path clarifies, whispered the magic voices that had remained respectfully subdued throughout the evening's proceedings. Bridge builder. Tradition walker. Speaker to what others merely wield. As Harry prepared for bed that night, he found himself standing at his window, gazing up at the stars visible through the enchanted ceiling of his chamber. Somewhere out there, dragons recognized his bloodline, ancient magics responded to his call, and forgotten family legacies waited to be reclaimed. And somewhere, too, a fragmented dark wizard sensed his growing power and sought to locate him across vast distances. The reception had marked his formal entry into wizarding society, but Harry understood it was merely the beginning of a much longer journey, one that would test the balance between his goblin upbringing and wizarding heritage in ways even Ragnar's political calculations couldn't fully anticipate. Heir of ancient ways indeed. Now he would need to prove worthy of the title. Chapter 3, Shadows of Hogwarts. The letter arrived exactly as Ragnar had predicted, carried by a standard barn owl that circled the uppermost level of Gringotts 3 times before a goblin handler granted it passage through the bank's defensive wards. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, addressed in emerald green ink with a precision that spoke of magical automation rather than human handwriting. Mr. H. Potter, the Eastern Residence, Level 7 Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. Harry turned the envelope over in his hands, examining the purple wax seal bearing the Hogwarts coat of arms, lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding a large letter H. Though he had been anticipating this moment for months, actually holding his Hogwarts acceptance letter produced an unexpected flutter of emotion. Well? Nagnok prompted, practically bouncing with excitement beside him. Open it. They sat in the family quarters common room, where Harry had been helping his foster sister polish a set of ceremonial daggers, a traditional goblin activity for siblings to share. Gornik and Silvertooth watched from nearby, their expressions more measured but no less attentive. Harry broke the seal carefully and withdrew 2 pieces of parchment. The first contained the expected acceptance notification: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source. CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Standard language, identical to the template the goblins had shown him during his preparation for this moment. The second parchment contained the expected list of required books, equipment, and uniform items, along with the reminder that first years were not allowed their own broomsticks. What caught Harry's attention, however, was a third piece of parchment that slipped out from between the others, a personal note written in flowing script distinctly different from the formal acceptance letter. Dear Harry, while your acceptance to Hogwarts follows our standard procedures, I recognize that your circumstances are anything but standard. In acknowledgement of your unique upbringing and the educational foundation you have established at Gringotts, I would like to invite you and your guardians to a personal meeting to discuss how we might best accommodate your transition to Hogwarts while respecting the valuable training you have already received. Please advise if this would be agreeable, and we can arrange a mutually convenient time in August before term begins. I look forward to welcoming you to Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore, a personal invitation, Gornick observed, reading over Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore moves quickly. As expected, Silvertooth added. The reception 6 months ago revealed too much of Harry's abilities for them to simply process him through standard channels. Harry reread the note, considering its implications. He's offering accommodations again. Just like he mentioned at the reception. A calculated approach, Gornick agreed. Acknowledging your goblin education while establishing Hogwarts authority to determine how it fits within their system. Should we accept the meeting? Harry asked, looking between his foster parents. Silvertooth's expression was thoughtful. Declining would appear unnecessarily antagonistic. Better to engage and establish boundaries within the discussion. I concur, came Ragnarok's voice from the doorway. The bank director had apparently been notified the moment the Hogwarts owl passed through Gringotts security. This presents an opportunity to formalize certain guarantees regarding Harry's continued goblin education within the Hogwarts framework. Harry nodded, understanding the political calculation. While he was genuinely excited about attending Hogwarts, the prospect of leaving Gringotts, his home for 7 years now, carried considerable anxiety. Maintaining connections to his goblin education would make the transition more manageable. I'll draft a response, he decided, already mentally composing the careful language required. Accepting the meeting but suggesting it take place here at Gringotts rather than Hogwarts. Ragnarok's sharp-toothed smile indicated approval. Excellent. Neutral ground would be preferable, but if he declines, Gringotts offers us strategic advantages. Will I need to be re-examined by the Ministry before attending? Harry asked, recalling the uncomfortable inspection 2 years earlier. Unlikely, Gornick assured him. Your formal introduction to Wizarding Society established your educational foundation as acceptable, if unconventional. More importantly, your confirmed status as heir to Houses Potter, Peverell, and Ambrose places you in a category where traditional pureblood families would object to Ministry interference. The irony wasn't lost on Harry. The same bloodline emphasis that underpinned much of wizarding prejudice now served as a shield against bureaucratic intervention in his education. What about supplies? Ragnarok asked practically. Will Harry shop in Diagon Alley like other Hogwarts students? This question touched on a matter they had been debating for months. Harry's previous limited appearances in wizarding public spaces had been carefully controlled. A standard shopping expedition would expose him to unpredictable interactions with the wizarding public, potentially creating security concerns. A compromise approach seems prudent, Ragnarok suggested. Certain items can be acquired through Gringotts procurement services, while others, particularly your wand, will require personal selection. A limited excursion with appropriate security measures would balance practicality with safety concerns. The mention of a wand sent a ripple of excitement through Harry. Despite his considerable wandless abilities, the prospect of obtaining his own wand represented a significant milestone, both practically for his Hogwarts education and symbolically as a step into his wizarding heritage. Ollivanders, then, he said, unable to keep a note of anticipation from his voice. Gornick nodded. The wand maker has maintained neutrality in wizarding politics for generations. His shop would be an appropriate first destination. As they discussed the logistics of Harry's Hogwarts preparations, the full reality of the coming transition settled more firmly in his mind. After years of specialized education within Gringotts' protected environment, he would soon enter a world where his uniqueness would be both asset and liability, where his identity as both Goblin Ward and Wizarding Heir would be tested daily. Change approaches, the magic voices whispered in his mind. New stones, old foundations. The castle remembers your blood. Harry had learned to pay particular attention when the voices spoke of memory and recognition. The castle remembers, he asked silently. Hogwarts itself. Stone and magic bound by 4 but dreamed by 1. The foundations know the Ambrose touch. They will recognize your voice when you speak. This was unexpected information. Harry had studied Hogwarts history extensively, learning about its founding by the 4 greatest wizards of their age. But this suggestion of an earlier connection to his recently discovered Ambrose ancestry was new. He made a mental note to research this further before his arrival at the school. If Hogwarts itself might respond to him differently due to his bloodline, that knowledge could prove valuable, especially if Dumbledore remained unaware of the connection. Harry. Gornick's voice pulled him from his internal conversation. Your thoughts seem elsewhere. Sorry, Harry refocused on his family. The magic mentioned something about Hogwarts recognizing the Ambrose bloodline. Apparently, there's some connection to the castle's foundations. Ragnar's expression sharpened with interest. That would align with certain historical accounts. The Ambrose family was known to have connections to magical architecture, creating structures that responded to bloodline magic. If they had involvement with Hogwarts construction predating the founders. Another potential advantage, Silvertooth noted practically. Though one to be explored cautiously. Dumbledore's knowledge of the castle's magic is extensive. Harry nodded, adding this consideration to the growing list of factors that would shape his Hogwarts experience. As exciting as the prospect of attending the prestigious school was, he harbored no illusions that it would be simple. 7 years of Goblin political education had prepared him to recognize the challenges inherent in straddling two worlds. I should respond to the letter, he decided, returning to the immediate task. And then perhaps begin reviewing the required book list. I'd like to compare it to what I've already studied. A prudent approach, Gornick approved. Though I suspect you'll find the first-year curriculum somewhat basic compared to your current studies. This was a diplomatic understatement. Harry's magical education under Goblin tutelage had already covered most content through Hogwarts' third year, though approached from significantly different philosophical frameworks. The challenge wouldn't be mastering the material but adapting to wizarding methodologies and expectations. As his family dispersed to their various duties, Harry remained in the common room, composing his response to Dumbledore. The phrasing required careful consideration, respectful but not deferential, cooperative but not yielding, and above all, reflective of his unique status as both Goblin Ward and Wizarding Heir. The tone shapes the engagement, the magic voices advised. Neither supplicant nor superior, but equal in different domains. With this guidance in mind, Harry crafted a response that accepted the meeting while suggesting Gringotts as the venue, to allow access to comprehensive records of my educational progress. The subtle implication, that such records would be necessary for any meaningful discussion of accommodations, established his education as substantial enough to require documentation rather than simple description. As he sealed the envelope, Harry reflected on the irony of his situation. For most wizarding children, a Hogwarts acceptance letter represented unmitigated joy, the beginning of magical education and community. For him, it marked the beginning of a complex negotiation between worlds that viewed each other with centuries of suspicion and prejudice. Yet despite these complications, he couldn't deny the flutter of excitement beneath his political calculations. Hogwarts called to something in his blood, something that ran deeper than his goblin upbringing or his famous history. The castle remembered, the magic said. Soon, he would discover exactly what that meant. Dumbledore accepted the proposed meeting at Gringotts with surprising readiness, requesting only that Professor McGonagall accompany him as deputy headmistress. The date was set for August 15th, allowing time for preparation while remaining close enough to the start of term for any arrangements to be implemented promptly. In the intervening weeks, Harry's preparation for Hogwarts intensified on multiple fronts. His combat training with Fierceclaw shifted focus from goblin weapons to defensive magic applicable in wizarding contexts. His work with Bloodfang concentrated on maintaining his unique magical communication abilities while adapting to wand-based casting. Even his political education with Iron Grip took on new emphasis, with detailed briefings on the current power dynamics within Hogwarts student body and faculty. The house system creates natural factions, Iron Grip explained during one such session, but the reality is more nuanced. Cross-house alliances exist, particularly among older students and those from politically connected families. Harry nodded, studying the complex relationship map she had prepared. And my placement will be scrutinized regardless of which house I enter. Precisely. Each house carries different implications for your public identity. Gryffindor connects you to your parents' legacy but may create expectations of brash heroism at odds with your goblin training. Slytherin acknowledges your Ambrose heritage but associates you with families historically aligned with Voldemort. Ravenclaw would emphasize your intellectual approach but potentially isolate you from direct political engagement. Hufflepuff would be least politically charged but might be perceived as diminishing your magical significance. This analysis matched Harry's own assessment. The Sorting Hat's decision, or his influence on that decision, if he was given a choice, would establish the foundation for his Hogwarts identity. The crucial factor, Irongrip continued, is maintaining your independence regardless of house placement. You are Harry Potter, goblin-raised heir to ancient magical lines, not merely a Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. Harry appreciated the reminder. Throughout his preparation, this theme had remained constant, his identity transcended conventional wizarding categories, and maintaining that perspective would be essential to navigating Hogwarts successfully. 2 days before the scheduled meeting with Dumbledore and McGonagall, Harry made his first official excursion to Diagon Alley as a soon-to-be Hogwarts student. Unlike his carefully managed appearance during the formal reception, this visit was designed to parallel the standard school shopping experience, though with significant security modifications. He departed Gringotts through a side entrance, accompanied by Gornik and 2 goblin guards disguised through subtle magic as ordinary wizards. Their first destination was Ollivanders, selected not only for its practical necessity but also its location on a quieter section of the alley. The wand-maker's shop appeared exactly as described in Harry's cultural briefings, a narrow, shabby storefront with a single wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. The peeling gold letters over the door read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A bell tinkled softly as they entered the tiny shop. Harry immediately sensed the magical saturation of the space, thousands of wands, each with its own magical signature, creating a symphony of whispers that nearly overwhelmed his sensitivity. We wait, the collective magic of the wands seemed to say. We choose. We bond. Good afternoon, came a soft voice from the shadows. An old man emerged, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter. The statement wasn't a question. Ollivander moved closer, studying Harry with unnerving intensity. You have your mother's eyes, he observed. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Harry maintained his composure despite his surprise at this personal knowledge. Gornik had explained that wandmakers often remembered every wand they sold, but the immediate connection to his parents was unexpected. Your father, on the other hand, Ollivander continued, moving closer still, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. The wandmaker's silvery eyes moved to Harry's forehead, where the lightning scar had faded to a thin silver line after years of goblin healing treatments. And that's where. Ollivander reached out a long, white finger toward the scar, stopping just short of touching it when Gornik cleared his throat pointedly. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it, the wandmaker said softly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He fell silent for a moment, then, as if shaking off dark memories, focused on the present task. You come with goblin guardians, Mr. Potter. Most unusual. I sense their magic has influenced your own development. This observation, delivered matter-of-factly rather than judgmentally, suggested Ollivander perceived magical signatures with a sensitivity approaching Harry's own gift. Mr. Potter's education has been comprehensive, Gornik stated neutrally. We seek a wand that will complement his existing abilities. Complement, yes. Ollivander's gaze remained fixed on Harry. Though I sense you already communicate with magic directly, don't you, Mr. Potter? A rare gift. Very rare indeed. Harry couldn't hide his surprise at this perception. You can tell that? Wand makers develop certain sensitivities, Ollivander explained, his voice taking on an instructional tone. The relationship between wizard and wand is fundamentally communicative, though most never realize it. They believe they simply command, when in truth, the best results come from partnership. A knowing smile touched his lips. But you already understand that principle, I think. The alignment with goblin magical philosophy was striking. Harry nodded, feeling a new respect for the wand maker. Well then, Ollivander said briskly, let's find your partner. Your case will be particularly interesting. He began pulling boxes from the shelves, muttering to himself. Given your unusual magical development, we might expect, but then again, bloodlines suggest, The fitting process proved more complex than Harry had anticipated. Wand after wand was placed in his hand, only to be snatched away before he could fully connect with the magic within. Some reacted violently, shooting sparks or causing small explosions, while others simply lay inert, as if refusing his touch entirely. Tricky customer, Ollivander remarked, seeming more excited rather than frustrated by the challenge. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match somewhere. As the pile of rejected wands grew, Harry began to sense a pattern in their responses. His magical communication ability allowed him to perceive each wand's reluctance or enthusiasm, and he realized they weren't simply rejecting him, they were waiting for something specific. Not us, they seemed to whisper collectively. Another calls to your blood. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said during a brief pause in the testing, the wands are suggesting there's a specific one that matches my bloodline. Is that possible? The wand maker froze, silver eyes widening slightly. You can hear them? Fascinating. And yes, certain wands have affinities for particular magical lineages. He studied Harry with renewed interest. Your recently confirmed Ambrose heritage might be relevant here. Without further explanation, Ollivander disappeared into the furthest reaches of his shop. When he returned, he carried a single box that appeared significantly older than the others, its leather covering cracked with age, its edges worn by centuries of storage. This wand has waited a very long time, the wand maker said quietly. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. An unusual combination, created by my ancestor for a purpose never fulfilled in his lifetime. As the box opened, Harry felt an immediate resonance with the wand inside, not just magical compatibility but something deeper, as if it recognized him specifically. Finally, came a clear, distinct voice as his fingers closed around the smooth holly wood. The circle completes. Warmth spread up his arm, and a stream of gold and silver sparks shot from the wand's tip, illuminating the dusty shop with dancing light. The connection was immediate and profound, not the master-tool relationship Harry had observed in other wizards, but a true partnership, as if the wand had been waiting specifically for him. Curious, Ollivander whispered. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, still marveling at the perfect resonance between his magic and the wands. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt Gornick stiffen beside him. The implications were significant, a direct magical connection to Voldemort's wand. Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Greatness is defined by choices, not power, Gornick stated firmly, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. Indeed, Ollivander agreed softly. And Mr. Potter will have many choices before him. He carefully wrapped the wand, his movements reverent. This wand has waited for you specifically, Mr. Potter. I suggest you take time to become properly acquainted, speak with it as you do with other magic. It has much to tell you, I think. As they paid the 7 gold galleons for the wand, Harry couldn't help but feel the significance of the moment. The connection to Voldemort was unsettling, but the wand itself felt right in a way that transcended that concern. It wasn't merely accepting him, it was welcoming him, like reuniting with a long-lost friend. Their remaining shopping proceeded efficiently. At Flourish and Blotts, Harry selected his required textbooks along with several supplementary volumes on magical theory and house histories. Madame Malkin fitted him for standard Hogwarts robes, though with subtle goblin-influenced adjustments to accommodate the protective amulets he would wear beneath them. The apothecary, cauldron shop, and other standard stops followed in sequence, each visit kept brief to minimize public exposure. Throughout the excursion, Harry noticed the reactions his presence generated, the double takes from passing witches and wizards, the whispered conversations that followed in his wake, the occasional child pointing before being hushed by embarrassed parents. His formal introduction to Wizarding Society had prepared the public for his existence, but seeing the boy who lived shopping for school supplies like any ordinary student clearly still registered as noteworthy. By the time they returned to Gringotts, Harry was mentally exhausted from maintaining his public composure while processing the day's events. The wand selection, particularly Ollivander's revelations about its connection to Voldemort, weighed heavily on his mind. That evening, alone in his chamber, Harry removed the wand from its box and held it in his palm, opening his magical senses fully to its presence. "We meet properly at last," the wand's voice came clearly, distinct from the general magic voices he usually heard, more focused and personal. "I have waited many human lifetimes for you, Speaker. You knew I would come?" Harry asked aloud, still adjusting to the wand's individual consciousness. "Not you specifically, but one of your line. The last Ambrose Speaker died without claiming me. The wand maker who created me saw visions of a future holder, one who would speak to magic directly and bridge divided worlds." "That sounds like a prophecy," Harry noted with some concern. He had enough prophetic expectations attached to his identity already. "Not prophecy. Possibility. The future is never fixed, merely probable. I was crafted to serve a speaker who would walk between traditions, but how you walk that path remains your choice." This perspective aligned with Harry's own philosophy, shaped by years of goblin education that emphasized choice and responsibility over destiny. "What should I call you?" he asked, feeling that wand was insufficient for such a clearly conscious magical entity. "Names hold power," the wand responded thoughtfully. "The phoenix who gave my core was called Fawkes. My wood grew from a holly tree planted by Ambrose hands centuries ago. Choose what feels right to you." Harry considered this. "Holly, then. Simple but connected to my heritage." "Holly it is," the wand agreed, its magic warming slightly in apparent approval. "Now, shall we learn how to work together? Your wandless abilities are impressive, but wand magic follows different patterns, neither better nor worse, simply different." Over the next hour, Harry explored this new magical relationship, discovering how Holly amplified certain abilities while structuring others differently than his natural wandless approach. The experience was illuminating. Where his direct communication with magic had always been conversational and negotiated, wand magic introduced a translator of sorts, filtering and focusing his intent through structured pathways. "It's like speaking the same language with different dialects," he observed aloud. "An apt analogy," Holly agreed. "Your natural communication is like poetry, fluid, intuitive, direct. Wand magic is more like formal prose, structured, precise, efficient for certain purposes. Both have their place." This framework helped Harry conceptualize how he would approach Hogwarts' curriculum. He could maintain his natural communication with magic while learning the formal dialect of wand spellcasting that would be expected in classes. As he finally prepared for sleep, Holly resting on a specially crafted stand beside his bed, Harry felt more confident about his ability to bridge his goblin magical education with Hogwarts requirements. The wand would be both tool and translator, helping him navigate between magical traditions while maintaining his unique abilities. "Rest now," Holly suggested as Harry's thoughts began to drift toward sleep. "The coming days bring significant transitions. I will guard your dreams." The promise was comforting. As consciousness faded, Harry's last thought was that perhaps the Wand's brother had chosen Voldemort, but Holly had chosen him, and that distinction might make all the difference. The meeting with Dumbledore and McGonagall took place in one of Gringotts' formal conference chambers, a space designed to accommodate both goblin and human dignitaries in equal comfort. The circular room featured a round table of polished stone, symbolizing equality among all seated, with the bank's crest inlaid in gold at the center. Harry arrived with Gornik, Silvertooth, and Ragnarok, all wearing formal attire appropriate for significant negotiations. He had chosen robes that deliberately balanced his dual heritage, primarily wizard in cut but incorporating subtle goblin design elements and family crests representing both his human ancestry and his goblin clan affiliation. Dumbledore and McGonagall were already seated when they entered, both in formal Hogwarts regalia. The headmaster rose to greet them, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Director Ragnarok, Master Gornik, Mistress Silvertooth, he acknowledged each with a respectful nod before his gaze settled on Harry. "And young Mr. Potter. Thank you for arranging this meeting to discuss your Hogwarts attendance." The formalities of greeting completed, they took their places around the table. Harry noted how Professor McGonagall observed him with keen assessment, her expression professional but unable to entirely hide her curiosity. As his future head of house, assuming he was sorted into Gryffindor like his parents, her impression would significantly impact his daily Hogwarts experience. "We have reviewed Mr. Potter's educational records," McGonagall began once they were settled, indicating a portfolio before her. "Most impressive, particularly in magical theory, ancient languages, and surprisingly, transfiguration theory, though practical application through conventional methods remains to be evaluated." Her acknowledgement of his academic preparation was encouraging, though Harry noted the careful distinction between theory and conventional practice, a diplomatic reference to his wandless abilities versus standard wand-based spellcasting. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "It seems Mr. Potter's education has proceeded along lines both broader and deeper than our standard pre-Hogwarts curriculum, though with naturally different emphasis than wizarding traditions might place on certain subjects. Harry's education has been designed to honor both his goblin fostering and his wizarding heritage," Gornik stated. "We recognize that Hogwarts will provide important aspects of magical training specific to his human nature, while certain goblin methodologies remain valuable complements." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "This complementary approach is precisely what I hope to discuss. Hogwarts has occasionally accommodated students with unique backgrounds or abilities, though I must admit, none quite as unique as Harry's situation." "What specific accommodations are you considering, Headmaster?" Ragnarok asked directly. "Several possibilities," Dumbledore replied. "First, exemption from certain introductory material Harry has clearly mastered, with independent study opportunities in those time slots. Second, permission for regular communication with his goblin mentors beyond standard parent correspondence. Third, and perhaps most significantly, scheduled returns to Gringotts for continued specialized training on selected weekends throughout the term." This last proposal exceeded Harry's expectations. Weekend visits home were not standard Hogwarts practice, particularly for first years. "That's unusually accommodating," Silvertooth observed, her tone indicating professional skepticism. "What conditions would attach to such arrangements?" McGonagall answered this question. "Primarily academic performance and behavioral standards. Mr. Potter would need to maintain exemplary standing in all core subjects to justify the independent study periods. The weekend visits would be limited to twice monthly and scheduled in advance with his head of house. And," Dumbledore added carefully, "periodic assessments of how Mr. Potter's combined educational approach is progressing, including observations of his practical magical development." This last condition revealed Dumbledore's underlying interest, monitoring Harry's unusual magical abilities. While presented as a reasonable educational concern, the political implications were significant. Knowledge of Harry's full capabilities would give Dumbledore strategic information relevant to whatever plans he had for the boy who lived. Such assessments would naturally be conducted jointly, Ragnarok countered smoothly, with Goblin educational representatives present to provide context for Harry's integrated development. Of course, Dumbledore agreed, though something in his eyes suggested he had anticipated this counter. In the spirit of true collaboration. The negotiations continued for another hour, addressing practical details of Harry's Hogwarts attendance, everything from dietary accommodations, Goblin nutritional requirements differed from human standards, to security considerations, given both his fame and his unique political position, to academic evaluation methods. Throughout the discussion, Harry observed both the surface negotiations and the subtle power dynamics underneath. Dumbledore consistently presented himself as accommodating while maneuvering toward greater oversight of Harry's development. The Goblins countered by emphasizing Harry's autonomy while securing continued influence over his education. McGonagall, meanwhile, focused primarily on practical implementation rather than political positioning. When the conversation eventually turned to house placement, Harry decided it was time to participate more actively. "I understand the Sorting Hat makes the final determination," he said, addressing McGonagall directly, "but I'm curious how my unusual background might influence that process." The deputy headmistress considered the question carefully. "The Sorting Hat evaluates core character traits and potential paths for personal growth. Your upbringing will certainly inform those traits, but wouldn't override them. The Hat also takes personal preference into account," Dumbledore added, his eyes twinkling. "At least to some degree." This confirmation of what Harry had learned from historical accounts was valuable. The ability to influence his house placement could prove strategically significant. Each house would present different advantages and challenges given your unique position, McGonagall continued. "Though I would naturally be pleased to welcome you to Gryffindor, where both your parents distinguished themselves. The historical connection between the Ambrose family and Slytherin house might suggest another natural fit," Dumbledore observed casually. "Though house affiliations need not define one's Hogwarts experience entirely." The subtle maneuvering was fascinating, McGonagall gently promoting her own house through parental connection, Dumbledore floating the controversial possibility of Slytherin while simultaneously minimizing house importance. Both were positioning themselves for whatever choice eventually emerged. "I'm open to whichever house best fits my complete self," Harry replied diplomatically. "My Goblin upbringing has taught me to value different kinds of courage, ambition, knowledge, and loyalty than might be traditionally associated with each house." This response seemed to impress McGonagall, whose stern expression softened slightly. "A mature perspective, Mr. Potter. I believe you'll find valuable connections regardless of your eventual placement." As the meeting concluded, specific arrangements were formalized. Harry would attend Hogwarts with standard first-year requirements but would be permitted bi-weekly visits to Gringotts for continued specialized education. His progress would be jointly monitored by Hogwarts faculty and Goblin mentors, with regular assessments to ensure both educational approaches remained complementary rather than contradictory. "I believe this represents a historic collaboration," Dumbledore remarked as they prepared to depart. "Perhaps the beginning of greater educational exchange between our traditions." "Time will tell, Headmaster," Ragnarok replied neutrally. "For now, we focus on Mr. Potter's specific needs rather than broader implications." After the Hogwarts representatives had been escorted from Gringotts, Harry remained with his Goblin family to analyze the meeting's outcomes. "Dumbledore conceded more than expected regarding the weekend visits," Gornick observed. "His interest in monitoring your magical development must be significant." "He knows more about my abilities than he revealed," Harry agreed. "The question is how much he's deduced versus how much he's merely suspected." "His comment about Slytherin was particularly interesting," Silvertooth noted. "Testing your reaction, perhaps?" Harry nodded. "And establishing that he's open to whichever house I enter, positioning himself as accepting rather than pushing for Gryffindor like McGonagall." "Political groundwork," Ragnarok concluded. "Regardless, the arrangements secure your continued connection to Goblin education while allowing you to experience Hogwarts fully. A reasonable compromise," though one requiring vigilance in implementation. The practicalities settled, Harry felt both excitement and apprehension about the approaching transition. The meeting had confirmed what he already knew: his Hogwarts experience would be unique, closely watched, and politically significant beyond normal educational concerns. In just over 2 weeks, he would board the Hogwarts Express like any other student. Yet unlike his classmates, he would carry not just the weight of being the boy who lived, but the unprecedented position of being the first goblin-raised wizard to attend Hogwarts in centuries. "The castle awaits," whispered the magic voices. "Old stones remember. New paths form." Harry was determined to walk those paths on his own terms, honoring both the goblin family that had raised him and the wizarding heritage that called to his blood. King's Cross Station bustled with the controlled chaos of September 1st, ordinary muggles rushing to their trains mixed with oddly dressed wizarding families attempting various degrees of discretion as they approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry observed this scene from a unique vantage point, having arrived through unconventional means. Rather than risking the public exposure of traveling through Muggle London, Ragnarok had arranged for a goblin transport, a specially enchanted carriage that traveled through old tunnels connecting Gringotts to various important London locations. They emerged through a concealed doorway on platform 9 3/4 itself, timing their arrival to avoid the main crush of students and families. The Hogwarts Express waited impressively, its scarlet engine gleaming as steam billowed across the platform. Unlike the excited children racing around with trolleys and animal cages, Harry traveled light. His trunk, enhanced with goblin space expansion charms and security measures, contained everything he needed without unnecessary bulk. "Remember your training," Gornick advised as they stood slightly apart from the growing crowd. "Observe before engaging. Establish your own position rather than reacting to others' expectations." Harry nodded, taking in his foster father's guidance while scanning the platform. Already he noted curious glances from wizarding families who recognized him from his public appearances over the past 2 years. Some nudged their children, pointing discreetly in his direction. "Your first letter is expected by tomorrow evening," Silvertooth reminded him, adjusting his travel cloak with uncharacteristic fussiness, a rare display of maternal concern from his normally stoic foster mother. "Standard report format, with personal annotations as appropriate." "I remember," Harry assured her, touched by the subtle signs of emotion from his goblin parents. After 7 years in their care, he had learned to recognize the expressions and gestures that humans might miss, the slight tension in Gornick's posture that signaled protective concern, the extra attention Silvertooth paid to his appearance that indicated care she couldn't express verbally. "The platform grows crowded," Gornick observed as more families arrived through the barrier. "It would be prudent to secure your compartment before the primary rush." This practical suggestion also served another purpose, minimizing the inevitable public scene when the boy who lived, raised by goblins, boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time. Harry appreciated the consideration. Their goodbyes were brief but meaningful, conducted with the formal dignity of goblin tradition while incorporating the genuine emotion that had developed through their years as family. Gornick clasped Harry's forearm in the traditional warrior's farewell, while Silvertooth presented him with a small silver token engraved with protective runes, a traditional gift for a child's first journey from home. "You honor our family with your strength and wisdom," Gornick stated formally, though his eyes conveyed deeper emotion than the ritual words expressed. "Return to us with new knowledge to share." "I carry your teachings with me," Harry responded, completing the traditional exchange. Then, breaking slightly with goblin custom, he added quietly, "I'll miss you both." A flicker of surprise crossed Silvertooth's features before her expression softened. "Our hearth remains yours, regardless of distance," she replied. The closest goblins came to expressing familial sentiment in formal settings. With final nods of acknowledgement, his foster parents stepped back, allowing Harry to board the train independently as goblin custom dictated for a child transitioning to a new phase of education. He selected a compartment near the middle of the train, neither hiding at the back nor placing himself prominently at the front, and settled in for the journey. Through the window, he watched other families on the platform, human parents hugging children, giving last-minute advice, extracting promises to write regularly. The contrast with his own formal farewell highlighted the cultural differences that had shaped his upbringing. As the platform grew more crowded, Harry noticed familiar figures: Lucius Malfoy escorting his son Draco with aristocratic dignity, a large red-headed family moving as a chaotic but coordinated unit, and various political figures he recognized from his formal introduction to Wizarding Society attempting to appear casual as they searched the platform for a glimpse of him. The train whistle sounded its first warning. Harry settled back in his seat, adjusting his robes, standard Hogwarts black, though with subtle goblin tailoring that incorporated protective enchantments into the seams and symbolic patterns into the hems. Holly rested in a specialized holster at his wrist, accessible with a quick movement but not immediately visible. "Journey begins," the wand communicated warmly. "New magic awaits discovery." The compartment door slid open, interrupting Harry's silent conversation. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. "Excuse me," she said briskly, "have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." Before Harry could respond, the girl's eyes widened in recognition. "You're Harry Potter," she exclaimed, stepping fully into the compartment. "I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century." Her directness was refreshing after months of careful political maneuvering. "Those books contain significant inaccuracies," Harry replied mildly. "Written before my re-emergence into Wizarding Society." The girl absorbed this information with visible intellectual interest. "Of course, they would be working from limited sources. The more recent publications mention your goblin upbringing, though they don't provide much detail. I tried to find more specific information, but books on goblin culture are surprisingly restricted in public libraries." "Deliberately so," Harry confirmed. "Goblin traditions are preserved through direct teaching rather than written records accessible to outsiders." "Fascinating," she breathed, then seemed to remember her manners. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you really raised by goblins? Do you speak gobbledygook? Is it true that goblin magic works differently from wizard magic?" The rapid-fire questions reminded Harry of Nagnak's curiosity when she was younger. Rather than finding it intrusive, he appreciated the genuine intellectual interest unmarred by political calculation. "Yes to all three," he answered with a slight smile. "Though the differences between goblin and wizard magic are more philosophical than fundamental, different approaches to the same basic forces." Hermione looked like she wanted to ask a dozen follow-up questions, but instead glanced back toward the corridor. "I should really help Neville find his toad. But perhaps—" She hesitated. "Perhaps I could join you later. I'd love to learn more about goblin educational approaches." "You're welcome to return," Harry assured her, intrigued by her academic enthusiasm. "I don't believe toads respond well to searching, though. They're magically attuned to their owners. It might be more efficient to help Neville call it magically." Hermione's eyes lit up at this practical suggestion. "That makes perfect sense. Is that a goblin perspective on magical creatures?" "Basic magical theory," Harry explained. "Familiars form bonds with their wizards, creating magical connections that can be activated through focused intent." "I'll suggest that to Neville," she decided, then hesitated again. "You're different than I expected. From the books, I mean." "I should hope so," Harry replied with a wry smile. "Otherwise, my goblin mentors would be disappointed in my critical thinking development." This comment earned a surprised laugh before Hermione departed with renewed purpose, leaving Harry to reflect on his first proper interaction with a future classmate. Her straightforward academic interest presented a refreshing contrast to the politically calculated approaches he'd grown accustomed to from adult wizards. The train lurched into motion as the final whistle blew. Through his window, Harry caught a final glimpse of Gornik and Silvertooth, standing with dignified formality amidst the waving, emotional human parents. Their eyes met his briefly, a final acknowledgement before the train rounded a bend, carrying him toward Hogwarts and the next chapter of his unique educational journey. The journey progressed with a steady stream of visitors to Harry's compartment, some intentional and others, accidentally, discovering the boy who lived as they wandered the train. He handled each interaction with the diplomatic grace his goblin training had instilled, neither encouraging excessive attention nor appearing standoffish. Draco Malfoy made his expected appearance, flanked by two larger boys he introduced dismissively as Crabbe and Goyle. Unlike their platform encounter 2 years earlier, Draco approached with calculated casualness. "Potter," he acknowledged, leaning against the compartment doorway with practiced nonchalance. "Thought I might find you here. Looking forward to the sorting? Father thinks you might surprise everyone." The implication was clear. Lucius Malfoy had discussed the possibility of Harry in Slytherin with his son. "Every house has its merits," Harry replied neutrally. "I'm open to whichever best fits my complete self." Draco's eyes narrowed slightly at this diplomatic non-answer. "Some houses have more practical advantages than others. Slytherin cultivates useful connections for ambitious wizards. While Gryffindor offers courageous allies, Ravenclaw provides intellectual networks, and Hufflepuff ensures loyal supporters." Harry completed the analysis. Each house's strengths become advantages in different contexts. This broader perspective clearly wasn't what Draco had expected. After a moment of recalibration, he tried another approach. "Father says your goblin upbringing might have given you unusual magical training. Care to demonstrate something impressive?" The invitation was transparent, seeking information about Harry's capabilities while establishing a hierarchical relationship based on magical performance. Harry recognized the pure-blood socialization pattern from his political education. "Hogwarts will provide plenty of opportunity for practical demonstrations," he deflected smoothly. "I'm curious about your pre-Hogwarts education, actually. Private tutoring, I assume." This redirection succeeded in shifting Draco to more comfortable territory, describing his own privileged upbringing and magical head start. Harry listened with genuine interest, noting both the content, which revealed much about traditional pure-blood educational approaches, and the subtext, Draco's need for validation and recognition. When Draco eventually departed, having failed to either establish dominance or secure Harry as an ally but not considering the interaction a total loss, Harry reflected on the complex social navigation that would characterize his Hogwarts experience. Every interaction carried multiple layers of meaning, potential alliance, and future implications. The remainder of the journey brought additional visitors: Ron Weasley, clearly sent by his mother to introduce himself; Neville Longbottom, shyly thanking Harry for the advice about his toad, which had worked, and various other students curious about the famous boy who lived. Hermione returned as promised, this time with thoughtful questions about Goblin educational philosophy that impressed Harry with their insight. As the train neared Hogsmeade Station, Harry changed into his school robes and prepared for arrival. The voices of magic, which had been relatively quiet during the journey, suddenly intensified as they approached the castle's vicinity. "Ancient stones await. Old magic remembers. The foundations recognize your blood." The sensation grew stronger as they disembarked into the evening air, Hagrid's booming voice calling for first-years to follow him to the boats. Harry felt a distinct magical resonance as they approached the Black Lake, as if the very land itself were greeting him. When the castle first came into view, rising majestically against the starlit sky, Harry felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Beyond its objective beauty, the soaring towers, the countless windows glowing with golden light, there was something deeper, a sense of recognition that transcended conscious knowledge. "Home of your ancestors' magic," whispered the voices. "Stones they helped lay, enchantments they helped weave, long before the Four claimed it as their own." This confirmation of his suspected Ambrose connection to Hogwarts itself was profound. As their boat glided across the lake's surface, Harry extended his magical awareness toward the castle, testing the boundaries of this ancestral connection. To his astonishment, the castle responded, a gentle acknowledgement that felt like ancient doors unlocking in welcome. Not throwing themselves open, but preparing for his eventual approach. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Hermione whispered beside him, interpreting his absorbed expression as simple appreciation of the view. More than beautiful, Harry replied quietly. It's alive. She gave him a curious look but didn't question this perspective. As they reached the far shore and followed Hagrid up the stone steps to the great oak front doors, Harry felt the castle's magic intensify around him, not intrusive but aware, like a sentinel recognizing a returning family member after generations away. Professor McGonagall greeted them in the entrance hall, her stern expression surveying the new students with professional assessment. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Harry before continuing her welcoming speech and explanation of the house system. The sorting ceremony itself unfolded as Harry had studied in Hogwarts histories, the great hall magnificent with its enchanted ceiling reflecting the night sky, for long house tables filled with older students, and the ancient sorting hat awaiting its annual task. As students were called alphabetically, Harry observed the sorting patterns with interest. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor after a surprisingly long deliberation. Neville Longbottom, also Gryffindor, seemed shocked by the hat's decision. Draco Malfoy was immediately declared Slytherin, to no one's surprise. Potter, Harry, McGonagall finally called. A hush fell over the great hall, followed immediately by excited whispers that rippled across all four tables. Harry approached the stool with measured confidence, neither rushing nor hesitating. As the hat descended over his eyes, he prepared himself for this crucial conversation. Fascinating, came a small voice in his ear. Truly fascinating. 7 centuries since I last sorted a mind trained in goblin traditions, and never one with your particular gift for speaking directly to magic. I can hear them too, you know, the voices you perceive. This revelation surprised Harry. You can hear the magic. Of course, the hat replied. I was created by embedding consciousness into magical fabric. Speaking with magic is my entire existence. But you do it naturally. Extraordinary. What does that mean for my sorting? Harry asked, aware that this conversation was taking considerably longer than most had before him. It means you present a delightful puzzle, the hat seemed almost gleeful. You have qualities valued by all 4 houses, courage worthy of Gryffindor, certainly. A keen mind perfect for Ravenclaw. Loyalty and work ethic that would make Hufflepuff proud. An ambition and resourcefulness that Slytherin himself would recognize. The hat paused thoughtfully. Your goblin upbringing has integrated these traits rather than emphasizing some over others, quite unusual in wizard-raised children. And your Ambrose bloodline, yes, I remember sorting them centuries ago, before they supposedly died out. Where did they traditionally go? Harry asked, curious about this historical perspective. Seeking hints, the hat chuckled mentally. The Ambrose family produced children for all houses over the generations, though they did tend toward Slytherin and Ravenclaw most frequently. Your particular branch through the Peverils and Potters introduced stronger Gryffindor tendencies. Harry considered this information. You're suggesting I could fit in any house? Indeed. Which makes your preference particularly significant. So tell me, Harry Potter, where do you believe you belong? This was the moment of choice Dumbledore had hinted at. Harry weighed his options carefully. Gryffindor offered connection to his parents' legacy but might push him toward more impulsive behaviors than his goblin training encouraged. Slytherin aligned with his Ambrose heritage and political acumen but would immediately raise suspicions about his character. Ravenclaw would support his intellectual approach but might isolate him from direct engagement with the school's social dynamics. Hufflepuff offered loyal support but might undermine his political position among traditional wizarding families. What would best serve my complete development? He asked finally. Not just my existing strengths, but what I need to learn. The hat seemed pleased by this question. Thinking beyond simple affinity to growth potential. How very wise. In that case. It paused, as if making a final assessment. Better be Ravenclaw. The last word was shouted for the entire hall to hear. A moment of stunned silence followed. Clearly, many had expected Gryffindor given his parents' house, before the Ravenclaw table erupted in enthusiastic applause. As Harry removed the hat and proceeded toward his new house, he noted the varied reactions: surprise from many Gryffindors who had clearly expected to claim him, thoughtful assessment from the Slytherin table, and polite acknowledgement from Hufflepuff. At the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with what might have been amusement or satisfaction, while McGonagall's slight disappointment was quickly masked by professional neutrality. Most interesting was Snape's reaction, a brief flash of what appeared to be relief before his expression returned to impassive observation. The Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, welcomed Harry with formal courtesy. "Ravenclaw is honored to receive a student of your unique background, Potter. Your goblin education should bring valuable perspectives to our house." This acknowledgement of his goblin upbringing as an intellectual asset rather than a curiosity set the tone for his Ravenclaw welcome. As he settled at the table, his housemates introduced themselves with restrained eagerness, curious but respectful, interested in his mind rather than merely his fame. "Is it true you can speak gobbledygook fluently?" asked Terry Boot, a fellow first-year sitting nearby. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It was my primary language for several years, though I maintained English as well." "Fascinating," remarked an older student, a third-year named Cho Chang. "Goblin languages are rarely mastered by outsiders. Their phonetic patterns include sounds human vocal cords aren't naturally structured to produce. There are magical adaptations to overcome those limitations," Harry explained, pleasantly surprised by the academic rather than sensationalist interest. Though it took considerable practice even with those adjustments. The conversation continued in this vein throughout the welcome feast, intelligent questions about goblin culture, education, and magical theory rather than his fame or Voldemort's defeat. Harry found himself genuinely engaged, appreciating the intellectual curiosity of his new housemates. After Dumbledore's welcome speech, which included the curious announcement that the third-floor corridor was forbidden to anyone who didn't wish to die a painful death, the prefects led them to Ravenclaw Tower. Unlike other houses, entry required solving a riddle posed by an eagle-shaped knocker. "What increases the more you take away?" the knocker asked when they arrived. "A hole," Penelope answered confidently, explaining to the first years, "the knocker poses different riddles each time. You must solve them to enter, which ensures Ravenclaws develop both knowledge and reasoning skills." The common room beyond proved as intellectually oriented as its entrance method suggested, airy and circular, with graceful arched windows providing spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. Bookshelves lined the walls, comfortable chairs and study tables were arranged in thoughtful groupings, and the ceiling was painted with stars that subtly shifted to match the night sky outside. "Boys' dormitories to the right, girls to the left," Penelope directed. "You'll find your belongings have already been brought up. First-year curfew is 9 p.m., though you may remain in the common room for quiet study until 10 o'clock. Professor Flitwick, our head of house, will meet with all first-years tomorrow morning before breakfast." As Harry climbed the spiral staircase to his dormitory, he reflected on the day's developments. Ravenclaw represented an intriguing middle path, neither aligning him directly with his parents' Gryffindor legacy nor placing him in the politically charged environment of Slytherin. It positioned him as a scholar first, allowing his other attributes to emerge naturally rather than being immediately defined by house stereotypes. The dormitory itself contained 5 four-poster beds hung with blue and bronze curtains. Harry's trunk sat at the foot of one, positioned near a window with a particularly good view of the night sky. His roommates, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein, and Kevin Entwistle, were already organizing their belongings and establishing their spaces. "So, Potter," Michael began conversationally as they unpacked, "what's it like being raised by goblins? Do they really sleep on beds of gold like the stories say?" Harry laughed, relaxing into what felt like normal dormitory banter rather than political positioning. "Definitely not. Their beds are carved stone with magical cushioning, far more practical than metal, which would be cold and uncomfortable regardless of value." "That makes much more sense," Anthony agreed. "Though I suppose wizarding stories about goblins aren't known for their accuracy." "Most aren't," Harry confirmed. "Though some contain kernels of truth buried under layers of exaggeration and prejudice." The conversation continued comfortably as they prepared for bed, curious but respectful questions about goblin life interspersed with ordinary discussions about classes, Quidditch preferences, and expectations for the year ahead. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the interaction, appreciating how his housemates seemed to view him as an interesting person rather than merely a famous name. Later, as the others slept, Harry stood by the window gazing out at the moonlit grounds. He could feel the castle's magic around him, not just ambient energy, but conscious awareness, particularly concentrated in the ancient stones of Ravenclaw Tower. Your ancestors helped shape this place, the magic voices confirmed. Not as founders claimed in history, but as architects of the deeper enchantments upon which later magic was built. How can I learn more about this connection? Harry asked silently. The castle will reveal its secrets gradually, came the response. Some through dreams, some through exploration, some through the Room of Requirement. This last reference was unfamiliar. Room of Requirement? A chamber that becomes what is needed. Created by Ambrose hands, adapted by founders' wills. It remembers you. This information added another dimension to Harry's understanding of his connection to Hogwarts. He would need to investigate this room, apparently tied directly to his Ambrose heritage, when opportunity allowed. For now, however, his priority was establishing himself within Ravenclaw and the broader school community. His house placement had already altered the expected narrative about the boy who lived. How he presented himself in classes and social interactions would further define his Hogwarts identity. As he finally retired to bed, pulling the blue curtains closed around him, Harry felt simultaneously excited and cautious about the path ahead. Ravenclaw offered intellectual freedom and respect for his unique perspectives, but also placed him in a house less directly engaged with the power struggles that dominated Gryffindor-Slytherin dynamics. An observatory position, Holly commented from its place beside his pillow. Watching the chess game before choosing when and how to engage. The wand's strategic assessment aligned with Harry's own thinking. Ravenclaw provided a perfect vantage point from which to observe Hogwarts' political landscape before committing to specific alliances or positions. Tomorrow would bring his first classes, the beginning of his formal wizarding education alongside his established goblin training. The integration of these traditions would define not just his academic experience but potentially the future relationship between wizarding and goblin magical approaches. With this weighty thought, Harry finally drifted to sleep, the castle's ancient magic humming reassuringly around him like a long-forgotten lullaby suddenly remembered. Professor Flitwick, despite being half-goblin himself, showed no particular reaction to Harry's presence beyond a general enthusiasm he seemed to extend to all his Ravenclaws. His welcome speech to the first years emphasized intellectual curiosity, respectful debate, and the importance of balancing academic achievement with personal well-being. Ravenclaws often push themselves too hard, he cautioned, his squeaky voice carrying surprising authority. Remember that true wisdom includes knowing when to rest and reflect. My door is always open for academic or personal concerns. After distributing their schedules, he pulled Harry aside briefly. Mr. Potter, the headmaster asked me to confirm your first scheduled visit to Gringotts will be the weekend after next. Please submit your preferred departure and return times by Wednesday. This prompt implementation of the agreed accommodations was encouraging. Harry thanked the professor and rejoined his housemates for breakfast in the Great Hall, where the day's first political currents became apparent. Students from other houses found reasons to pass by the Ravenclaw table, openly curious about the boy who lives unexpected sorting. Most merely looked, but some introduced themselves with varying degrees of subtlety regarding their true intentions. Fred and George Weasley, announced a pair of identical red-headed twins from Gryffindor, approaching with theatrical formality. We came to express Gryffindor's deep disappointment in losing the Potter legacy to Ravenclaw, though we acknowledge the Hat's wisdom in recognizing your obviously superior intellect. Their good-humored approach made Harry smile. I'm sure my parents would appreciate Gryffindor's sense of house loyalty, even in disappointment. Well said, one twin approved. Besides, being in a different house from what everyone expected gives you an air of mystery. Much more interesting than fulfilling predictions. This perspective, valuing surprise and unpredictability, struck Harry as refreshingly different from the calculated political positioning he'd encountered from most wizarding adults. If you need any assistance navigating Hogwarts more. Unofficial features, the other twin added with a conspiratorial wink, we consider ourselves something of experts in the castle's secrets. This offer potentially aligned with Harry's interest in exploring his Ambrose connection to Hogwarts. I might take you up on that, he replied. The castle seems full of hidden history. More than most realize, the first twin agreed cryptically before they departed with dramatic bows that drew laughs from nearby students. Other interactions proved less straightforward. A group of Slytherin first-years led by Draco Malfoy made a point of passing the Ravenclaw table, their expressions calculating as they assessed Harry's new house affiliation. Ravenclaw, Draco commented, pausing beside Harry. Interesting choice. Father always said the Sorting Hat considers potential alliances as well as personal qualities. The implication, that Harry had somehow engineered his placement strategically, was a classic Slytherin interpretation of events. Rather than correcting this misperception, Harry merely smiled. The Hat and I had an interesting conversation about house qualities. It felt Ravenclaw would best support my complete development. This ambiguous response allowed Draco to maintain his political interpretation while acknowledging the Hat's authority, a diplomatic balance that seemed to satisfy the Slytherin for now. Classes began with herbology alongside the Hufflepuffs, where Professor Sprout's practical approach and emphasis on cooperation created a comfortable learning environment. Harry found himself partnered with Susan Bones, whose Aunt Amelia he recognized from the ministry delegation at his formal reception. Aunt Amelia mentioned meeting you, Susan commented as they worked on identifying different magical herbs. She was impressed by your composure. Said you handled yourself like someone twice your age. The Goblins emphasize early responsibility training, Harry explained, carefully pruning a Flutterby bush. Though sometimes I think I missed out on certain childhood experiences human wizards take for granted. This honest acknowledgement of the trade-offs in his upbringing seemed to surprise Susan. Like what? Harry considered the question. Spontaneity, I suppose. Everything in Goblin culture is purposeful, even play. An emotional expression follows different patterns, more controlled but not necessarily less deeply felt. Susan nodded thoughtfully. Different doesn't mean worse, though. Just, different. She studied him with renewed interest. You probably understand multiple perspectives better than most of us who grew up in just one culture. This insightful observation suggested Susan had inherited some of her aunt's perceptiveness. That's a kind interpretation, Harry acknowledged. I'm trying to view it as an advantage rather than a complication. It should be, she agreed firmly. Hufflepuff values different viewpoints. We believe diversity of perspective strengthens community understanding. The conversation continued pleasantly throughout the lesson, establishing what felt like a genuine connection rather than a politically motivated interaction. Harry made a mental note that Hufflepuff House, often overlooked in political calculations, might offer valuable alliances based on sincere acceptance rather than strategic positioning. Charms class with Professor Flitwick provided Harry's first opportunity to demonstrate his magical abilities in a formal classroom setting. The lesson focused on basic wand movements and magical theory rather than actual spell casting, allowing Harry to participate without revealing the extent of his wandless capabilities. Wand movement creates physical focusing patterns, Flitwick explained, demonstrating a simple swish and flick. These movements help channel your magical intent through specific pathways, ensuring consistent results. This aligned with what Holly had explained about wand magic functioning as structured channeling rather than direct communication. When called upon to practice the movement, Harry executed it perfectly while maintaining awareness of how his magic flowed differently than his classmates, his intent flowing through established patterns rather than creating them. Excellent form, Mr. Potter. Flitwick squeaked approvingly. 5 points to Ravenclaw for perfect execution. I see your pre-Hogwarts education included proper wandwork fundamentals. Different methodology but compatible principles, Professor, Harry replied carefully, acknowledging his goblin training without specifying its unconventional nature. The true test came in Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall began with a practical demonstration, transforming her desk into a pig and back again, before setting the class to turning matches into needles. This required actual spellcasting rather than merely theoretical understanding or movement practice. Harry considered his approach carefully. His natural method would involve speaking directly to the match about its potential needle nature, negotiating the transformation through mutual magical understanding. The standard wizarding approach required imposing his will through structured magical pathways defined by incantation and wand movement. Both valid, Holly advised. Use me as translator rather than commander. Direct your natural communication through my focusing structure. This hybrid approach proved effective. Harry maintained his conversational relationship with magic while channeling it through Holly's structured pathways. The match transformed into a perfect needle on his first attempt, earning surprised approval from McGonagall. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she acknowledged, examining his needle. "Complete transformation with excellent detail preservation. Take another 5 points for Ravenclaw." Hermione Granger, the only other student to successfully complete the transformation, gave him a curious look. "How did you do that so easily?" she whispered when McGonagall moved to help other students. "Your wand barely moved." This observation highlighted a potential issue. His natural approach required less dramatic wand work than standard wizarding methods. "Goblin magical theory emphasizes efficient movement," he explained quietly. "Minimizing physical action while maximizing mental focus." "That makes perfect sense," she agreed, eyes bright with intellectual curiosity. "Wizarding magic seems unnecessarily theatrical sometimes. Could you show me how to refine my movements?" Her request presented both opportunity and challenge. Teaching her goblin efficiency techniques would establish a friendly academic connection, but revealing too much about his unique magical approach might raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. "I can show you some basic refinements," he offered carefully. "Though my method is specifically adapted to my magical training, so your results may vary." This compromise seemed to satisfy Hermione, and they spent the remainder of the class in productive collaboration, Harry demonstrating simplified wand movements while she applied them with impressive precision to her already considerable magical skill. By the end of the first week of classes, Harry had established a pattern that balanced demonstration of magical competence with strategic restraint. In practical classes, he performed at the top level expected of first years without revealing his more unusual capabilities. In theoretical subjects, he contributed thoughtful perspectives that integrated goblin and wizarding viewpoints without explicitly identifying their origins. This approach earned him academic respect from professors and fellow Ravenclaws while avoiding the appearance of either showing off or hiding his abilities. The balance was delicate but essential for his long-term positioning at Hogwarts. His most challenging class proved to be potions with Professor Snape. The potions master began the first lesson with a dramatic speech about the subtle art of potion making, followed by a series of increasingly advanced questions directed specifically at Harry. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry recognized the question as far beyond first-year curriculum, testing not just his knowledge but his reaction to being singled out. "The base for the draft of living death, sir," he answered evenly. "Though the effectiveness would depend on the preparation method for both ingredients." Snape's eyebrow raised fractionally at this qualification. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Traditionally in a goat's stomach, sir, though they can be harvested from other ruminants with varying potency. Goblin apothecaries value ibex bezoars particularly for their enhanced neutralizing properties." The mention of goblin practices was deliberate, acknowledging his background while demonstrating relevant knowledge. Snape's expression remained neutral, but his next question shifted approach slightly. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, aconitum, also called aconite. Though different magical cultures harvest it under different lunar conditions for specific properties. Standard wizarding practice favors full moon collection for maximum potency, while goblin herbalists prefer the waning quarter for enhanced stability in complex brewing." This answer, combining standard wizarding knowledge with specialized goblin information, seemed to intrigue Snape despite his apparent determination to remain unimpressed. "Correct," he acknowledged curtly. "It seems your unconventional education included adequate potions preparation. We shall see if practical application matches theoretical knowledge." The actual brewing portion of the lesson, a simple boil-curing potion, presented Harry with the same dilemma he'd faced in Transfiguration. Goblin potion-making involved direct communication with ingredients about their properties and interactions, while wizarding methods emphasized precise following of established procedures. Again, he chose a hybrid approach, following the wizarding methodology visible to observers while internally maintaining goblin-style communication with the ingredients to enhance their natural properties. The result was a perfect potion completed more efficiently than the standard method would allow. Snape examined his cauldron with critical attention, searching for flaws and finding none. "Acceptable," he pronounced finally, high praise given his evident standards. His gaze lingered thoughtfully on Harry for a moment before he moved on to critique other students' efforts. "He was testing you specifically," Terry Boot observed as they left the classroom. "Started with graduate-level questions and ended with the only non-criticism I've heard him give a non-Slytherin." "Trying to assess my goblin potions training," Harry agreed. "Though whether from academic interest or political motivation isn't clear." This pattern of assessment continued across all his classes, professors evaluating not just his magical abilities but the nature and extent of his goblin education. Some, like Flitwick and McGonagall, seemed genuinely interested in the educational implications. Others, particularly Quirrell in defense against the dark arts, appeared to have more complex motivations. Quirrell presented an interesting puzzle. Behind his stuttering, apparently fearful demeanor, Harry sensed something discordant, a magical signature that felt somehow divided or masked. More concerning was the faint magical resonance that occasionally emanated from the professor when Harry's own magic was particularly active, a resonance that felt disturbingly familiar. Fragmented presence, the magic voices warned during their first defense lesson. Echo of the one who marked you. Hidden beneath surface magic. This alarming suggestion, that Quirrell somehow harbored a connection to Voldemort, required careful investigation. Harry maintained normal participation in defense classes while subtly extending his magical awareness toward the professor whenever possible, attempting to verify this potential threat without revealing his suspicions. Beyond academic concerns, Harry gradually established his social position within Hogwarts. Within Ravenclaw, he developed a comfortable rapport with his yearmates, participating in common room discussions, collaborating on assignments, and gradually sharing selected aspects of goblin culture that his housemates found intellectually fascinating. "Is it true goblins can sense the magical properties of metals by touch?" asked Lisa Turpin during one evening study session. "With proper training, yes," Harry confirmed. "It's not innate but developed through specialized exercises beginning in childhood. I've learned the basics, though my human sensory limitations mean I'll never achieve the precision a goblin metallurgist possesses." "Could you demonstrate?" Terry asked eagerly. Harry considered the request. This ability was not particularly sensitive information, and demonstrating it would satisfy his housemates' curiosity without revealing more significant capabilities. "I can try," he agreed, "though I'll need metal samples with distinct magical properties." Padma Patil offered her silver charm bracelet, which contained several different enchanted pendants. With his eyes closed, Harry ran his fingers over each charm, describing the magical signatures he detected. "This one contains a mild protective charm, specifically against minor hexes. This larger one holds a communication enchantment, probably linked to a matching piece. And this." He paused at a particularly complex charm. "This has layered enchantments, location tracking underneath a privacy ward, with what feels like parental monitoring magic." Padma looked impressed. "Exactly right. My parents gave it to my sister and me when we came to Hogwarts, lets them know we're safe without being able to actually spy on us." "How did you identify all that just by touch?" "The magic creates distinct vibrational patterns in the metal," Harry explained. "Different types of enchantments produce recognizable signatures once you've learned to interpret them." This demonstration earned appreciative respect from his fellow Ravenclaws without crossing into territory his goblin guardians would consider sensitive. It established Harry as someone willing to share interesting aspects of his unique education while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Outside Ravenclaw, Harry cultivated selective connections across houses, Hermione and Neville in Gryffindor, Susan Bones and Justin Finch-Fletchley in Hufflepuff, and even cautious academic cooperation with Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, who approached intellectual exchange with less political calculation than Draco's circle. This cross-house network developed naturally through shared classes and study sessions in the library, creating what Harry recognized as valuable information channels across Hogwarts' social divisions. Through these connections, he gained insight into each house's internal dynamics and perspectives on current events. By the end of September, Harry had established himself as academically exceptional but not ostentatiously so, socially engaged but not seeking popularity, and respectful of wizarding traditions while occasionally offering alternative goblin perspectives when relevant to academic discussions. This carefully balanced position allowed him to observe Hogwarts from multiple angles while developing his understanding of the castle itself, particularly his suspected Ambrose connection to its foundations. During his free time, he explored the building systematically, allowing his magical sensitivity to guide him toward areas that resonated with his bloodline. The most significant discovery came during his third week at Hogwarts. While exploring the 7th floor across from a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet, Harry felt a powerful surge of recognition from the seemingly blank wall. Here, the magic voices confirmed. The Room of Requirement. Ambrose crafted, Founder adapted. Think of your need while walking past 3 times. Following this instruction, Harry paced before the wall 3 times, concentrating on his desire to understand his connection to the castle. On the 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized, its design featuring intertwined snakes reminiscent of the Ambrose family crest he had seen in historical records. The room beyond exceeded his expectations. Ancient stonework curved into a circular chamber that felt older than the surrounding castle, its walls covered with runic inscriptions and magical diagrams. At the center stood a pedestal supporting a 3-dimensional model of Hogwarts itself, not as it currently appeared, but in some earlier stage of construction. The original design, the magic explained. Before the founders expanded it. The heart of Hogwarts, designed by Ambrose architects to be a nexus of magical learning. As Harry approached the model, it illuminated from within, highlighting specific structural elements in golden light, the foundation stones, the central magical conduits, the cornerstone repositories that anchored the castle's most fundamental enchantments. Touch the model, the magic suggested. Blood recognizes blood. When Harry placed his hand on the miniature castle, the connection was immediate and profound. Knowledge flowed directly into his mind, not as organized information but as intuitive understanding of how Hogwarts magic functioned at its deepest level. He saw how the original Ambrose designers had created a living magical entity, how the founders had built upon this foundation with their own enchantments, and how centuries of headmasters had added further layers while often misunderstanding the original structure beneath. Most importantly, he understood his own potential connection to these foundational magics. As an Ambrose descendant with the rare ability to speak directly with magic, he could potentially access aspects of the castle closed to others, not through authority or privilege, but through direct magical communication with Hogwarts itself. This discovery both exhilarated and sobered him. The ability to communicate with Hogwarts offered tremendous advantages for navigating the school, understanding its secrets, and potentially accessing hidden resources. However, it also represented a responsibility to the original Ambrose vision, using this connection ethically rather than for personal gain or power. As he explored the Room of Requirement further, Harry discovered additional resources, historical texts about the Ambrose family's magical philosophy, journals from the original architects, and most valuably, a comprehensive map of the castle's magical infrastructure. This map revealed not only physical locations but magical connections, how energy flowed through the building, where magical repositories were located, and how various enchantments interacted. One section of the map immediately caught his attention: the 3rd-floor corridor Dumbledore had declared off-limits. According to the magical schematic, this area contained an ancient repository access point, a direct channel to one of the castle's fundamental power sources. Someone had recently activated this access point and modified its protective enchantments, creating what appeared to be a gauntlet of magical defenses. Protecting something valuable, the magic voices confirmed. Something recently brought to the castle. Something that distorts natural magical flow. This explained the odd magical fluctuations Harry had occasionally sensed since arriving at Hogwarts. Something powerful had been placed within the castle, protected by multiple layers of security, and connected to the building's fundamental magical structure in ways that created subtle disruptions. The Philosopher's Stone. The realization came suddenly, connections forming between various pieces of information he had gathered. Gringotts security had reported an attempted break-in over the summer. Hagrid had mentioned retrieving something important from the bank for Dumbledore. The magical signature emanating from the third floor matched descriptions of powerful alchemical artifacts in texts Harry had studied with Bloodfang. Nicholas Flamel's legendary creation, capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming base metals into gold, was hidden within Hogwarts, likely moved from Gringotts after someone attempted to steal it. The question was why Dumbledore would bring such a valuable and dangerous artifact to a school full of children. Bait, suggested the magic voices. The fragmented one seeks immortality. The stone offers false hope. This interpretation aligned with Harry's developing suspicions about Professor Quirrell. If the defense teacher somehow harbored a connection to Voldemort, and if Voldemort sought the stone as a means of restoring himself, then Dumbledore might have deliberately created this situation to draw his enemy into a confrontation. With students potentially caught in the crossfire. The ethical implications troubled Harry deeply. Using children, himself included, as unwitting participants in a trap for Voldemort represented a concerning moral calculation on Dumbledore's part, regardless of the greater good it might serve. As his first scheduled visit to Gringotts approached, Harry realized he had significant information to share with his goblin guardians. The discovery of his Ambrose connection to Hogwarts, the presence of the Philosopher's Stone, and his suspicions about Quirrell would all require careful discussion and strategic planning. What had begun as a relatively straightforward educational transition was rapidly evolving into something far more complex, a magical, political, and ethical challenge that would test not just his unique abilities but his fundamental values. The shadows deepen, Holly commented as Harry finally left the room of requirement, carrying copies of the most important historical texts and maps he had discovered. But remember, shadows only exist where light falls. This perspective, finding opportunity within challenge rather than merely threat, reflected the balance of goblin pragmatism and wizarding optimism that increasingly defined Harry's approach to his unique position. Whatever Dumbledore's plans for the stone and Voldemort might be, Harry was determined to navigate them on his own terms, protecting both himself and his fellow students while honoring the responsibilities his Ambrose heritage had unexpectedly placed upon him. The shadows of Hogwarts might be deepening, but Harry Potter, speaker to magic and heir to ancient ways, was learning to see clearly even in the dark. Harry's first scheduled weekend visit to Gringotts occurred without complication. Professor Flitwick escorted him to an approved flu connection in his office, from which Harry traveled directly to a secure arrival point within the bank. The transition from Hogwarts' ancient academic environment to Gringotts' efficient financial atmosphere was jarring but welcome, a reminder of the dual worlds he now inhabited. Gornick and Silvertooth greeted him with formal goblin dignity that nonetheless conveyed genuine pleasure at his return. After ritual greetings were exchanged, they retired to the family quarters for a comprehensive debriefing about his Hogwarts experiences thus far. Ravenclaw serves your positioning well, Gornick observed after hearing Harry's detailed account. It places you outside the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry while maintaining academic prestige. And your discovery of the Ambrose connection to Hogwarts foundations is significant, Ragnarok added, having joined them for this crucial first assessment. Such access to the castle's fundamental magic could prove invaluable, particularly if Quirrell indeed harbors some aspect of Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone concerns me most, Silvertooth stated practically. Its presence endangers all students, not merely those actively involved in whatever confrontation Dumbledore anticipates. Harry nodded, relieved that his goblin family shared his ethical concerns about the situation. Should I inform Dumbledore that I've identified the stone's presence? Or would that reveal too much about my abilities? This question prompted thoughtful consideration from all three goblins. Finally, Ragnarok spoke. Direct confrontation seems premature, he decided. Dumbledore deliberately created this situation, suggesting he has strategic reasons beyond the obvious. Revealing your knowledge might force his hand or cause him to question the extent of your magical awareness. Instead, Gornick suggested, use your Hogwarts time to gather more information about Quirrell and the stone's protections. Your weekend visits will allow regular updates and strategic reassessment as the situation develops. This measured approach aligned with Harry's goblin training: observe thoroughly before acting, understand the complete situation rather than reacting to partial information. Still, leaving a dangerous artifact inadequately protected troubled him. Could I enhance the stone's protections without revealing my involvement? He asked. Using my connection to Hogwarts' foundational magic. A reasonable compromise, Ragnarok acknowledged. Though such intervention would require careful execution to avoid detection. The remainder of the weekend was dedicated to specialized training designed to complement Harry's Hogwarts education, particularly developing his ability to communicate with and influence architectural magic, skills directly relevant to his newfound connection with Hogwarts itself. Under Bloodfang's guidance, Harry practiced directing magical energy through existing enchantment frameworks, strengthening protective barriers, and establishing magical monitoring systems that would alert him to unauthorized access attempts. These techniques would allow him to enhance the stone's security without creating obvious external changes that might alert Dumbledore or Quirrell. By the time he returned to Hogwarts Sunday evening, Harry had a clear strategic framework for the coming weeks: continue gathering information about Quirrell and the stone, develop his Ambrose connection to Hogwarts' foundational magic, and create additional protective measures around the third-floor corridor without revealing his involvement. His return to school coincided with an unexpected development that threatened to complicate these plans. The notice board in Ravenclaw Tower announced the beginning of flying lessons later that week, with Ravenclaws paired with Slytherins for instruction. This seemingly minor scheduling matter carried potential significance. Harry's goblin upbringing had included limited broom flight training, considered a practical transportation skill rather than the recreational or competitive activity wizarding culture emphasized. His performance in flying lessons would inevitably be scrutinized, potentially revealing aspects of his physical training that differed markedly from standard wizarding childhood development. Moreover, the Slytherin presence guaranteed political dynamics would influence the session. Draco Malfoy had been boasting about his flying prowess since the term began, establishing expectations for a performance that would reinforce his position within his house's hierarchy. Harry's own performance would inevitably be compared to Draco's, creating another dimension of their evolving relationship. When the flying lesson arrived on Thursday afternoon, these concerns proved well-founded. Madame Hooch, the yellow-eyed flying instructor, lined them up beside 2 rows of school brooms laid out on the grass. Harry carefully positioned himself between Terry Boot and Padma Patil, maintaining distance from the Slytherin contingent while presenting a unified Ravenclaw front. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Hooch instructed after preliminary safety warnings, "and say, 'up.'" "Up," shouted the assembled students with varying degrees of confidence. Harry's broom jumped immediately into his hand, as did Draco's and a few others. Most students required multiple attempts, with some brooms merely rolling over or not moving at all. Harry noted the correlation between confidence and success. Those who expected the broom to obey generally succeeded, while those expressing doubt struggled regardless of their command's volume. "They don't ask," the magic voices observed. "They either command or doubt. Neither builds true partnership." This insight reflected the fundamental difference in Harry's approach to magic. Rather than simply commanding, "up," he had instinctively communicated with the broom's inherent magic, establishing a cooperative relationship rather than imposing his will. After demonstrating proper mounting technique, Madame Hooch prepared them for their first controlled hovering exercise. Before she could blow her whistle, however, Draco deliberately caught Harry's eye. "Let's see if goblins taught you proper flying, Potter," he challenged loudly enough for nearby students to hear. Or do they keep their words grounded like their gold? The provocative comment, combining personal challenge with subtle anti-goblin sentiment, represented a calculated political move. Draco was forcing a public competition while establishing a narrative that would explain away Harry's potential success as despite rather than because of his goblin upbringing. Harry recognized the manipulation but also the opportunity it presented. A measured response could establish his physical capabilities without revealing the full extent of his training. Different magical traditions emphasize different skills, Malfoy, he replied evenly. I'm looking forward to learning the wizarding approach to flight. This diplomatic answer acknowledged cultural differences without accepting Draco's framing of goblin practices as inferior. Several Ravenclaws nodded approvingly at this balanced response. When Madame Hooch finally blew her whistle, the students kicked off with varying degrees of success. Harry deliberately moderated his ascent, rising smoothly but not exceptionally, demonstrating competence without drawing undue attention. Draco, clearly disappointed by this measured performance, pushed for more direct competition. Once Hooch had them hovering in formation, he maneuvered his broom alongside Harry's. Basic hovering is hardly flying, Potter, he commented. Bet you can't handle actual maneuvering. First years aren't allowed real practice, of course, but my father arranged private coaching since I was 6. The boast was clearly designed to provoke either acknowledgement of Harry's inexperience or a demonstration that would reveal the true extent of his abilities. Before Harry could formulate an appropriate response, another student's situation created an unexpected diversion. Theodore Nott, attempting to adjust his seating position, accidentally sent his broom into a sudden climb. His startled reaction only worsened the situation, causing the broom to begin spinning erratically as it rose higher. Madame Hooch shouted instructions that Nott was too panicked to follow, while the other students watched with varying expressions of concern and amusement. Without conscious decision, Harry's goblin combat training activated. Assessing the situation in milliseconds, he recognized that Nott was in genuine danger. The spinning broom was accelerating upward at a rate that would soon take him beyond safe falling distance, and his increasing panic was creating a feedback loop with the broom's responsiveness. In a fluid motion that revealed more of his physical training than he'd intended, Harry urged his broom upward in pursuit. Rather than shouting instructions Nott couldn't process in his panicked state, Harry positioned himself alongside the spinning broom and reached out to stabilize it directly. Let go with your right hand, he instructed calmly once he had a firm grip on Nott's broom shaft. I've got it stable. The Slytherin boy, face pale with fear, complied instinctively. With one hand maintaining his own broom's position and the other controlling Nott's, Harry gradually reduced the spin and began a controlled descent. The maneuver required exceptional core strength and balance, attributes developed through years of goblin combat training rather than standard wizarding childhood activities. By the time they reached the ground, the entire class was staring in astonishment. Harry had executed a rescue requiring advanced broom handling skills while maintaining perfect composure throughout, hardly the performance expected from an average first year, regardless of upbringing. Well done, Potter. Madame Hooch exclaimed, hurrying over to check on Nott. Quick thinking and exceptional control. 10 points to Ravenclaw for that rescue. Theodore Nott, embarrassment now replacing fear, managed a grudging, thanks, Potter, before rejoining his housemates. The political implications of a Ravenclaw rescuing a Slytherin, especially Harry Potter helping a student from a traditionally pure-blood family, were not lost on the observers. Draco's expression was particularly complicated, a mixture of surprise, reassessment, and calculation. His attempt to expose Harry's limitations had instead revealed unexpected capabilities, forcing him to recalibrate his approach. The remainder of the lesson proceeded without incident, though Harry noticed both his fellow students and Madame Hooch watching him with greater attention. He deliberately maintained average performance for the subsequent exercises, but the earlier demonstration had already established him as physically capable beyond typical first-year expectations. As they walked back to the castle afterward, Terry Boot voiced what many were clearly thinking. That wasn't just quick thinking, was it? You've had serious physical training. Harry considered how to frame his response. Complete denial would seem dishonest given the evidence, while detailed explanation might reveal too much about Goblin training methods. Goblins believe in integrated education, he acknowledged. Physical development alongside magical and intellectual growth. Their combat training includes balance and coordination exercises from an early age. Combat training? Padma repeated with interest. Is that standard for all Goblin children? Yes, Harry confirmed. Self-defense is considered a fundamental skill, like literacy or basic arithmetic. Though my program was adapted for human physiology. This explanation satisfied his Ravenclaw housemate's curiosity while establishing a framework for understanding his physical capabilities that didn't emphasize their exceptional nature. The information would spread, as everything about Harry Potter did, but in a context that normalized rather than sensationalized his abilities. The political implications of the flying lesson incident emerged more clearly that evening. During dinner in the Great Hall, Theodore Nott approached the Ravenclaw table, a rare cross-house interaction that immediately attracted attention. Potter, he began somewhat stiffly, my father would consider it a matter of family honor to acknowledge a life debt properly. Would you accept formal thanks from House Nott? The request carried significant pureblood political weight. Formal acknowledgement of a life debt established a recognized magical connection between houses, not as binding as an actual magical life debt, which occurred only when magical energy itself recognized a life-saving act, but politically meaningful nonetheless. No formal acknowledgement is necessary, Harry replied carefully. I acted as anyone would in that situation. Nott looked simultaneously relieved and troubled by this response. Nevertheless, House Nott recognizes the service rendered. Should you ever require assistance within my ability to provide, it would be available. This modified offer, establishing a personal rather than formal house obligation, represented a sophisticated political compromise. It allowed Nott to satisfy honor requirements without creating official ties between his traditionally pureblood family and the goblin-raised boy who lived. I appreciate that, Theodore, Harry responded, deliberately using the Slytherin's first name to personalize the exchange. Ravenclaw values cooperation across house boundaries. The interaction, though brief, established an unexpected connection across the Ravenclaw-Slytherin divide, one based on personal obligation rather than house politics. Harry recognized its potential value for his information-gathering efforts regarding the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell. The flying lesson incident and its aftermath highlighted the complexity of Harry's position at Hogwarts. Even routine classes could unexpectedly reveal aspects of his goblin upbringing, creating political ripples throughout the school's social hierarchy. Maintaining the careful balance between demonstrating his abilities and concealing their full extent would require constant vigilance. As September gave way to October, Harry continued developing his understanding of Hogwarts' foundational magic through regular visits to the Room of Requirement. The Ambrose texts he had discovered provided crucial insights into how the castle's enchantments functioned at their deepest level, knowledge he gradually applied to monitoring the third-floor corridor and its mysterious contents. Through subtle magical adjustments that utilized existing enchantment frameworks rather than creating new ones, Harry established an awareness connection that would alert him to any attempt to breach the stone's protections. He also strengthened certain vulnerable points in the security system without altering their apparent function, making them more resistant to tampering while maintaining their original appearance. These modifications required precise magical communication of exactly the kind his goblin education had emphasized, direct negotiation with existing enchantments rather than imposition of new spells that might be detected. The work was challenging but deeply satisfying, allowing Harry to apply his unique abilities practically while honoring his Ambrose heritage. Meanwhile, his observations of Professor Quirrell grew increasingly concerning. During defense against the dark arts lessons, Harry occasionally perceived fluctuations in the strange dual magical signature emanating from the professor, moments when the secondary presence seemed to strengthen, particularly when topics related to powerful dark magic were discussed. More alarming were the periodic surges of magical connection Harry sometimes felt between his Scar and Quirrell when their magics were simultaneously active. Though the Horcrux had been removed years earlier, some remnant of that connection apparently remained, enough for Harry to sense Voldemort's presence within or attached to the defense professor. This suspicion gained further support when Harry noticed Quirrell's particular interest in the third-floor corridor. Using the magical monitoring system he had established, Harry detected the professor lingering near the forbidden area on multiple occasions, seemingly testing its defenses without actually attempting to breach them. By late October, Harry had gathered sufficient evidence to justify sharing his concerns with select allies. During a carefully arranged study session in the library, he brought together a small group of trusted students from different houses: Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, Theodore Nott from Slytherin, and Terry Boot from Ravenclaw. "I've noticed something concerning about Professor Quirrell," he began once privacy charms had been established. "His behavior around the third-floor corridor suggests he's interested in whatever Dumbledore's hiding there." "How do you know something's hidden there?" Hermione asked immediately. "Dumbledore only said it was forbidden." "Logical deduction," Harry replied, offering a plausible explanation that didn't reveal his direct magical knowledge. "The timing coincides with the Gringotts break-in reported in the Daily Prophet. Something valuable was likely moved from there to here." "My aunt mentioned that break-in," Susan confirmed. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement investigated but found little evidence. Whatever was targeted had already been removed by Dumbledore," Harry suggested, "and brought to Hogwarts for protection. Quirrell seems unusually interested in accessing it." Theodore Nott, who had maintained cautious political neutrality in their interactions since the flying incident, spoke up. "My father mentioned rumors about Nicholas Flamel visiting Gringotts shortly before term began." "If Flamel was involved." "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione gasped, making the connection immediately. "Of course. Eternal life, unlimited gold, exactly the kind of artifact that would warrant exceptional security." Harry allowed this collaborative discovery process to unfold naturally, positioning himself as coordinator rather than sole information source. This approach both protected his methods and encouraged genuine investment from the others. "If it is the stone," he continued once the group had reached consensus on this theory, "then Quirrell's interest becomes particularly concerning. Why would a defense against the dark arts professor be attempting to access it?" "Unless he's not really Quirrell," Terry suggested, lowering his voice further despite the privacy charms. "Or not only Quirrell." This intuitive leap, approaching the truth without Harry having to reveal his magical sensitivity, provided the perfect opening to share his suspicions about Voldemort's involvement. "I've had unusual sensations around him," Harry acknowledged carefully. "Particularly when my scar is concerned." Given the scar's connection to Voldemort originally, he let the implication hang in the air. Each student processed this suggestion according to their personal and political frameworks: Hermione with academic intensity, Susan with legal concern, Theodore with pure-blood political calculation, and Terry with Ravenclaw analytical interest. "We need more evidence before taking this to the professors," Hermione decided pragmatically. "Accusing a teacher of being possessed by you-know-who is extraordinary." "Agreed," Harry said. "But we should also take precautions. Monitor Quirrell's movements when possible, avoid being alone with him, and watch for unusual behavior around the third-floor corridor." This collaborative vigilance strategy satisfied everyone's immediate concerns while establishing an information-sharing network across houses. Harry had effectively created an intelligence group without explicitly positioning himself as its leader, allowing each member to participate according to their own motivations while contributing to the common goal. As the meeting concluded and the group dispersed, Harry reflected on how differently this situation might have developed without his goblin political education. Rather than working alone or dominating the group, he had facilitated a cooperative approach that leveraged each student's strengths while distributing both responsibility and knowledge. The shadows around Hogwarts were indeed deepening, but Harry was no longer facing them alone. A network was forming, connections built on genuine mutual interest rather than merely fame or political calculation. These relationships would prove crucial in the challenges ahead, as Halloween approached, and with it, if pattern and prophecy held true, the first significant confrontation of his Hogwarts journey. "The board is set," Holly commented as Harry walked back to Ravenclaw Tower that evening. But remember, in the most interesting games, pieces sometimes move in unexpected ways. This chess metaphor resonated with Harry's developing understanding of his position. Dumbledore had arranged the Philosopher's Stone as bait. Quirrell, or Voldemort through him, sought it for his own purposes. But Harry and his newfound allies represented wild cards in this strategic game, pieces neither player had fully factored into their calculations. And the castle itself, with its ancient Ambrose magic now responding to Harry's bloodline, added another dimension entirely to the unfolding conflict. Hogwarts was not merely the board on which this game was played but potentially an active participant with its own ancient will and purpose. As Halloween drew near, bringing with it the anniversary of his parents' deaths and Voldemort's first defeat, Harry continued strengthening both his magical preparations and his human alliances. Whatever confrontation approached, he intended to face it not as a pawn in Dumbledore's game nor as Voldemort's prophesied nemesis, but as himself, Harry Potter, goblin-raised heir to ancient magical traditions, speaker to magic itself, and increasingly, the center of a network that transcended Hogwarts' traditional divisions. The shadows gathered, but within them, new possibilities were taking shape. Chapter 4, Heirs and Enemies. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of Gringotts' ritual chamber, eyes closed, magic flowing through and around him in visible ripples of golden light. 7 goblin elders formed a circle at the perimeter, their silent presence anchoring the complex magical working taking place. Within Harry's mind, a battle waged, not of physical force but of magical will and communication. The diary lay on a stone pedestal before him, its seemingly innocent leather cover belying the malevolence contained within. As Harry's consciousness extended toward the object, he could feel the Horcrux fighting back, Tom Riddle's preserved memory struggling to repel his intrusion while simultaneously attempting to penetrate his mental defenses. "Foolish child," hissed the fragment of Voldemort's soul. "You cannot comprehend what you face. My power existed before your birth and will continue long after your death." Rather than directly opposing this assault, Harry followed his goblin training, redirecting rather than blocking, engaging rather than confronting. "I understand you better than you know," he replied silently. "I carried a piece of your soul for years. The goblins removed it when I was 7. He felt the Horcrux's shock ripple through their connection. This information, that a fragment of Voldemort's soul had been successfully extracted without destroying its host, represented knowledge its creator had believed impossible. Lies. The diary spat, but uncertainty tinged its magical signature. No wizard knows how to separate soul from vessel without destruction. "I didn't say wizards did it," Harry countered, pressing his advantage. "Goblin magic approaches such problems differently. They don't try to command magic, they communicate with it." As he spoke, Harry extended his awareness deeper into the Horcrux, seeking the boundary between the diary itself and the soul fragment embedded within it. Unlike his first encounter with Voldemort's fragmented soul, he wasn't attempting extraction, merely assessment. Understanding the Horcrux's structure would be crucial to determining how best to neutralize its threat. What he discovered confirmed his suspicions. This wasn't merely a soul container like the one removed from his scar years ago. This fragment had been designed specifically to possess and control others, to gradually drain their life force while imposing Riddle's consciousness upon them. The diary itself was intricately enchanted, with layers of compulsion magic designed to ensure its victim would write in it regularly, creating the connection Riddle needed to possess them. Most disturbingly, Harry could sense the residual magical signature of the Horcrux's most recent victim, Ginny Weasley, whose life force had been partially drained before Harry had recognized the diary's dark nature and removed it from her possession. "She was so eager to confide in me," the diary taunted, sensing Harry's concern. "So lonely, so desperate for understanding. The perfect vessel." Harry maintained his focus despite this provocation. The Goblin Elders had warned him against emotional engagement with the Horcrux. Riddle would exploit any emotional opening to establish deeper connection. "Yet you failed," Harry replied calmly. "She's recovering now, beyond your reach. And soon, you'll be contained as securely as the fragment extracted from my scar." The assessment complete, Harry began carefully withdrawing his consciousness from the Horcrux, maintaining protective barriers as he retreated. The diary fought his withdrawal, attempting to latch onto his magical signature and follow him back to his physical form. "This isn't over, Potter," Riddle's fragment hissed. "I am merely one of many. Lord Voldemort has taken steps toward immortality that you cannot begin to imagine." 7 Horcruxes, Harry responded, allowing himself one calculated revelation. "We know, Tom." The shock this statement generated created the distraction Harry needed. As the Horcrux's focus momentarily fractured, he completed his withdrawal and slammed his mental barriers into place. With a gasp, he returned fully to his physical body in the ritual chamber. "It's as we suspected," he reported to the waiting elders, his voice hoarse from magical exertion. "A true Horcrux, designed specifically for possession and life force extraction. More sophisticated than the fragment I carried, with complex compulsion enchantments woven into the diary itself." Blood Fong, who had overseen Harry's magical development for 8 years now, stepped forward to examine the diary without touching it. "Can it be contained using the methods we developed for your scar fragment?" "No," Harry shook his head, rising slowly to his feet. "This one's different. It's more aware. More independent. The fragment from my scar was parasitic but passive. This one actively seeks hosts and can operate with significant autonomy." Ragnarok nodded grimly. "As we feared. Dumbledore's suspicions appear correct. Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, each with different properties and purposes." "He mentioned 7, Harry added, recalling the fragment's reaction. "When I suggested we knew about 7 Horcruxes, his shock was genuine. I think that's the actual number." The Goblin elders exchanged troubled glances. 7 was magically significant, representing completion in many magical traditions. 7 intentional divisions of a soul suggested a level of darkness beyond even what they had anticipated. "The diary must be secured immediately," Ragnarok decided. "Our deepest vault, with enhanced containment enchantments. Research into destruction methods must be prioritized." As Gornik led Harry from the ritual chamber, allowing the elders to begin containment procedures, Harry reflected on how dramatically his second year at Hogwarts had diverged from expectations. What had begun as a relatively normal term had transformed into a complex confrontation with Voldemort's past and an unexpected test of Harry's unique abilities. "You performed admirably," Gornik commented as they walked the stone corridors back toward the family quarters. "Few adult wizards could have maintained such control during direct engagement with a Horcrux." "I had excellent training," Harry replied, offering his foster father a tired smile. "And motivation. After what happened to Ginny." The memory of finding the first-year Gryffindor near catatonic in an abandoned classroom, the diary clutched in her rigid fingers, still disturbed him deeply. Only his ability to sense the malevolent magic emanating from the book, and his experience with the Horcrux previously extracted from his own body, had allowed him to recognize the danger immediately. "The Weasley girl recovers?" Gornik inquired. "Yes. The school matron says she'll make a full recovery, though the psychological effects may linger. She was lucky, the possession was still in early stages." "And the basilisk?" This question touched on the most complex aspect of the situation, the 1,000-year-old serpent that had been released from the Chamber of Secrets under the diary's influence. "Secure for now," Harry answered. "She's agreed to remain in the chamber until we determine a more permanent solution. Without Riddle's influence, she's no threat to the students. She never wanted to hunt them in the first place, she was created as a guardian for the school, not an instrument of persecution." Gornik nodded thoughtfully. "A guardian perverted to another's purpose. Much like this castle you describe, created by your Ambrose ancestors as a magical nexus, later reimagined as a symbol of wizarding segregation by Slytherin." The parallel was a apartment Harry had discovered through his research that both Hogwarts itself and the basilisk had been created with noble intentions, only to be repurposed over centuries as symbols and instruments of wizarding isolation and supremacy. "It's a recurring pattern," Harry observed. Magic created for protection and unity, later corrupted for division and control. They had reached the family quarters where Silvertooth awaited with a restorative potion specifically prepared for magical exhaustion. Harry accepted it gratefully, the goblin-brewed elixir immediately beginning to replenish his depleted energy. "You should rest," she advised, her practical concern evident beneath her formal manner. The Horcrux assessment demanded significant magical exertion. "I'll need to return to Hogwarts tomorrow," Harry reminded them. "Now that we've confirmed the diary's nature and secured it, I still have to resolve the chamber situation before the end of term." "The basilisk cannot remain beneath a school indefinitely," Gornick agreed. "Even without Riddle's influence, its presence poses complex ethical and practical challenges." This understated the dilemma Harry faced. The basilisk, which he now knew was named Sarasa, had been created by Salazar Slytherin as a guardian for Hogwarts, designed to protect the school from external threats. Only later, as Slytherin's views on blood purity hardened, had he modified her purpose to include purging the school of those he deemed unworthy. Then Tom Riddle, discovering the chamber 50 years ago, had further corrupted her purpose through a combination of Parseltongue commands and magical compulsion. By the time Ginny Weasley had unwittingly released the basilisk under the diary's influence this year, Sarasa had been operating under layers of magical commands that overrode her original protective nature. Harry's unique ability to speak directly with magic had allowed him to communicate with the basilisk in a way even Parseltongue couldn't match, not merely exchanging words but connecting with the fundamental magical consciousness beneath the centuries of imposed commands. Through this deeper communication, he had helped Sarasa recognize and begin breaking free from Riddle's influence. "I'm considering relocation," Harry said after a moment. "There's a protected magical creature sanctuary in Sweden that might accept her. The challenge would be transporting a 60-foot basilisk across international borders without detection. An undertaking of significant complexity," Gornick noted dryly. "Though perhaps less challenging than explaining to the Hogwarts Board of Governors why you're advocating for a basilisk rather than destroying it." This pointed to the political dimension of the situation. Harry's defense of Sarasa, arguing that she was a victim of magical compulsion rather than an inherently dangerous creature, had already created tension with Dumbledore and the Ministry representatives called in to investigate the chamber incidents. "Magical beings shouldn't be destroyed simply because wizards have misused them," Harry stated firmly. "Sarasa has existed for 1,000 years as Hogwarts' original protector. She deserves better than execution for actions she was magically compelled to perform." Both his foster parents nodded in agreement. Goblin culture placed high value on the autonomy of magical beings and recognized the complex ethical considerations that wizarding authorities often overlooked in favor of expedient solutions. "Rest now," Silvertooth directed, her tone brooking no argument. "Tomorrow you can return to Hogwarts and continue addressing these challenges. Tonight, your body requires recovery." Recognizing the wisdom in this instruction, Harry retreated to his chamber. Though he had lived primarily at Hogwarts for nearly 2 academic years now, his room at Gringotts remained a sanctuary, a space where his goblin upbringing and wizarding heritage existed in harmony rather than tension. As he prepared for sleep, Holly offered a quiet observation from its place beside his bed. "The conflict between magical beings' rights and human safety will define much of your path forward," the wand noted. "Today's choices regarding the basilisk foreshadow larger challenges to come." "I know," Harry murmured, settling into bed as magical exhaustion began to overtake him. "But I can't abandon her to execution when she was merely a tool in Riddle's plan. There has to be a better solution." "There usually is," Holly agreed. "Though rarely one that satisfies all parties equally." This philosophical truth followed Harry into sleep, where his dreams filled with serpentine corridors, ancient chambers, and the complex magical history of a castle that had recognized him as the heir to its original creators. The Hogwarts Express journey back to school gave Harry valuable time to reflect on the extraordinary events that had unfolded over the past months. As the train rolled through the Scottish countryside, he sat in a compartment surrounded by the Interhouse group that had evolved from the study circle he'd established in his first year. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor had claimed the seat directly across from him, a stack of books on magical creature rights already open on her lap. Since learning about Sarasa's situation, she had thrown herself into researching legal precedents for magical creature protection with characteristic thoroughness. The 1782 Magical Being Preservation Act technically applies, she was explaining to Susan Bones, who sat beside her. Though the ministry has historically interpreted being narrowly to exclude creatures they consider inherently dangerous. Susan, whose position as niece to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement gave her unique perspective on ministry classifications, nodded thoughtfully. Aunt Amelia says those classifications often reflect political considerations rather than actual magical understanding. The fact that Harry can communicate directly with the basilisk and verify its non-aggressive intentions should carry weight. Should, but won't, Theodore not interjected from his position by the window. The Slytherins' pragmatic political assessment had become increasingly valuable to their group. The ministry will prioritize public perception over magical ethics. A basilisk, even a non-aggressive one, is too politically problematic to receive protection. Terry Boot, who completed their core group, was comparing notes with Luna Lovegood, the eccentric Ravenclaw first year who had joined their circle after demonstrating unusual insight into magical consciousness. Luna's research on consciousness transference might offer another approach, he suggested. If the basilisk's essential magical nature could be preserved while neutralizing its lethal capabilities. Harry listened to these discussions with appreciation for how his friends had embraced this complex ethical challenge. What had begun as his personal moral dilemma had evolved into a collaborative effort spanning multiple houses and combining diverse perspectives and skills. There's another consideration, he noted during a pause in the conversation. The chamber itself represents a historically significant magical architecture. Destroying Sarasa would mean losing the only being who fully understands its original purpose and design. Beyond being Slytherin's monster, you mean? Ginny Weasley asked quietly from her position near the door. Her presence in their compartment represented a significant development. After recovering from the diary's influence, Ginny had initially avoided Harry out of shame and embarrassment. Only after he had sought her out, explaining that he too had once carried a fragment of Voldemort's consciousness, had she gradually become comfortable around him. Now, despite being a first year, she had become an important member of their group, offering unique insight into Riddle's methods due to her unwilling but intimate connection with the diary Horcrux. That's exactly it, Harry confirmed. Sarasa wasn't created as a monster. According to what she's shared, she was originally a guardian, designed to protect all Hogwarts students from external threats. Slytherin later modified her purpose, and then Riddle corrupted it further, but her fundamental nature is protective. Like the castle itself, Luna observed dreamily. Created for unity, later divided by the founders' disagreements. The walls remember their original purpose, even when wizards forget. This insight, so aligned with what Harry had learned through his Ambrose connection to Hogwarts foundations, reminded him why Luna had quickly become such a valued member of their group despite her unusual perspectives. She intuitively grasped magical connections that others overlooked. Precisely, Harry agreed. And that's why I believe relocation rather than destruction is the ethical solution. Sarasa deserves the chance to exist according to her original nature rather than the corrupted purpose imposed on her. The compartment fell silent as everyone considered this perspective. Even Theodore, whose pureblood upbringing had initially inclined him toward traditional wizarding approaches to dangerous creatures, seemed thoughtful rather than dismissive. The Swedish sanctuary might actually work, Hermione said finally, flipping through one of her reference books. They've accepted historically misunderstood creatures before, including a runespore that had been magically altered for wizard dueling exhibitions. The transportation logistics remain challenging, Terry pointed out. Even with Harry's ability to communicate with her and ensure cooperation, moving a creature that size internationally without detection seems nearly impossible. Not necessarily, Theo countered, his expression calculating. My father mentioned a diplomatic delegation visiting Hogwarts next week, representatives from various European ministries touring British magical institutions. If the right documentation were prepared, and certain officials were, appropriately motivated, an international creature transfer could be arranged under official auspices. Harry raised an eyebrow at this suggestion of political maneuvering. Are you proposing we manipulate an international diplomatic visit to smuggle a basilisk out of Britain? I'm proposing, Theo replied with Slytherin precision, that we utilize existing governmental frameworks to facilitate the legal international relocation of a misunderstood magical being to an appropriate conservation environment. Framing matters, Potter. Despite the serious nature of their discussion, Harry couldn't help but smile. This blend of Hermione's ethical research, Susan's legal knowledge, Luna's intuitive magical understanding, Terry's practical analysis, and Theo's political calculation exemplified exactly why he had cultivated this cross-house alliance. Together, they approached problems from complementary angles that neither traditional Gryffindor courage, Slytherin cunning, Ravenclaw intelligence, nor Hufflepuff loyalty could solve alone. We'll explore the diplomatic angle, he decided. Though we'll need to move quickly. Dumbledore has granted me some latitude regarding Sarasa based on my unique ability to communicate with her, but his patience isn't unlimited. The Board of Governors is pressuring for a permanent resolution before term ends. Speaking of the board, Susan interjected, have you had any further confrontations with Lucius Malfoy? Aunt Amelia mentioned he's been particularly vocal about the chamber situation. Harry's expression darkened slightly. He's been demanding an investigation into how a dangerous magical creature was permitted to remain within the school, conveniently ignoring his own role in planting the diary that controlled it. Though they had no definitive proof of Lucius Malfoy's involvement in delivering the Horcrux to Ginny Weasley, the circumstantial evidence was compelling. Draco's father had been observed arguing with Arthur Weasley in Flourish and Blots before the school year began, with opportunity to slip the diary into Ginny's cauldron during the confrontation. He's attempting to redirect attention, Theo analyzed. Classic political maneuvering, create a scandal focusing on the creature to distract from questions about the diary's origins. Which makes sense if he received the diary directly from Voldemort, Hermione added. He wouldn't want that connection examined too closely. Ginny shuddered slightly at the mention of Voldemort, and Luna quietly took her hand in silent support. The younger girl's experience with the diary had left emotional scars that would take far longer to heal than the physical effects of life force drainage. Lucius is also specifically targeting your goblin connections, Theo continued. Father says he's been suggesting to the board that your creature-sympathetic upbringing has compromised your judgment regarding the basilisk. This aligned with Harry's own assessment. Since his formal introduction to Wizarding Society 2 years earlier, Lucius Malfoy had consistently worked to undermine his goblin affiliations, first subtly through political maneuvering, now more openly as the chamber situation provided convenient leverage. He's trying to force a choice, Harry observed. Position me as either aligned with dangerous magical creatures against student safety, or rejecting my goblin upbringing to embrace traditional wizarding values. A false dichotomy, Hermione stated firmly. Ethical treatment of magical beings enhances security rather than compromising it. Mistreatment creates the very hostility wizards then use to justify further restrictions. Her passionate advocacy reflected how deeply she had embraced magical being rights as a cause. Harry suspected her interest stemmed partly from recognizing parallels with blood status discrimination, another area where Wizarding Society created arbitrary distinctions to maintain established power structures. As their conversation continued, Harry found himself grateful for how this diverse group had coalesced around shared values despite different backgrounds. Their ability to integrate multiple perspectives into coherent approaches represented exactly the kind of interhouse cooperation the Sorting Hat had once suggested Hogwarts needed. The remainder of the journey passed in collaborative planning. By the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, they had outlined a practical approach to Sarasa's relocation, combining diplomatic maneuvering, legal justification, practical logistics, and ethical framing in a way that addressed both the basilisk's welfare and legitimate safety concerns. As they disembarked, Harry felt Hogwarts magic reaching out to him in greeting, the now familiar sensation of the castle recognizing his Ambrose bloodline. Through 2 years of exploration and research, his connection to the school's foundational magic had deepened considerably. He could now sense the castle's condition throughout its structure, identify fluctuations in its protective enchantments, and even communicate with certain aspects of its semi-conscious magical framework. "Welcome back, Speaker," the castle's magic whispered. "The Chamber Guardian awaits your return. The Foundations remember their purpose, even after centuries of forgetfulness." This cryptic message, referencing both Sarasa and some deeper purpose of Hogwarts' original design, reminded Harry that his current challenge with the basilisk represented just one aspect of his evolving relationship with the castle his ancestors had helped create. As they boarded the carriages that would take them up to the school, Harry made eye contact with Luna, who was staring at the Thestrals with open fascination. "The castle spoke to you just now, didn't it?" she asked with characteristic directness. "It always does when you return. The walls vibrate with recognition." Harry had never explicitly confirmed his ability to communicate with Hogwarts itself, even to his closest allies. Luna's perception, noticing what others missed without requiring explanation, was both unnerving and refreshing. "Yes," he acknowledged simply. "It remembers things most have forgotten." Luna nodded as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Buildings develop consciousness when enough magic accumulates in their stones. Hogwarts has absorbed more magic than any structure in Britain. Of course it would speak to someone who knows how to listen. This matter-of-fact acceptance of extraordinary magical phenomena, without demand for detailed explanation or evidence, was why Luna had integrated so seamlessly into their group despite her eccentric reputation. She understood intuitively what others required logical proof to accept. As the carriages moved toward the castle, Harry mentally reviewed the challenges awaiting him, resolving Sarasa's situation ethically, countering Lucius Malfoy's political maneuvering, supporting Ginny's continued recovery from the diary's influence, and maintaining the delicate balance between his goblin upbringing and wizarding education. Each challenge represented a test not just of his magical abilities but of his core values, the integrated perspective his unique life experience had cultivated. How he addressed these situations would define not only his personal path but potentially the future relationship between wizarding and goblin societies, between humans and magical beings, and between traditional wizarding hierarchy and more inclusive magical cooperation. "The air faces the crossroads," Holly commented from its holster at Harry's wrist. "Each choice shapes not just your path but the broader magical landscape." As Hogwarts loomed closer, its windows glowing warmly against the evening sky, Harry acknowledged the truth in his wand's observation. His second year had transformed him from student to active participant in shaping magical society's future. The weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders, not crushing him but strengthening his resolve to find solutions that honored both his goblin upbringing and wizarding heritage, that protected both human students and magical beings, and that respected both ancient traditions and evolving ethical understanding. The Swedish International Magical Creature Sanctuary sprawled across a magically hidden valley in the northern mountains, its boundaries marked by ancient runestones that maintained complex concealment and protection enchantments. As Harry approached the main entrance alongside Director Forstrom, the sanctuary's chief administrator, he felt a familiar sensation of magical recognition. "Ancient magic acknowledges your approach," Holly noted from its holster. "Similar to Hogwarts, but wilder. Less structured." This aligned with Harry's own perception. Where Hogwarts magic felt deliberately constructed, layer upon layer of intentional enchantment, the sanctuary's magical protection seemed to have evolved organically over centuries, adapting to the needs of its inhabitants rather than imposing rigid boundaries. "The runestones date from the Viking Age," Forstrom explained as they passed between two massive carved pillars covered in glowing runes. Originally created to hide magical creatures from Muggle populations, later expanded to provide specialized habitats for endangered magical species. Harry nodded, appreciating both the history and the philosophical approach it represented. "Protection through accommodation rather than restriction," he observed. "Creating appropriate environments rather than simply containing creatures behind barriers." Forstrom, a tall, silver-haired witch with penetrating blue eyes, gave him an appraising look. "Precisely, Mr. Potter. Most visitors focus on our security measures rather than our environmental philosophy. Your goblin upbringing shows in your perspective." This acknowledgement of his background as an asset rather than a curiosity was refreshing. Throughout the complex diplomatic negotiations that had led to this moment, Forstrom had demonstrated unusual respect for both Goblin magical approaches and Harry's unique position between wizarding and Goblin worlds. "Sarasa has settled well?" Harry asked as they continued along a path that wound between various habitat zones, each magically modified to suit different species' needs. "Remarkably so," Forstrom confirmed. "Her adaptation to the cave system exceeded our expectations. The heating charms maintain her preferred temperature, and she seems particularly appreciative of the underground lake we incorporated into her habitat." This positive report relieved some of Harry's lingering concern. The basilisk's relocation, accomplished through an unprecedented cooperation between British and Swedish ministries of magic, with critical behind-the-scenes support from both Gringotts and Harry's Crosshouse alliance, had represented a significant diplomatic achievement. But Sarasa's welfare had always been his primary concern. "Has she interacted with your staff?" he inquired. "Only with those specialists trained in appropriate eye protection and communication techniques. Though she appears to prefer isolation, as expected given her millennial solitude beneath Hogwarts." Forstrom paused before adding, "She asks about you regularly." This didn't surprise Harry. The connection he had established with Sarasa went beyond simple communication. He had been the first in centuries to recognize her true nature beneath the layers of compulsion magic imposed by Slytherin and later corrupted by Riddle. That recognition had created a bond of trust rare between humans and ancient magical beings. They rounded a bend in the path and approached a cave entrance partially concealed by enchanted foliage. Unlike the other habitat areas they had passed, this one featured additional security measures, specialized wards that would prevent accidental eye contact with the basilisk while allowing authorized visitors to approach safely. "We've prepared for your visit," Forstrom explained, handing Harry a special amulet. This allows passage through the protective enchantments while maintaining the basic safety protocols. "I'll wait here. Sarasa has made it clear she prefers private conversation with you." Harry accepted the amulet, recognizing the complex runic enchantments carved into its surface, a sophisticated blend of protective magic and selective access permissions. The craftsmanship reflected the sanctuary's respect for both creature rights and human safety. "Thank you for arranging this," he said sincerely. Few would have taken the risk of accepting a basilisk, regardless of the circumstances. Forstrom's expression grew serious. "Mr. Potter, in my 50 years of magical creature conservation, I've learned that the greatest threats rarely come from the creatures themselves, but from wizards who misuse them. Your advocacy for Sarasa, recognizing her as a victim of magical manipulation rather than an inherently malevolent being, aligns precisely with our sanctuary's founding principles." With a respectful nod, Harry turned toward the cave entrance. As he crossed the ward boundaries, he felt the protective enchantments recognize the amulet and adjust accordingly, allowing him passage while maintaining their fundamental security functions. The cave beyond opened into a vast underground chamber illuminated by enchanted crystals that simulated natural sunlight without the harshness that might disturb a predominantly subterranean creature. A large underground lake occupied the chamber's center, its dark waters occasionally rippling with movement beneath the surface. Harry moved to the lake's edge and knelt, placing one hand on the smooth stone floor. Rather than calling out, he extended his magical awareness, reaching for the unique magical signature he had come to associate with Sarasa. "Guardian," he projected, using the form of address the basilisk preferred. "I have returned as promised." The lake's surface broke as a massive serpentine form emerged, 60 feet of iridescent scales and powerful muscle rising with surprising grace. Sarasa lifted her great head, keeping her deadly eyes partially lidded in the consideration she had learned to show human visitors. "Speaker to magic," she responded, her mental voice carrying the weight of centuries. "You honor your word. Few humans remember such commitments to my kind." Harry smiled, maintaining the magical connection while carefully avoiding direct eye contact. Through their unique communication, neither Parseltongue nor conventional telepathy, but a direct magical exchange of concepts and emotions, he could sense Sarasa's improved condition. The lingering traces of compulsion magic that had distorted her nature had continued to fade, allowing her original personality to re-emerge. "How have you found your new home?" he asked. "Suitable," came the measured response. "The waters are clean. The caves remind me of my first home beneath the castle. The caretakers show appropriate respect without fierce stench." This practical assessment reflected Sarasa's nature. Despite her awesome power and lethal capabilities, the basilisk was fundamentally pragmatic, concerned with basic needs and appropriate treatment rather than luxury or deference. "And your memories?" Harry inquired carefully. "Have they continued to clarify?" This was the more delicate question. When first freed from Riddle's influence, Sarasa had struggled with conflicting memories, her original protective purpose confused with the corrupted directives imposed by Slytherin and later Riddle. The process of untangling these memories had been crucial to her rehabilitation. "Yes," she confirmed, a note of satisfaction entering her mental voice. "I remember now my true purpose. Salazar created me to protect the school from external threats, invaders who would harm the students. Only later did he change his instructions, limiting my protection to those he deemed worthy." "And Riddle's commands?" Harry pressed gently. "Fading like mist under sunshine." The massive serpent adjusted her position, coiling more comfortably at the lake's edge. "His words twisted Salazar's purpose further, making me attack rather than protect. But these false commands no longer bind me. I remember who I was meant to be." Relief flooded through Harry. This confirmed what he had hoped, that Sarasa's corrupted programming had been circumstantial rather than fundamental. Removed from the chamber's influence and freed from active compulsion, her original nature could reassert itself. They continued conversing for nearly an hour, with Sarasa sharing her adjustments to the sanctuary and Harry updating her on developments at Hogwarts. The basilisk showed particular interest in how the castle had responded to the chamber's reopening, seeming to confirm Harry's suspicion that Hogwarts itself possessed a level of consciousness connected to its original Ambrose design. "The castle remembers its purpose too," Sarasa noted when Harry described how certain passageways had spontaneously opened to assist him during his confrontation with the diary. "The stones know who built them, just as I remember who created me. Original purpose endures beneath later changes." This philosophical observation, coming from a being who had existed for a millennium, carried significant weight. It reinforced Harry's growing understanding of magical consciousness as something that evolved rather than remained static, capable of returning to original intentions even after centuries of distortion. As their conversation drew to a close, Sarasa raised a topic that surprised him. "The fragment soul you described, the one controlling the red-haired hatchling, was it truly contained?" The question demonstrated a level of strategic thinking Harry hadn't previously observed in the basilisk. "Yes," he confirmed. "The goblins secured it in their deepest vault with specialized containment enchantments." "Good." The great serpent's mental tone conveyed deep satisfaction. "I sensed others like it during my years beneath the castle. Hidden things, broken soul pieces, concealed by the Riddle human during his time at Hogwarts." This revelation sent a chill through Harry. "You believe Voldemort hid another Horcrux within Hogwarts itself?" "Yes. In the room that changes. I sensed it whenever the castle's magic shifted the walls, a wrongness similar to the book soul, but older. Placed there before Riddle became what you call Voldemort." This information aligned with what they had learned from the diary Horcrux during Harry's assessment ritual. If Voldemort had indeed created 7 Horcruxes as suspected, and if he had hidden one within Hogwarts' Room of Requirement, that would significantly impact their ongoing efforts to understand and counter his eventual return. "This is valuable information, Guardian," Harry acknowledged. "It may help prevent future harm to innocents." "Then I have fulfilled my original purpose," Sarasa replied with evident satisfaction. "To protect. Not merely Slytherin's chosen, but all who might suffer from dark magic." As Harry finally took his leave, he reflected on how this conversation exemplified the core principle that had guided his actions throughout the chamber crisis: magical beings deserved to be understood according to their true nature rather than the purposes humans had imposed upon them. Sarasa had been created as a protector, corrupted into a weapon, and was now returning to her original purpose through understanding rather than control. Outside the cave, Director Forstrom waited patiently. "A productive visit?" she inquired as Harry returned the protective amulet. "Very," he confirmed. "Sarasa has provided information that may help address an ongoing magical threat. Her original protective purpose is reasserting itself now that the compulsion magic has faded." Forstrom nodded, unsurprised. Most magical beings retain their fundamental nature despite external manipulation. Given time and appropriate environments, they typically revert to their core purposes. She gave Harry a knowing look. Much like certain young wizards with unusual upbringings must find balance between different influences. The parallel to his own situation, navigating between goblin and wizarding worlds while establishing his authentic identity, wasn't lost on Harry. "Balance doesn't mean compromise," he observed. "Sometimes it means integration, finding the truth that encompasses seemingly contradictory perspectives." Wisely put, Forstrom approved as they began walking back toward the sanctuary's administration buildings. "Your approach to Sarasa's situation demonstrated precisely that integration, honoring both legitimate safety concerns and the basilisk's rights as a magical being. Few wizards your age, or any age, manage such nuanced ethical reasoning." This acknowledgement of his approach as balanced rather than radical was particularly meaningful coming from someone with Forstrom's experience and international reputation. Throughout the Chamber crisis, many in Wizarding Britain had characterized his defense of Sarasa as evidence of inappropriate creature sympathy resulting from his goblin upbringing. This narrative, actively promoted by Lucius Malfoy and his political allies, had ignored the careful ethical balancing Harry had actually employed. The fundamental question was never whether Sarasa was dangerous, Harry explained as they walked. "All-powerful magic presents potential danger. The question was whether that potential justified destruction when alternatives existed that could address safety concerns while respecting her as a magical being with inherent value." "Precisely the philosophy that guides our work here," Forstrom agreed. "Which is why I've been authorized to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Potter." She handed him an official-looking envelope bearing the sanctuary's seal, a runestone surrounded by various magical creatures rendered in silver ink. "The International Confederation of Wizards has established a youth advisory council on magical being relations," she explained. "Representatives from various magical backgrounds, between ages 12 and 17, who demonstrate unusual insight into cross-species magical cooperation. Your handling of the Sarasa situation brought you to our attention, and your unique goblin wizarding perspective would be particularly valuable." Harry accepted the envelope with surprise. He had expected his advocacy for the basilisk to generate controversy, not recognition. This would involve what, exactly? Quarterly meetings, primarily conducted through enchanted communication devices though with occasional in-person gatherings. Providing youth perspective on draft policies regarding magical being classification and rights. Developing educational resources to promote more nuanced understanding of non-human magical sentience. The opportunity aligned perfectly with Harry's developing interests, particularly the ethical questions at the intersection of different magical traditions. It also offered potential international connections outside the British ministry's direct influence, which could prove strategically valuable given Lucius Malfoy's ongoing efforts to undermine his goblin connections. "I'd be honored," he said sincerely. "Though I'd need to coordinate with both Hogwarts administration and my goblin guardians regarding scheduling." "Of course," Forstrom agreed. "The formal invitation includes all relevant details for securing necessary permissions. Though given Albus Dumbledore's position within the ICW, I don't anticipate significant obstacles from the Hogwarts side." As they completed their tour of the sanctuary and prepared for Harry's return to Britain via International Port Key, he reflected on the unexpected trajectory his second year at Hogwarts had taken. What had begun with the terrifying specter of a basilisk attacking students had evolved into an international diplomatic initiative, an exploration of magical being rights, and now an invitation to contribute to policy development beyond Britain's borders. The sanctuary's approach, creating appropriate environments for magical beings rather than simply containing them, seemed to mirror his own developing philosophy regarding the integration of different magical traditions. Perhaps the most valuable lesson from the chamber crisis wasn't about Horcruxes or basilisks specifically, but about the importance of understanding original purposes beneath corrupted applications. Just as Sarasa had been created as a protector before being weaponized, just as Hogwarts had been designed for magical unity before becoming divided by house rivalries, Harry himself stood at the intersection of traditions that had become unnecessarily antagonistic over centuries of misunderstanding. The international port key activated, pulling him back toward Britain with the distinctive hook-behind naval sensation. As the sanctuary vanished from view, Harry carried with him not just confirmation of Sarasa's successful relocation, but a broader perspective on his own unique position in the magical world. Hogwarts' end-of-term feast traditionally celebrated the conclusion of exams and the awarding of the House Cup. This year, however, an unusual atmosphere pervaded the Great Hall, a mixture of relief following the chamber crisis's resolution, lingering tension from the political fallout and curiosity about the unprecedented events that had transpired. Harry entered alongside his fellow Ravenclaws, immediately noticing the increased attention his arrival generated. Though he had grown accustomed to being watched throughout his time at Hogwarts, the quality of observation had shifted following his prominent role in resolving the chamber situation. Where once people had stared with simple curiosity about the boy who lived, now their gazes held more complex assessment, admiration, confusion, suspicion, or calculation depending on how they interpreted his defense of Sarasa. As he took his seat at the Ravenclaw table, Luna slid into the space beside him, her expression serene despite the surrounding tension. "The Nargles have decreased significantly since the basilisk left," she observed conversationally. "They don't like it when ancient purposes are remembered. Disrupts their confusion feeding." Harry had long since learned to translate Luna's unique terminology into more conventional magical understanding. "You mean the castle's magic has settled now that one of its original protectors has been properly acknowledged rather than simply feared?" "Exactly," she agreed with a bright smile. "You're getting much better at understanding. Most people just assume I'm making things up." Across the hall, Harry caught Ginny Weasley's eye at the Gryffindor table. The youngest Weasley offered a small but genuine smile, a significant improvement from the haunted expression she had worn in the weeks following her possession by the diary. Her recovery had progressed steadily, aided by the specialized mind-healing techniques Gornick had arranged through Gringotts' contacts at St. Mungo's. At the Slytherin table, Theodore Nott gave a nearly imperceptible nod of acknowledgement, maintaining the public appearance of casual acquaintance rather than alliance. This careful balancing, open cooperation in private, measured distance in public, reflected the political realities Theo navigated as heir to a traditionally pure-blood family developing connections across conventional boundaries. The staff table presented its own interesting dynamics. Dumbledore's expression held the usual benevolent calm, though Harry had learned to recognize the calculating assessment beneath the grandfatherly exterior. McGonagall watched the room with practical attention to potential disruptions, while Flitwick's gaze lingered proudly on his Ravenclaws, particularly the group surrounding Harry that had contributed so significantly to resolving the chamber crisis. Most intriguing was Snape, whose typically impassive expression occasionally shifted when he thought himself unobserved. The potions master had maintained a complex relationship with Harry throughout the basilisk situation, neither openly supportive nor antagonistic, but watchful in a way that suggested reassessment of previous assumptions. The headmaster rose as the last students settled into their seats, bringing an immediate hush to the hall. "Another year completed," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying effortlessly throughout the space. "And what an extraordinary year it has been. Before we commence our celebration, I believe some acknowledgements are in order regarding the unusual events that have occurred within these walls." The hall's attention sharpened further, students leaning forward in anticipation of official comment on the chamber situation that had dominated school gossip for months. "As most of you are aware, Hogwarts faced a serious threat this year with the reopening of the Chamber of Secrets," Dumbledore continued. "What many of you may not know is the true nature of that threat and the remarkable manner of its resolution." Harry maintained a carefully neutral expression, though internally he wondered how much Dumbledore would reveal about his role in communicating with Sarasa and advocating for her relocation rather than destruction. Contrary to historical assumption, the creature within the chamber, a basilisk, was not inherently malevolent, but rather subject to magical compulsion dating back to Salazar Slytherin himself and corrupted further through subsequent manipulation. This accurate characterization suggested Dumbledore had accepted at least some aspects of Harry's explanation regarding Sarasa's true nature. Whether this represented genuine philosophical agreement or strategic political positioning remained unclear. Through unprecedented communication abilities, Mr. Harry Potter was able to recognize this distinction and establish peaceful contact with the basilisk, revealing its original purpose as a protector of Hogwarts rather than a weapon against certain students. Murmurs spread through the hall at this explicit confirmation of Harry's direct communication with Sarasa, something previously known in detail only to his close associates and the school administration. Some expressions showed amazement, others skepticism, and a few, particularly among older Slytherins, calculation about the political implications of this revelation. Further investigation revealed that the basilisk's recent aggressive actions were controlled through an enchanted object containing dark magic of the most serious nature, an object planted deliberately to target Hogwarts students. Dumbledore's careful phrasing acknowledged the Horcrux's role without specifically naming either its nature or its presumed source in Lucius Malfoy. This diplomatic restraint likely reflected political necessity rather than ignorance. Dumbledore clearly understood the diary's significance as a Horcrux and its connection to Voldemort, but publicly accusing a school governor without definitive proof would have created additional complications. Through cooperation between Mr. Potter, several of his classmates from all four houses, Hogwarts staff, and eventually international magical authorities, a solution was developed that ensured student safety while respecting the rights of a magical being that had itself been victimized. This framing, presenting the basilisk's relocation as a balanced solution rather than either a security compromise or a creature rights victory, demonstrated Dumbledore's political adeptness. By acknowledging both safety concerns and ethical considerations, he positioned the resolution as reasonable rather than radical, potentially defusing some of Lucius Malfoy's attempts to characterize it as evidence of inappropriate creature sympathy. The basilisk has been safely relocated to an international sanctuary specially equipped to accommodate its needs while ensuring public safety. This resolution represents an unprecedented application of interspecies magical communication, international cooperation, and ethical magical practice. Dumbledore's gaze found Harry directly. For extraordinary magical insight, ethical leadership in a complex situation, and successful coordination of a diverse response team, I award Ravenclaw House 300 points. The Blue and Bronze table erupted in cheers, students who had previously viewed Harry's basilisk advocacy with uncertainty now embracing it as a house achievement. Even those who had privately questioned his judgment recognized the significance of such substantial point recognition. Additionally, Dumbledore continued once the celebration had somewhat quieted, for contributions to this resolution that transcended traditional house boundaries, I award 50 points each to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, acknowledging the critical assistance provided by students from each house. This distribution, while maintaining Ravenclaw's primary recognition, acknowledged the cross-house nature of the response team Harry had assembled. The symbolic significance of awarding points to all four houses for collaborative action wasn't lost on the more politically aware students. These points, combined with those accumulated throughout the academic year, result in Ravenclaw winning the House Cup with a total of 873 points. As the Great Hall's decorations transformed to Ravenclaw blue and bronze, Harry found himself the center of congratulatory attention from his housemates. While he appreciated their support, he remained aware that Dumbledore's framing of the chamber resolution, while broadly accurate, had strategically emphasized certain aspects while minimizing others. The headmaster had positioned the basilisk relocation as primarily a security achievement with ethical components rather than an ethical stance with security accommodations. This subtle reframing shifted the narrative away from Harry's goblin-influenced perspective on magical being rights toward a more traditionally wizarding approach to creature management. As the feast commenced and conversation flowed around him, Harry caught Dumbledore watching him with that characteristic twinkling gaze that concealed careful assessment. The headmaster raised his goblet slightly in acknowledgement before turning to converse with Professor McGonagall. "He's reclaiming the narrative," Theo observed quietly, having made his way to the Ravenclaw table during the general congratulatory mingling that followed the House Cup announcement. "Presenting your actions within a framework Wizarding Society can more readily accept." Harry nodded slightly, appreciating Theo's political perception. "Better than direct opposition. It maintains the practical outcome while adjusting the philosophical framing." "Politically necessary," Theo acknowledged. "Lucius has been laying groundwork in the Wizengamot for legislation restricting cross-species magical communication under the guise of security protocols. Dumbledore's framing potentially undercuts that effort by presenting your basilisk communication as security-enhancing rather than threatening." This information, likely gleaned through Theo's family connections, provided valuable context for Dumbledore's approach. The headmaster was apparently playing a longer political game regarding magical being rights, one that required strategic positioning rather than direct confrontation with traditionalist factions. "How has Draco responded to all this?" Harry asked, curious about his yearmate's reaction to both the chamber resolution and his father's political maneuvering around it. Theo's expression grew thoughtful. "More conflicted than he shows publicly. He maintains his father's positions when speaking to his usual circle, but he's asked me several questions that suggest genuine curiosity about your basilisk communication. I think he's struggling to reconcile family loyalty with growing awareness of more complex magical perspectives." This potential evolution in Draco's thinking represented an interesting development. Throughout their first 2 years at Hogwarts, Malfoy had maintained a carefully calculated distance, neither openly antagonistic nor friendly, but constantly observing and occasionally testing Harry's positions on various magical and political matters. "The changing perspectives aren't limited to students," Luna commented dreamily, gesturing subtly toward the staff table. "Professor Snape has fewer Raxperts around him when he looks at you now. His clarity has improved since you demonstrated practical ethics rather than abstract morality." This characteristically Luna-esque observation aligned with Harry's own assessment of Snape's evolving attitude. The potions master's initial suspicion had gradually shifted toward something more complex, not approval exactly, but a kind of grudging reassessment based on Harry's demonstrated priorities and methods rather than preconceptions about either his famous parents or his goblin upbringing. As the feast continued, Harry found himself approached by various students beyond his immediate circle, some offering congratulations, others asking tentative questions about Sarasa and the chamber, a few expressing more complex political or ethical perspectives on the situation's resolution. Each interaction reflected the shifting perceptions his actions had generated throughout the school. Perhaps most significant was a brief exchange with Neville Longbottom, who had gradually developed from a timid first year into a more confident second year through his peripheral association with Harry's study group. "Gran wrote to me about the basilisk relocation," Neville mentioned somewhat hesitantly. "She sits on the Wizengamot, you know. Said it was the first time she'd seen traditional purebloods and creature rights advocates finding common ground in decades. Something about preserving magical heritage through ethical stewardship that appealed to both sides." This unexpected political outcome, Augusta Longbottom was known for her practical assessment of Wizengamot dynamics, suggested the basilisk situation had created ripples beyond Hogwarts itself, potentially opening space for more nuanced discussion of magical being rights within traditionally conservative circles. By the time the feast concluded, Harry had developed a clearer understanding of how the chamber resolution had repositioned him within Hogwarts' social and political landscape. Rather than simply reinforcing existing perceptions of his goblin-influenced perspective, his handling of Sarasa had demonstrated practical integration of different magical traditions, showing how goblin approaches to magical being communication could enhance rather than undermine wizarding security concerns. As students began filing out of the Great Hall toward their dormitories, Professor Flitwick appeared at Harry's side. "Mr. Potter, a moment if you please," the diminutive charms professor requested. "The headmaster would like to speak with you before you retire for the evening." Nodding to his friends to continue without him, Harry followed Flitwick through the castle's corridors toward Dumbledore's office. The professor maintained light conversation about Ravenclaw's House Cup victory and end-of-term arrangements, though Harry sensed an underlying curiosity about his basilisk communication abilities, understandable given Flitwick's own mixed goblin-wizard heritage and scholarly interest in unusual magical manifestations. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office moved aside at Flitwick's password, Pepper Imps, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. With an encouraging nod, the charms professor left Harry to ascend alone. Dumbledore's circular office appeared much as it had during Harry's previous visits, silver instruments whirring on various surfaces, portraits of previous headmasters observing with varying degrees of interest, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside the massive desk. The headmaster himself stood by the windows, gazing out over the darkening grounds. "Ah, Harry," he greeted without turning. "Thank you for coming. Please, make yourself comfortable." As Harry took the offered seat, he noticed a familiar sword displayed in a glass case behind Dumbledore's desk, the ruby-encrusted weapon of Godric Gryffindor that had appeared mysteriously in the chamber during Harry's confrontation with the diary Horcrux. Though he hadn't needed it, thanks to his ability to communicate directly with Sarasa, the sword's appearance had represented one of many unusual magical occurrences during that encounter. "I imagine you're curious about why I've asked to see you before term ends," Dumbledore began, finally turning from the window to settle behind his desk. "Particularly after such comprehensive public acknowledgement of your accomplishments at the feast." "I assumed it related to either Sarasa's relocation or the diary," Harry replied honestly. Dumbledore nodded, his expression becoming more serious. "Both, in fact, though primarily the latter. The object you recovered from Miss Weasley represented dark magic of the most concerning variety, magic I believe you recognized from your own experience." This direct reference to Harry's past Horcrux removal confirmed what he had long suspected. Dumbledore had deduced far more about his goblin healing experiences than had ever been officially shared. "Yes," Harry acknowledged, seeing little benefit in denying what the headmaster clearly already knew. "The diary contained a soul fragment similar to the one the goblins removed from my scar when I was 7. A Horcrux," Dumbledore stated directly. "Voldemort's method of ensuring his continued existence despite the destruction of his physical form. A piece of his soul, deliberately separated through murder and dark ritual, then bound to an object for safekeeping." This explicit identification, spoken without euphemism or prevarication, represented a level of directness Dumbledore rarely demonstrated in their previous interactions. It suggested he had decided to engage more openly regarding Voldemort's eventual return and Harry's potential role in confronting it. "The goblins identified it as such," Harry confirmed. "They've contained it using methods similar to those employed for my scar fragment, though they noted the diary Horcrux was more complex, designed specifically for possession and life force extraction rather than simple soul anchoring." "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. "Which raises concerning questions about how many such objects Voldemort may have created, and to what specific purposes each might be dedicated." 7 total, Harry stated, deciding that information sharing should be reciprocal if they were to have a productive conversation. "The diary Horcrux confirmed this number when provoked during my assessment ritual at Gringotts." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, whether at the information itself or Harry's willingness to share it wasn't entirely clear. 7 is magically significant for completion, he observed. Ambitious even for one as determined as Tom Riddle to overcome mortality's constraints. Sarasa believes another may be hidden within Hogwarts itself, Harry added, watching Dumbledore's reaction carefully. "In the Room of Requirement." She sensed its presence whenever the castle's magic shifted the room's configuration. This information clearly surprised the headmaster. The basilisk could sense Horcruxes. Fascinating. Their magical sensitivity is poorly documented due to the rarity of both basilisks and Horcruxes, but it makes theoretical sense given their connection to life and death magic. She described it as wrongness similar to the book Soul, but older, Harry elaborated. Placed there while Riddle was still a student, before he became Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. That aligns with what I know of Tom's early experimentation with Horcruxes. He may have created his first while still at Hogwarts, potentially hiding it in a location he believed only he could access. This conversation, direct exchange of information about Voldemort's Horcruxes without political positioning or strategic withholding, represented a significant evolution in Harry's relationship with the headmaster. Whether motivated by the chamber situation's resolution or longer-term calculations regarding Voldemort's eventual return, Dumbledore appeared to be treating Harry more as a strategic ally than a child to be protected from difficult truths. "There's something else you should know," Harry continued, maintaining this new directness. "The Horcrux from my scar is still contained, not destroyed. The Goblins developed a method to extract it without damaging either the soul fragment or the host, believing that studying it might provide insight into countering Voldemort's eventual return attempts." This revelation clearly startled Dumbledore. "The fragment exists intact. I had assumed." He paused, reconsidering his words. "That represents unprecedented magical achievement. Horcrux extraction without destruction has been considered theoretically impossible. Goblin magic approaches soul connections differently than wizarding methods," Harry explained. "They don't try to overpower or sever such connections but rather negotiate separation by understanding the fundamental magical structures involved. Communication rather than domination," Dumbledore observed, echoing the fundamental distinction between goblin and wizarding magical approaches. "A philosophy reflected in your interaction with the basilisk as well." Harry nodded, appreciating this acknowledgement of the consistent principle underlying his magical methodology. Understanding original purpose before attempting modification or separation. With both the Horcrux and Sarasa, this approach proved more effective than direct opposition. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully, his blue eyes unusually serious behind their half-moon spectacles. "Your goblin education has provided perspectives that traditional wizarding training overlooks, particularly regarding magical communication with beings or artifacts typically considered beyond reasonable interaction." This statement, acknowledging the value of goblin magical approaches without qualifying or diminishing their significance, represented perhaps the most direct recognition Dumbledore had ever offered regarding Harry's unconventional upbringing. "The diary has been secured at Gringotts alongside my scar fragment," Harry continued, responding to this acknowledgement with continued information sharing. "The Goblins are researching destruction methods while maintaining both for study. They believe comparing multiple Horcruxes may reveal vulnerabilities in Voldemort's approach to immortality." "A reasonable strategy," Dumbledore agreed. "Though one that carries inherent risks. Horcruxes possess a certain influence that can affect those who study them too closely. The Goblins are aware of the psychological dangers," Harry assured him. "They've implemented specialized containment protocols designed specifically to neutralize such influence while maintaining the artifact's magical integrity for research purposes." The headmaster nodded, appearing satisfied with this explanation. "I would be most interested in consulting with Gringotts researchers regarding their findings, particularly as they relate to identifying and locating Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes." This request, phrased as collegial consultation rather than authoritative direction, again reflected the evolving nature of their interaction. Dumbledore was positioning himself as a partner in addressing the Horcrux threat rather than assuming control of the situation. "I'll convey your interest to Director Ragnarok," Harry promised. "Though Goblin-Wizard research collaboration typically requires specific diplomatic protocols." "Of course," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Perhaps this represents an opportunity for broader cooperation beyond the immediate Horcrux concern. Your successful integration of Goblin and Wizarding approaches throughout the Basilisk situation demonstrated the potential value of such collaboration." As their conversation continued, Harry recognized that the chamber crisis had catalyzed significant recalibration in how Dumbledore approached both Harry himself and Goblin-Wizard relations more broadly. Whether driven by practical necessity, political calculation, or genuine philosophical evolution, the headmaster was demonstrating unprecedented openness to integrating different magical traditions in addressing the threat Voldemort represented. By the time Harry finally left the office, their discussion had expanded beyond Horcruxes to include broader questions about magical being rights, cross-species communication, and the potential evolution of Hogwarts curriculum to incorporate more diverse magical perspectives. While maintaining appropriate caution, Dumbledore remained a sophisticated political operator with complex motivations. Harry allowed himself cautious optimism about this developing relationship. As he made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower, the castle's magic hummed around him with what felt like approval. Balance approaches, it seemed to whisper. The air recalls forgotten paths. The foundation strengthened beneath renewed purpose. This cryptic encouragement, typical of Hogwarts semi-conscious magical communication, nonetheless reinforced Harry's sense that his second year had marked important progress in bridging traditionally separated magical traditions. From Sarasa's relocation to the Horcrux research collaboration to Dumbledore's evolving perspective, boundaries were shifting in ways that created space for more integrated approaches to fundamental magical challenges. Tomorrow would bring the Hogwarts Express and return to Gringotts for summer studies. The coming months would undoubtedly present new complexities: Horcrux research, the ICW Youth Council position, ongoing political maneuvering by Lucius Malfoy and his allies. Yet as Harry climbed the spiral staircase to his dormitory, he felt genuine satisfaction with the year's accomplishments. He had faced a crisis that tested not just his magical abilities but his core values and had emerged with both intact. He had demonstrated that Goblin approaches to magical communication could enhance rather than undermine wizarding security concerns. And perhaps most significantly, he had shown that even creatures as traditionally feared as basilisks deserved understanding based on their true nature rather than assumptions rooted in centuries of misrepresentation. As he prepared for bed amid his sleeping dormmates, Holly offered a final observation from its place beside his pillow. The true heir respects both heritage and innovation, the wand noted. Honoring tradition while recognizing when evolution serves magic's deeper purposes. This balance, between respecting magical traditions and recognizing when they required evolution, seemed to encapsulate the path Harry was forging. Neither rejecting his goblin upbringing to embrace wizarding conventions nor dismissing wizarding traditions in favor of goblin approaches, but integrating both into a more comprehensive understanding of magic itself. With this perspective guiding him, Harry Potter, goblin-raised heir to ancient magical lineages, drifted towards sleep, the castle's magic humming protectively around him like a long-forgotten lullaby newly remembered. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the familiar end-of-term chaos, students reuniting with families, trunks being loaded onto trolleys, owls hooting indignantly at the commotion. As Harry descended from the Hogwarts Express alongside his friends, he immediately spotted Gornick waiting with characteristic goblin formality amid the emotional human parents. The contrast between his foster father's dignified stillness and the expressive greetings happening around them highlighted the cultural differences Harry continuously navigated. Yet he had long since recognized that Gornick's reserved manner concealed genuine affection expressed through consistency and respect rather than demonstrative display. 7 appears well, Gornick observed as Harry approached, using the name number that represented both Harry's position as the 7th foster child the family had raised and the magically significant number associated with his birth. Your term concluded satisfactorily. Very much so, Harry confirmed, exchanging the formal goblin greeting, clasped forearms rather than embraces or handshakes. The basilisk relocation succeeded, and productive discussions have begun regarding the other matter we previously discussed. This carefully phrased reference to the Horcrux situation, appropriate for a public setting where others might overhear, conveyed the essential information while maintaining necessary discretion. Gornick nodded, understanding the significance without requiring elaboration. Harry turned to make introductions, presenting his core friend group who had accompanied him onto the platform. You remember Hermione Granger, Theodore Knott, and Terry Boot from previous correspondence. This is Luna Lovegood, who joined our study group this year. Gornick acknowledged each with appropriate formality, though Harry noted his foster father's subtle assessment of Luna, recognizing her unusual magical sensitivity even without explicit explanation. Your assistance to 7 during the chamber situation brought honor to your respective houses, Gornick stated, offering the highest compliment goblin culture extended to those outside family bonds. May your summer studies proceed prosperously. This formal blessing, acknowledging both their academic pursuits and their alliance with Harry, carried significant weight coming from a senior goblin representative. The students responded with varying degrees of appropriate formality, from Theo's nearly perfect goblin response, clearly practiced for this interaction, to Luna's dreamy but surprisingly insightful observation about the harmonious magic signatures within goblin family bonds. As his friends departed to find their own families, Harry noticed increased attention from surrounding platform occupants, parents and students alike watching his interaction with Gornik with undisguised curiosity. The chamber situation had heightened public interest in his goblin connections, making this normally routine end-of-term meeting a matter of wider observation. "We should proceed," Gornik suggested, noting the growing attention. Director Ragnarok has scheduled a priority meeting regarding recent developments. As they moved toward the platform exit, Harry found their paths suddenly intersected by Lucius Malfoy and his son Draco. The elder Malfoy, impeccably dressed in formal wizarding robes that subtly displayed his wealth and status, positioned himself deliberately to create a seemingly casual encounter. "Mr. Potter," he greeted with practiced cordiality that barely concealed underlying tension. "Completing another, eventful year at Hogwarts, I understand. The Board of Governors continues to have concerns about certain unorthodox approaches to student safety demonstrated this term. The public challenge, particularly the implied criticism of Harry's basilisk advocacy, was carefully calibrated to appear reasonable while reinforcing Lucius's ongoing political narrative about inappropriate creature sympathy resulting from goblin influence. Safety remained our primary consideration throughout the chamber situation, Lord Malfoy," Harry responded with equal political precision. The basilisk's successful relocation to a specialized international facility ensured both immediate security and long-term containment, while respecting the complex magical heritage involved. This framing, emphasizing security outcomes while acknowledging magical heritage concerns that would resonate with traditionalists, represented Harry's growing political adeptness. Rather than defending creature rights specifically, he positioned the resolution as serving multiple legitimate interests simultaneously. "Indeed," Lucius replied smoothly. "Though questions remain about how such a dangerous magical artifact, the diary responsible for controlling the creature, found its way into a student's possession in the first place." This pivot toward the diary represented dangerous territory given Lucius's suspected role in delivering the Horcrux to Ginny Weasley. Harry maintained his composed expression while Gornik shifted slightly beside him, a subtle positioning that signaled readiness for potential conflict while remaining outwardly diplomatic. "A concerning question indeed," Harry agreed neutrally. "The Goblins of Gringotts have secured the object for comprehensive magical assessment. I'm sure any evidence of its origins or handling will be meticulously documented. The implicit warning, that forensic magical examination might reveal Lucius's magical signature on the diary, registered in the slight tightening of the elder Malfoy's expression. Draco, standing slightly behind his father, watched this exchange with careful attention, his own expression revealing conflict between family loyalty and growing awareness of the political complexities involved. "The Ministry maintains jurisdiction over dark artifacts," Lucius noted, his tone hardening slightly. "Gringotts' unilateral seizure of evidence relevant to an ongoing security investigation raises procedural concerns. The artifact was secured through established protocols for containing soul magic," Gornik interjected, his formal diplomatic tone carrying surprising authority. "The 1752 treaty explicitly acknowledges goblin primacy in matters involving soul-based magical containment, a provision reaffirmed in the 1932 International Confederation of Wizards' Dark Magic Protocols." This precise legal citation, clearly prepared in anticipation of potential ministry interference, demonstrated the Goblins' strategic preparation regarding the Horcrux situation. Lucius's momentary hesitation suggested he hadn't expected such specific treaty knowledge to be readily deployed. "Legal interpretations vary, of course," Lucius recovered smoothly. "The Wisingamott's Magical Artifacts Committee may need to review these jurisdictional questions more comprehensively." "Of course," Harry acknowledged with polite neutrality. "Though I believe the Swedish Ministry's formal recognition of Gringotts' authority in this matter, as documented in the Basilisk Relocation Agreement, would factor significantly in any international review." This reference to international magical cooperation, reminding Lucius that the situation had expanded beyond Britain's insular magical politics, effectively concluded the exchange. With a slight incline of his head that acknowledged the tactical stalemate without conceding the broader political conflict, Lucius placed his hand on Draco's shoulder. "Come, Draco. Your mother awaits." He gave Harry a final measured look. "Until next term, Mr. Potter. I expect it will prove enlightening for all concerned." As the Malfoys departed, Harry noticed Draco glancing back briefly with an expression that couldn't be easily categorized, not quite friendly but distinctly different from his father's calculated hostility. The younger Malfoy's evolving perspective represented one of many subtle shifts catalyzed by the chamber situation. "Lucius moves predictably," Gornick observed as they continued toward the platform exit. "Attempting to establish ministry jurisdiction over the diary while undermining the Basilisk relocation's diplomatic significance. He's concerned about what the Horcrux might reveal," Harry agreed quietly. "Not just Voldemort's soul magic, but his own involvement in delivering it to Hogwarts. A vulnerability Director Ragnarok has anticipated in developing our strategic approach," Gornick confirmed as they reached the concealed entrance back to the Muggle world. "The coming months will require careful navigation of these political currents while advancing the Horcrux research initiative." As they emerged onto the Muggle side of King's Cross Station, transitioning smoothly from wizarding to non-magical environment, Harry reflected on how this platform interaction encapsulated the broader dynamics he continued to navigate. Lucius Malfoy represented traditional wizarding hierarchy resistant to integrated approaches to magical challenges, while Gornick embodied goblin diplomatic precision counterbalancing wizarding political maneuvering. Between these established positions, Harry himself, along with students like Draco who showed signs of evolving perspective, represented the potential for new approaches that incorporated multiple magical traditions rather than maintaining historical divisions. The chamber situation had demonstrated both the practical value and the political challenges of such integration. They made their way through the station toward the concealed entrance to Gringotts' London transport network, Gornick moving with surprising familiarity through the Muggle environment. Unlike many wizards who appeared conspicuously out of place among non-magical humans, goblins maintained comprehensive awareness of all societies relevant to their financial and diplomatic interests, including regular updates on Muggle transportation, technology, and cultural developments. "Director Ragnarok has confirmed your participation in the International Confederation's Youth Advisory Council," Gornick mentioned as they descended a maintenance stairway that concealed the entrance to the Goblin transit system. "The diplomatic implications are significant beyond the immediate creature rights focus." Harry nodded, understanding the broader strategic considerations. International connections outside direct ministry influence. Relationships with magical representatives from multiple traditions rather than just British wizarding perspectives. Precisely. Gornick activated the concealed entrance, a section of wall that dissolved at specific goblin magical signatures, revealing the elegant transit chamber beyond. "Your unique position between goblin and wizarding societies offers particular value in such contexts. Neither entirely aligned with British ministry positions nor bound by traditional goblin diplomatic limitations." This assessment of his diplomatic value reflected how Harry's cross-cultural upbringing had evolved from potential liability to strategic asset. Where the ministry had initially viewed his goblin fostering with suspicion and the goblin nation had seen his human nature as a limitation, both now recognized that his integrated perspective offered unique advantages in navigating increasingly complex magical politics. The transit chamber contained one of Gringotts' specialized transport vehicles, a conveyance resembling a conventional railway car but operating on principles combining goblin metallurgy and adapted wizarding enchantments. Unlike the chaotic flow network or disorienting apparition, goblin transportation emphasized stability and precision, values reflected in all aspects of their magical approach. As they settled into the comfortable interior for the journey to Gringotts' main London facility, Harry's thoughts turned toward the summer ahead. Beyond the immediate Horcrux research and ICW Council preparation, he would continue his specialized magical education, developing his unique ability to communicate directly with magic while integrating conventional wizarding techniques required for his eventual Hogwarts examinations. "Your progress this year has been noted by the elders," Gornick commented as the transport vehicle began its smooth acceleration into the underground network. "Particularly your handling of the Basilisk situation. Balancing legitimate security concerns with ethical treatment of a magical being demonstrated mature integration of Goblin principles within wizarding contexts. This formal acknowledgement, the closest Goblin culture came to effusive praise, carried significant meaning coming from his foster father. It represented recognition not just of magical achievement but of ethical development and cultural integration, the ability to apply Goblin values effectively within wizarding situations without compromising either tradition's legitimate concerns. The basilisk deserved understanding based on her true nature rather than assumptions rooted in fear, Harry replied simply. Just as the castle itself deserves recognition for its original purpose beyond later divisions. Gornick nodded, understanding the deeper parallel between Sarasa's situation and Hogwarts' evolution, both originally created with protective purposes that had been gradually corrupted through centuries of wizarding politics and prejudice. The Ambrose connection to Hogwarts' foundations continues to develop, he inquired. Yes. The castle's magic responds more readily now, particularly after the chamber was properly acknowledged rather than simply feared. I can sense fluctuations in its protective enchantments throughout the structure and communicate with certain aspects of its semi-conscious magical framework. This evolving connection to Hogwarts itself represented one of the most significant magical developments of Harry's second year, a deepening relationship with the building his ancestors had helped design that transcended conventional wizard structure interactions. The castle increasingly responded to him not as occupant but as heir, recognizing his bloodline connection to its original architects and responding accordingly. As their conversation turned to summer educational plans and scheduled meetings with Gringotts researchers regarding the Horcrux situation, Harry felt the familiar transition between his wizarding and goblin lives, not a separation of identities but an integration of perspectives that continued to evolve with each new challenge and opportunity. The Chamber of Secrets had presented his most complex challenge yet, requiring him to balance legitimate security concerns with ethical treatment of a magical being, navigate political pressure from multiple factions, and address dark magic of historical significance to both his personal past and wizarding society's future. His response had demonstrated not just magical capability but ethical maturity and diplomatic adeptness beyond his years. Yet as the transport vehicle approached Gringotts' main facility, Harry recognized that the chamber situation represented merely a preliminary test compared to the challenges ahead. Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, Lucius Malfoy's ongoing political maneuvering, and the broader questions of magical integration between traditionally separated communities would demand even more sophisticated responses in the coming years. The heir grows into his inheritance, Holly observed from its holster. Not merely claiming ancient rights but earning them through demonstrated understanding. This perspective, focusing on responsibility earned rather than privilege inherited, aligned perfectly with Harry's developing approach to his unique position. Whether as Goblin-raised wizard, Ambrose blood heir, basilisk communicator, or Horcrux survivor, his diverse identities converged around a central principle: integration rather than division, understanding rather than assumption, and communication rather than control. As the transport vehicle docked at Gringotts' arrival platform, Harry Potter, speaker to magic, heir to ancient ways, bridge between traditions, prepared to continue developing the balanced perspective that would ultimately define not just his personal path but potentially the future relationship between magical communities long separated by history and prejudice. The chamber had been opened, its secrets revealed, its guardian relocated rather than destroyed. What other ancient divisions might similarly be healed through understanding rather than confrontation remained to be seen, but Harry's second year had demonstrated that such integration was not merely possible but potentially essential to addressing the complex magical challenges that lay ahead. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.